Friday's easier. Hi, good evening, everybody. I know we have a lot of guests and a couple presentations, and I do want to be respectful of everybody's time and make sure that we start the meeting. So I'm going to ask everybody to take their seats, and we're going to get started with the special presentations. Thank you so much. My name is Luis Collazo. I'm a council member here in the town of Miami Lakes. I'm joined by my colleague, Josh Diegues, and we want to welcome you, everybody, to the special presentations portion of our meeting. Tonight, I'm going to be presenting a proclamation, and the mayor will be joining us shortly. He'll be presenting another proclamation. Right after that, we'll get the meeting started once we have quorum, and I know there's a lot of public speakers here, but these two particular proclamations are extremely important ones, very, very near and dear to me, and I'm going to ask the individuals from the Veterans Affairs and the Mental Health Task Force, and Frank Walsh, if you can please come up here and join me for this proclamation. As some of you may not know, I'm a social worker. I'm honored to be joined by fellow mental health practitioners and individuals who have served in our armed forces. September is Suicide Awareness Month, and it's something that, if you haven't been touched by it, it's something that eventually touches all of our lives. Whether we know somebody, whether we've been directly impacted or heard of stories, it's important to talk about suicide, and especially being Cuban American. Our culture tends to hide mental health issues and tends to put those in the back burner. Since I've been serving public office, I found it very important to talk about these issues and make sure that the community is aware about the resources and making sure that the community is aware that there is support out there. So I proposed a proclamation for September 13th as Suicide Awareness Month for the town of Miami Lakes, and the proclamation reads, whereas the week of September 10th through the 16th, 2023 is National Suicide Prevention Week, and September 2023 is Suicide Awareness Month, when millions of people around the world join their collective voices to share the message of hope and healing. Whereas in 2022, more than 48,000 Americans were lost to suicide, over 12.3 million adults seriously considered suicide, and 1.7 million people attempted suicide. Yet, even though so many Americans struggle with their mental health, treatment is often too expensive or inaccessible. Whereas suicide is the second leading cause of death among young and young adults between the ages of 10 and 24, and whereas in the town of Miami Lakes, through the work of the Mental Health Task Force and the Veterans Affairs Committee, they support the quality of life for the residents to support the rehabilitation and treatment of services that leads to recovery and a healthy lifestyle. Whereas every day in the town of Miami Lakes, residents enter into behavioral health services and community supports to begin their road to recovery, I, on behalf of the Mayor, Manny Cid, and joined by Councilman Josh Diegues, by virtue of authority vested in us, and on behalf of the Town Council and the 33,000 Miami Lakers, do hereby proclaim Wednesday, September 13th, tomorrow, 2023 Suicide Awareness Month. Thank you. I'm going to ask my colleagues and some of the volunteers that are here if they want to share a few words.
As the chair of the Mental Health Task Force, I'm just super grateful that we are in a community that takes mental health so seriously and that is giving us the ability to go out there and share these resources with the community and hopefully do much more to increase awareness on mental health. Thank you so much, really, thank you so much for doing this. And I'm going to pass this over to Frank, who has experienced suicide on a personal level with his son. Or you want to?
Thank you. I certainly don't mind talking at these events and having the opportunity to speak about suicide awareness and mental health awareness and speaking about my son. The only problem that I have is when I come to these things, I want to speak for hours because it takes that long for me to get out everything about my son that I want to express. Obviously, instead of hours, I only have minutes, so I'll condense myself today. But just for those of you who don't know me, I had a very great career in radio when radio was a good thing, a big thing before YouTube and Spotify and all that. When radio was the place you went to for your music, I ran radio stations like Power 96 and Y100. I've also had a great career coaching adult league basketball. Miami Laker did a story on me a few years ago. At that point, I had 111 league championships. We're now up to 128. As a matter of fact, in just a little bit, I'll be going to another game. So I've had a lot of good things in my life. I have my mom, who's still with me, who's 94 years old. My wife, my daughter, still lives at home, and she's 19. So I've had a great life, but it changed forever. Just over 3 years ago when my 19-year-old son, Frankie, committed suicide. And the thing that I want to express to everybody is that it's a very difficult thing, because a lot of times you can't tell when somebody is having a problem. If they're on drugs, of course that's a bad thing, but at least you know something is wrong. If they have some really severe mental health issues, it's not a good thing, but again, you know something is wrong. My son was a straight A student throughout elementary, through his first courses in college. He was the only male mayor of the day here in Miami Lakes. He was a sergeant in the Police Explorers. He was the captain of the wrestling team at Goldman High School. He had a bright future ahead of him. He was going to the Air Force, not to be in the military per se, but to be an attorney. He was going to be a military attorney. Was already accepted to get that started in January, but he only made it to November when he decided to kill himself over a relationship with a girl. And it was something that we did not know was as serious as it was. If any of you know my son and have seen the pictures of my son and are on my social media, you always saw him with a smile on his face. And those were not just because of the pictures. That's how he was all the time. He always made us, his friends, family, and anybody who got to meet him believe that he was happy, that everything was great. But inside, it wasn't. And I didn't find that out until he died, and I had access to his cell phone, and I had access to his laptop, and I saw that he had thoughts of suicide for over a year. And he had actually attempted to commit suicide 6 months before he did. The problem was he was cutting himself and it hurt too much, so he talked himself out of it. But 6 months later, after another episode with this young lady, he decided that that was it. And all of the great things that he had, the great success he had in school, the good friends he had, the great family life, the good money he was going to make, everything that was on this side that got this high was outweighed by this one issue on the other side. And then on top of all that, he never let any of us know. The only person he actually talked to about his problems was the girl who he was having the problems with. And of course, she didn't share that with us until it was too late. So my message today is that even if you know of everyone that's involved with your family or your friends, if they're having a good situation with their teens and young adults, you can never be too careful. One of the mistakes that I feel that I made was my wife had sometimes said maybe we should check our son and our daughter's phone just in case, see what's going on. Maybe we should check their laptops. I always felt like, why? The kid is a student. The kid is doing great. He never gives us a problem here at home. He has good friends. When he says he's going to be home at 10 o'clock, he's home at 10 o'clock. Why would I want to take a chance in making him feel that I didn't trust him, that I had to go check up behind him, when all he did was make us happy? Well, that was a mistake because we didn't know that he was not happy until it was too late. So even if you feel like there's no reason to check on things, even if you feel that your child is as perfect as you want them to be, remember, in this life, nothing is perfect. We can't count on anything. We don't know what life is going to bring us from day to day. Just like I mentioned to you, my mom is still with me at 94. I lost my dad when he was 49. That's just how life is. It gives great things, but it also takes. And we have to believe that there's a good reason for the bad things that happen, especially if they happen to good people. So, in closing, I just want to say, please be careful with your children. Be careful of any relatives that you have that are, especially if they're teenagers, young adults, because they are not as mentally developed as you or I. They may make rash decisions. I know that the final day that my son was alive, me and my wife were heading out to a doctor appointment for her. We spoke with him. He had a conversation with me about going to get our hair cut, because we always got our hair cut at the same time. He talked about getting his permanent driver's license, because he still hadn't done that yet, but needed to by January when he started work. He just talked about things coming up, making me believe that everything was fine. We left. 2 hours later, we came back home, and he was gone. So, and I can tell you this, it is the most devastating thing, and I had, as I told you, a great past. I still have a great future. As I said, I'm still coaching basketball. I still have a radio station with a lot of the guys who I worked with at Power 96 called Miami One Radio, and we just had a concert at Jungle Island, which was a tremendous success, 15,000 people. Things are still good, but they will never, ever be right. I will never, ever feel like life is great. You know, I remember one of my favorite artists, Freddie Mercury from Queen, had a song on the last album that Queen put together of some scratch vocals that he did and whatnot, and it's just a beautiful melody, and he says, "It's a beautiful day." And I used to go outside all the time when I walked my dog or whatever, and I used to look at this beautiful South Florida sky, especially when it wasn't as hot as it is right now, and I used to say, "It's a beautiful day." I can't get myself to say that anymore because I miss my son each and every day. So it will never be beautiful to me. And if you guys have not suffered anything like this, please do whatever you can to keep that from happening, because I want it to continue to be a beautiful day for you. And thank you for having me here today.
Thank you for sharing that story. I'm going to pass the mic to my colleagues for some closing remarks.
Thank you, Councilmember, and thank you for sharing that testimony with us. It's incredibly powerful, and I myself have not known anyone who has ever decided to take their own life, but it's something that we see in the news repeatedly, and one takeaway for me, at least, as I read the news, is that it does seem as if the younger generations, increasingly at least, and especially in Hispanic communities, are trying to be more proactive when it comes to their mental health and trying to seek out healthier alternatives for how to seek help. And which brings me actually that now there's a new hotline, 988, that you can reach out to if you are having a crisis, if you need to speak to someone, if you need resources, they're available to you. And again, you know, one of the positive things that we're seeing more and more of is younger generations that are seeking help. And so that's encouraging, but we need to do more. And we need to remember in our everyday life just to always be cognizant of the fact that we have to treat everyone with kindness. Even if we're having a bad day, we need to try to find it within ourselves to always treat everyone with dignity and with respect. So again, for those that are watching at home, or any of you that are here, if you know of someone or yourself may be experiencing a need for resources to deal with suicide or suicidal thoughts, 988, please reach out. As you heard, the impact that you could leave behind, or those that you know could leave behind, will be felt long well after they're gone. And in many cases, some of these individuals think that they're doing others a favor, people in their life a favor, but in reality, they're leaving them off worse off than, you know, if they had continued to stay here. And it's always important to remember that it always gets worse before it gets better. You know, our situations are not permanent; they can change, and so it's important to seek help. With that, Councilman Fernandez.
Yes, and thank you for your bravery. Thank you for the courage that, you know, we can only imagine the courage that it must take to come and share your story with us, in the hopes that, you know, we can prevent a similar outcome in the future. So thank you. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Collazo. We know that mental health is something that doesn't get talked about enough. We during the COVID-19 pandemic, there was such a focus on COVID, right? But people really forgot the impact that it had on human beings. Not forget about their businesses, forget about money, but the impact that they had on their mental health and beyond that. How young people nowadays with social media, how stressed they are. You look at what's happening with TikTok and whatnot. So, Frankie, you opening up to the world, I know you've received some calls already that it's changed people's perspectives and the way that they talk to their kids because of you. So that impact that Frankie has left here in our community, he was mayor for the day with me, got to hang out, will be here forever. And just your story has changed the way that even parents interact with their kids here in our community, because you've told me the same thing, and that's something I take to heart, and I talk to my boys every single day about those.
I just want to add one thing, too, and that is what a great place we live in, and, you know, what a great mayor we have and great people we have that work here to do the things that they do, not only to make our lives better, but even with the situation with my son. There's a plaque that is at a small park a few blocks away from my house, his picture in bronze and the 988 number to try to help anybody. And that's a beautiful thing, and I'm very appreciative of what they've done, because, you know, nothing will bring my son back. I only pray I will see him again one day, but at least I know that we're carrying on something positive in his memory. And if we could save one life because of what happened to him, then it at least makes it a little positive and meaningful for what I have been going through and what my family goes through. But again, I want to thank everybody here from Miami Lakes, and especially Mayor Sid, for what they've done, not just for me, but for spreading a very important message. So thank you.
If I can call the Matthews family up here to the front. I see JJ back there. JJ, if you can come join us today. It's an important day, important month throughout our country, but especially here in our community, the impact that the Matthews family's had. And JJ, who I've known since he was a kid, now he's almost as tall as me. So before I read the proclamation, I wanted to pass it on to Jackie and to JJ to say a few words, how important childhood cancer awareness is here in our community, and how JJ has been such an incredible inspiration here in the town of Miami Lakes and beyond. The impact that JJ is having, the inspiration that he's giving his fellow classmates, his teachers, the schools here in our community. I mean, his resiliency and just the love that he shows to everybody on a daily basis is truly inspiration. So I wanted to hand it off to either you, JJ, Jackie, whichever one wants to go first.
I would like to thank the mayor and the council for making this proclamation happen, spreading awareness for childhood cancer. I'll actually next week be in D.C. speaking in front of Congress about childhood cancer. I also want to say rest in peace to my best friend, Kason, and yeah, that's it.
Thank you to Mayor and all the council members and the community members for taking the time and helping us raise awareness to childhood cancer. For those of you who don't know, JJ said rest in peace to his best friend, Kason, was 8 years old when he passed away from childhood cancer. Jeremy and him grew up together from the time that they were toddlers. And it's very important that we raise awareness. Pediatric cancer is grossly underfunded. And when Jeremy was diagnosed back in 2015, less than 4% of NIH funds went to pediatric cancer research. And because we have fought and fought and fought for awareness, we have brought it up to 8%, which is something that we are so proud of, yet it's still grossly underfunded. There's so many different forms of pediatric cancer. So when you think about less than 10%, 8% of NIH funds goes to all these different subtypes of pediatric cancer. We always talk about how children are our future, and essentially we're only giving our future 8%. So the only way that we can raise funds for research is spreading awareness. And as a mom, I am beyond proud of our adventure that we're going to go through next week when my little man here speaks to Congress. And I just simply can't wait to see. I simply can't wait to see where he goes in life, because like Manny said, he's only 12 and he has already brought so many changes to our community. And Jeremy is completely blind because of pediatric cancer. And I know a lot of you would sit there and say, oh, how sad, how sad. We are lucky because he is alive. And a lot of these kids don't make it, and the ones that do end up with a pervasive disability, and it's simply not fair. So thank you again, and I hope that you guys will continue to support us as we continue to fight for more funding, for more research. So thank you all again. Thank you all.
So I'll read the proclamation. September has been designated National Childhood Cancer Awareness Month to honor those children whose lives have been lost and those irrevocably impacted by this terrible illness, and to strengthen the nation's resolve for research for a cure. And whereas cancer is the leading cause of death by disease among U.S. children between infancy and 15 years of age, 1 in every 260 children in the U.S. will be diagnosed with cancer before the age of 20. And whereas childhood cancers cross all racial, ethnic, geographic, and social economic backgrounds, and each year tens of thousands of children face the battle of cancer with incredible bravery and inspiring hope. And while progress against some childhood cancers has been made, cure rates for many forms of childhood cancer remain less than 50%, with the incidence of childhood cancers increasing at a more rapid rate than any other age group. And this disease not only affects the children diagnosed with cancer, but also their entire support network of devoted parents, grandparents, loved ones, and friends. And this city recognizes the devastating impact that this disease has on members of our community and the importance of increased research on childhood cancer. And whereas this month we recognize that these burdens are shared by countless dedicated healthcare professionals, organizations, charities, and parent advocacy groups which support parents and families by offering advice, encouragement, hope, financial assistance, and work tirelessly to lift the spirits of children suffering from cancer. And now, therefore, I, Manny Sid, by virtue of the authority vested in me as the mayor of the town of Miami Lakes, and on behalf of the town council and all 33,000 Miami Lakers, do hereby proclaim Thursday, September 14th, 2023, at Childhood Cancer Awareness Month here in the town of Miami Lakes. And that concludes our presentations, and now we're going to go ahead and begin the council meeting. Let's call this meeting to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Collazo,
Present.
Councilmember Diegues,
Here.
Councilmember Fernandez,
Present.
Councilmember Garcia,
Present.
Councilmember Ruano,
Present.
Vice Mayor is absent, Mayor Sid.
Present.
Mayor, you have quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's all rise for the prayer led by Giovanni Mendieta from Cross Athletics.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys so much for showing up here today, taking time out of your busy schedule to attend this important council meeting for the city of Miami Lakes. If you guys don't know me, my name is Giovanni Mendieta. I am a great friend of the mayor of Miami Lakes, Mr. Sid. Thank you for having me. If we could all just go ahead and bow our heads, close our eyes as we just extend this time of prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, Lord Jesus, we thank you so much for this day, Father God. Lord, I thank you so much for this council meeting, for the members of this board. I pray for this city, for the people in it, for this community. I ask that you would lead each and every member that's sitting up here right now, that you would cover their thoughts in the blood of Jesus, that you would lead them in all of their ways, that you would give them guidance, that you would shape them and mold them into the men of God you've called them to be, not only to make choices and decisions that will better this community and the people in it, but it will ultimately lead everyone in its community to a better future. Lord, we thank you for our families. We thank you for our friends. We pray that you would cover us from head to toe in the blood of Jesus, that you'd be with us and our students in the schools and the communities that they're in, that you'd be with our families in their homes, that you would continue to provide for us, provide provision and sustenance, and more faith. Lord, we thank you for the things that you do for us. We ask that you'd forgive us for our sins that we've committed willingly or unwillingly, knowingly or unknowingly, and that above all else, we would know that it is your hand that provides for us, that watches over us, and that keeps us safe. God, I thank you for each and every person that's in this space right now. And Lord, we give you and your son Jesus all the glory forevermore. Lord, until we take our final breath here on earth, until we come face to face, allow us to live a life that's pleasing to you. Lord, bless this room and this meeting. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Remain standing, and thank you, Giovanni. For those of you who don't know Giovanni, really inspiring, incredible story. He owns a basketball training facility here in Northwest State, and it's actually amazing. Not only trains kids, but after they're done, they all pray together, right? So I think it's a really unique spot, and folks need to definitely check it out. Remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance, led by our Deputy Town Attorney, Lorenzo Covillea.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Lorenzo. You may be seated. Before we go to public comments, we have Ariel Fernandez, Commissioner Fernandez, with the Better You Minute.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, council members, residents, and staff of the town that is growing beautifully, Miami Lakes. We hear many people asking, what can my government do for me? What can my government do to make my life better? I often think back to the words of John F. Kennedy. Ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. Have we ever pondered the words, in our case, with our municipality? What can we do to make Miami Lakes better? What can we do to make our community better? Are there talents that we're not using to affect our community? There may be a lot of talents that you have that can make our community a much better place. Over the course of the next week, let's ponder the question, what can I do to keep Miami Lakes growing beautifully and make it a much better community? Let's be part of a better community together.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. Always appreciate you starting off our council meetings on the right foot. We have the order of business, deferrals, additions, deletions, council.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I'd like to move item 14E to right after committee reports, and right after 14E, I'd like to move 13B to right after 14E at the request of Representative Fabricio.
Also, one of the chairpersons has to leave. He's asking if he could just do his presentation right before public comments, which is item 8A, the Neighborhood Improvement Committee. So that would be moved to right before public comments. Additionally, I am removing from consent item 10C. Item 10C, I'm moving from consent. Any other deferrals?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I'd like to move up item 12A to right after public comments.
All right, we have Councilman Dieguez moved up 14E, and what was the other one you moved up, Councilman Dieguez?
13B.
13B.
But I had put those for after the committee reports in light of what the councilwoman is suggesting, because 14E and 14E and 10, I'm sorry, the item on the NSD budgets, 12A, there we go.
Yep, 12A.
Because she's trying to move those up, I think they should be heard together to whatever order she plans to move it, since they're related.
All right, so we're moving up item 8A to before public comments, so I know the chairman, he needs to run out. I think this is the third time we've done this favor, so. And then after public comments, we have 14E and 12A together, then we have 13B, then I pulled from consent 10C. Any other deferrals, additions, deletions? Are there any motions on the table?
I'll move it.
Second.
Discussion on this, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're on to item 8A, Chair Lloredo.
Check, check. All right. All right, good afternoon, everyone. I'm here on behalf of the Neighborhood Improvement Committee, the report to council. First, thank you so much. I appreciate the professional courtesy. Mayor, to your comment, I think I've paid the dues, in the past, so I just want to make sure that we put that on the record. That being said, you guys have the report in front of you. Does anyone have any question?
questions for the Neighborhood Improvement Committee?
What
Neighborhood
is
Improvement Committee?
Dreaming Green? In the
So-
future projects section.
Yes, so we're trying to get a program and a workshop where we want to promote 9 principles that together will help to create a beautiful and sustainable landscaping that could save you time, energy, and money while protecting our waters, resources, and environment. So we're trying to just get this workshop that is part of the UFIFAS. It's a lot going into it, and kind of just teach our residents, how to make sure that our landscapings are being well maintained and where they're going. Those of you that have the lake behind them, those shavings that don't go into the lake. So that's what we're trying to educate mainly, our residents to maintain their greens.
So basically, it's like a community forum for residents to become informed.
Something like that.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions of Chair Lloredo? Seeing none, any motions on the table? Yeah, adopt the report if you guys want. If not, we don't have to do anything. All right, thank you very much. We
Thank you so much
appreciate
for
it.
your time. Have a great evening.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for everything you and the committee do. Appreciate your volunteer work. You've definitely paid the dues. We're moving on to public comments. Madam Clerk.
Good evening. All comments or questions from this attending public shall be directed to the mayor in a courteous tone, and to ensure the orderly conduct and efficiency of the meeting, public comments shall be limited to 3 minutes maximum per person. So if you wish to have a public comment, please just approach the podium, state your name and address for the record, and welcome.
Good afternoon, Angelo Garcia, 16441 Northwest 77th Place in the town of Miami Lakes. Thank you, Council, Mr. Mayor, and everyone that comes to work to this town every day. Thank you for your dedication. What brings me today to voice my opinion is real simple. You've been hearing me talk about both of these bridges on 6-7 and 5-7. Good thing that we have State Representative Mr. Tom Fabrizio here so we could actually see what we can do. We understand that there's 2 agencies, or 3 of them, Miami-Dade County, DOT, but they all throw the ping pong to each other. So today I want to see what somebody can do who wants to listen, who wants to work with me so I can finish this project. I know how to get these bridges clean, but I'm not going to do the person that needs to do this job. That person gets paid to do that. If they need to come to me, I have the magic number to call, and it will get done. But I can't step up and do it for them. Has anybody in this council been to either one of these bridges? You don't have to go to Horror Haunta or Halloween Horror Day. Go out there with me tonight, and I'll show you 57th Avenue. It looks like the most deplorable place. There's feces, there's urine, there's everything on both of these bridges. I pressure cleaned one the other day. I have videos on it. But guys, try to help me. Mr. Garcia said that he was going to reach out to somebody to get it done. Folks, this is our gateway. This is the entrance of our town. You have multi-million-dollar homes as you come in from the other side of town. Even if you don't have multi-million-dollar homes, this is the entrance of our town. So who do I need to talk to? Who needs to be held responsible for this? I've brought this to your attention before. Maybe the state representative has an idea, but I'm not going to do it for you. You guys have to do it. So let's work together and let's get it cleaned up. This has been going on for quite some time now. I hope we can get it cleaned up before Christmas. Thank you.
Thank you, Angelo.
Good afternoon. Stephen Hersberg, 16745 Northwest 84th Court. Be brief, just on the item regarding legislative priorities. I just noticed on statutory policy, I want to make sure that that's added there is blasting reform, and I know Representative Fabricio is leading in Tallahassee. It certainly was discussed at the Sunshine meeting with him. I think it's just important that that is officially made part of the legislative priorities and added onto the list, so there's no confusion that all sides. I know the council, we have the council's support on that. I know the Representative Fabricio has your support on that, but I think it's important that that's added on to the list before you guys vote on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Definitely made a note of that. We'll talk about it when we get to that item. Welcome.
Good morning, Council and Mayor. I'm a resident of Miami Lakes, and I want to discuss one thing. Flooding is horrible. The flooding in Miami needs to be fixed. You got half streets in near where I live, and they can't be fixed. So I just wanted to at least occur to all of you to at least fix it. Fix the drainage system. It's horrible. You got businesses that are dying because of it. Cars that can't go through it. People that need to go to work can't go because they have cars that can't go through the water. So if I beg your pardon, please at least fix the flooding in this community, in this town. For it is God's sake that we must fix it. Thank you.
Excuse me, sir. Just your name and address for the record.
My name is Ian Sayent, and I do not have to disclose my address. State law says I'm not required to disclose my address.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know if Omar, I don't know if you want to talk to the young resident about some of the projects that you might have going on. If you can approach him, please. See if you definitely came prepared. Good job.
Martha Mendez, 7000 Glen Eagle Drive. You moved this thing down here, now it's up my nose. So tall people better be careful when they get here. Right now it's okay. Okay, you have an item, you're changing the procedures, and I am very interested in knowing what 2/3 of the council is. What's 2/3 of 7 people? 4.6. It's not 4, it's not 5. So, when you put 2/3 of the council, and in the old ones, you had a 2/3 of quorum. 2/3 of quorum is 4. 2/3 of quorum is 2 people. This stuff, you added 7.3. You put the 4-day rule in there, that's 7.4. So it's a redundancy of the rules. You have it now in 7.3 with the suggestions by the manager. And this is supposed to be Scribner's errors. This is not supposed to be a lifelong story, a saga. And everything is changed around. And it just looks wrong. This 2/3 of 7 people has me confused. Very. Thank you.
Thank you, Mita. Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed members of the Hialeah Garden Council, my name is Raymond Alvarez, a concerned citizen invested in the well-being and safety of our city. Miami Lakes, our beautiful home, grapples with a significant issue, the pervasive prevalence of smoking. This issue not only affects those who partake in it, but also disrupts the peace and tranquility that our residents seek. Whether it's the serene ambience of our parks, the pleasant surroundings of our malls, or even the convenience of our car parking lots, the noxious odor of the cigarette and the constant chain smoking plague our states. It's high time that we address this concern and take decisive actions. One potential solution lies in implementing strict regulations to curb and ultimately eliminate smoking in most, if not all, public areas. By restricting smoking, we prioritize the safety and comfort of all members of our community and society. It's not merely a matter of, it's not merely a matter of safety and, it's not merely a matter of the comfortability of our people, but more or less the safety of our people. To create a healthier and more pleasant environment for everyone and everything around us, I implore you, esteemed council members, to lend your attention to this ever-pressing matter. Our city's well-being depends on our collective commitment to fostering a smoke-free and welcoming atmosphere for all of us. Your consideration and attention are very much obliged, and may our country return to greatness.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Manager, I never really thought about that, but he brings up a good point. What are the rules about smoking in outside of town facilities, at town parks, vaping, stuff like that? Are there any rules in place to that effect, or the city has not adopted anything? Because I never really thought about that, and he's right. I mean, I go often to the park, and there's always people smoking near kids or whatever, you know.
Tony, smoking is not prohibited in town parks, right? It's prohibited inside facilities, indoors, obviously. I don't know.
I mean, you could talk to the res, you could tell us, or you could talk to the young man, however you guys want to approach it.
Yeah, my understanding is state law right now allows for smoking in park areas. Allows us to prohibit smoking in park areas with the exception of what they classify to be unfiltered cigarettes or cigars.
But we haven't done that.
We do have it posted.
Got it. But we don't enforce it. So no, that was a good point. I never thought. Say, if you could talk to him real quick about it, Jeremy. He's there. I thought always whenever there's a young person brings up a good point. Madam Clerk.
Again, anyone who wishes to speak in public comment, just please approach the podium and state your name and address for the record.
Good evening,
Welcome.
guys. Today, my name is Jaden Gonzalez, and I want to talk about the park of Miami Lakes Optimist. I think we could add some changes, like maybe making the basketball court there, maybe making an indoor gym around there, so it could benefit the school, and it could also benefit the public people of Miami Lakes. I also was thinking about maybe opening like a small concession stand so people could have easy access to the restroom, like in the middle of the park, and also have like water fountains attached to it. That way people could drink fresh water, like whenever they're thirsty. My name is Jaden Gonzalez, and I appreciate you guys for your time.
Good points. You see the generational gap in ideas, right? Solid points.
Hello, everyone. My name is Veronica Perez. I live on 7225 South Prestwick Place. I'm here to voice my concerns regarding the security and well-being of our community, and this will be in Loch Lomond. The way that our security company, Kent, is failing to provide us with good service is outrageous. I feel that as a security company, they're doing bare minimum in training their employees correctly. I understand that we are on a public road and the guards can ask visitors to provide ID. The guards basically just sit there sometimes. I see at night that they do not collect the tag for the specific car that's coming through. I don't see any consequences for this. I have never seen an incident report from Kent. It really scares me to hear that we've had 3 serious incidents inside our community in this year, and one just 2 weeks ago. Are we waiting for something worse to happen? Something very serious to happen? From what I've experienced, there are only probably 3 daytime guards that care about servicing our community. I see them writing down tags and paying attention. I also wish that the golf course had monitored motion lighting and also do not trespass signage to deter people from crossing it. We could also benefit from having police patrolling our streets. It doesn't take more than 15 minutes to drive in and out of our community. I understand that times have changed and we have to be more vigilant, but I don't think that we should do the security guard's job when that's what Kent is paid for. I'm grateful that we have a very good neighborhood chat, and it's helped me. And basically, whenever something happens, we all go on it, and we watch each other's back. We alert each other, and since the common goal for us is to protect our families, that's what I'm here for today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I know there's going to be a lot of folks that want to speak on 14E and 12A. If the council's okay with that, we're going to finish public comments for anybody that doesn't want to speak on these items. Then we'll take on those two items and have public comments just on those two items so it stays fresh, and we'll just go back and forth if need be. I think it's more efficient that way. Just take on non-14E and 12A items, non-guard gate items for right now in public comments, and then just bring up the guard gate items and have everybody participate in public comments. So that way we can make motions, we can listen to the residents. And
I mean, I understand the efficiency argument. I'm fine whichever which way. I would just say it's up to them because some of them maybe don't want to wait around that long.
Then we'll leave it as is. Madam Clerk.
My name's Keith Halprin. I live in Dornock Round, Miami Lakes, also in Loch Lomond. I guess we all have different experiences. I've not had a bad experience with our guard service. I just want to put that on the record. I think most of the people who have been there a while. They know the people who live there. They're very familiar with us. And I know there's some conversation about changing to the guard services being used in other parts of Miami Lakes. In this chamber, all I've heard are complaints about that service. And in the Miami Laker, all I've read are issues about car thefts within the gated community there. So I don't know, if one's going to be better than the other. I think things are always going to slip through the net. Nothing's perfect. But I just wanted to put that out there that there's certainly those of us who aren't looking for a change and like the continuity. Thank you.
Thank you, Keith.
Hi. My name is Marisol Basulto. I'm a local business person in Miami Lakes. I have my own firm, and I also live in Miami Lakes in Loch Lomond. Most of you have met me. This is what I look like, calm, livid. So this is our guard gate contract. This is useless. It is useless. It actually has a statement in there that says that the guards are not empowered to question, refuse entrance, or unnecessarily detain anyone. What are we paying them for? I don't think that the answer is to privatize the streets. I think the answer is to actually have a contract with some teeth that actually does something. This community is small, but it is a team, and we all can work together. But in order to work together, we need the help of the town, and that means that if you have the contract, it is your responsibility to oversee that contract. In the last year, and I disagree with the gentleman who spoke before, we have had issues. I am sorry. If there's a gentleman loitering in my home for 2 hours and no one identifies this gentleman, lucky for me that I have neighbors who immediately called me, and I worked close enough by to make it to my home, where this gentleman not only was in my front porch, sitting on the front porch, he was also going through my gate, going to the backyard, defecating in my backyard, and then sitting in my yard in a chair as if he was reading the New York Times or other perused documents. And I can tell you that the guard during those 2 hours passed by once. Once. The rover passed once. This gentleman was spotted in my home at noon. He left my home because my husband, through the door ring, called him out, and he left. Where he went, I don't know, because he didn't leave the community. He went in the opposite direction towards another neighbor's home. My kids come home from school. I don't want my kids coming home from school and there being a stranger on my front door. That is a problem. I understand that in Loch Lomond there isn't a huge amount of crime. And I get it. We're a fairly safe community. I don't care. I want something done. It is an absolute irresponsibility of this community not to pay attention to somebody loitering in somebody's home for 2 hours. It is absolutely ridiculous. I ask you guys to do something. I've met with people of the town, and I understand that there's certain things you can't do, but the guard gates need to be overhauled. Their posts need to have information that actually depicts what they're allowed and not allowed to do. And by the way, your contract and the post rules have to match. They don't. So I hope you guys can take care of this problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Marisol.
Rene Basulto, 7220 South Prospect Place. She's the calm one. It is not a problem of the number of guards. It is not a problem of the guards. It's a problem of the quality of guards. This gentleman was confronted, or not confronted, he was in the middle of the street, and I guess he was blocking the way of the rover, and the rover had to stop. And the rover actually talked to the gentleman and then proceeded to stop, scan his little tag on the post, and watch the gentleman walk from the middle of the street and sit in my porch, where he sat there for 2 hours. That is unacceptable. That is beyond incompetence. The level of incompetence is just reached a level that we can't continue to stay this way. Something has to be done. Something has to be done, whether you fire the company, you fire the individuals that don't have half a brain, to call the police. I don't expect them to run them down. I don't expect them to chase them. I don't expect them to confront anybody. Call the police. That's what the police is here for. You have to have half a brain to do that. Obviously, they didn't have it or chose not to use that brain that day. It's unacceptable. There are issues in our community. It's been on a downhill level for the past few months. The chat continuously complains. We bring it to the attention, and yet nothing gets done. We get placated. We're telling, yes, we're going to move forward with this, but nothing's really getting done. We ask Mr. Mayor and council members, please do something. It's really unacceptable. The way things are, the level of incompetence is beyond what it needs to be. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Renee.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Humberto Comeyas, 15925 West Prestwick Place. Been a resident of Loch Lomond for a little bit over 21 years. My family was raised there. We have a 31 and a 28-year-old. They love the neighborhood. We've always felt very safe. We've always felt very comfortable. Many countless nights we've actually fell asleep with the doors open, never had any issues. My wife has a tendency of leaving doors open. That said, a couple of weekends ago, we had a break-in about a block and a half away from my house. Evidently, whoever did the crime actually had access to the house, and they sat in the house for a number of hours. There was a car parked in a cul-de-sac, yet the security guard did nothing. That evening, coincidentally, we were out to dinner, and we came back home a little bit late, about 11 o'clock, and the security guard that was on duty that night actually was asleep when we pulled up to the guardhouse. She did not even pay attention whether we had a sticker or not, or ask any questions. She realized when she woke up, just let us in, did not document any tag, did not do anything. My question is, what the hell, I would use a different word, are we paying for based on the service that we're getting? They have a responsibility, as far as I know, that they're supposed to document every car that comes in and record that. We have security cameras that are supposed to capture footage of vehicles and tags coming in and leaving the property. Yet, this particular incident, none of that was available. We don't have any record, there's no footage, there's no any evidence. So one also has to wonder, is there some collusion going on between the night guards and what's going on in our neighborhood? So I encourage you, do something, get off your butts and do something with all due respect.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Angel Gonzalez, 7260 South Prestwick Place. My family and I have been a resident in Loch Lomond for 34 years. There's always been, you know, a little petty theft here and there once in a while, but things over the past year or so, we have noticed they've gotten worse. I believe as the economy is getting worse, things are going to get worse. The security system that we've had has been like a placebo effect. It's basically a joke. It doesn't stop any crime whatsoever. Anybody can come in and out as they please. Sometimes they write the tag number, other times they write 3 letters of a number, and that's it. Many times, if the robber happens to have a stolen tag, even a correct tag number doesn't do us any good. Ms. Basulto said that privatizing the streets will not be an option, and I totally disagree with her. I think the time has come that we as a town begin to clamp down on crime, and the best way to do it, all the gated communities in our town need to have their streets privatized. It's not going to create any impact at all to the town as far as loss of revenue, because the taxes are not going to go down, the taxes are going to remain the same, but it is going to save the town money in detectives' work doing hours and hours of investigations on all the crimes that are going on throughout the town. If we have gated communities, not only Loch Lomond, but on the west side as well, let's privatize them, let's not give any impact whatsoever to the citizens or residents of the area, and that way we could lock the criminals out, at least keep them away and harder for them to get in the middle of the night or whatever time they want to roam in our neighborhoods. They won't be able to get in because the streets will be privatized. If the law that says that we can do it, change the law. It can be done. Nothing is impossible. Many years ago, one of our neighbors had one of the first ones to move on the golf course. He, in the middle of the night, he got woken at gunpoint. This is in the early 70s, okay, before the guardhouse was up. And they robbed him of all his jewelry. The kids were asleep. They never heard anything. What did he do? He installed an alarm system, and he never had any problem again. There's something else that I implore all my neighbors to please install an alarm system. Make sure it's working. Turn it on every night. Whether you're home or not, or when you're away, turn the alarm system, because it's going to be another deterrent to keep the criminals out. But I implore you to consider the fact that we need to privatize the streets. And the other thing that's been happening too, and I talked to Councilman Dieguez about it, the scooters were going to the golf course in the wee hours of the night. Thank God those scooters are gone as of yesterday, I believe. So at least that's one less tool they have to go and roam the back of our neighborhoods in the middle of the night, because we're using the scooters to also to get into people's homes. The other way they're getting through without going through the guard, they're jumping over the fence in the townhouse. So we need to see if we have more police presence on that area to make sure we catch them while they're jumping the fence. Thank you very much.
My name is Jessica Farah. I live at 16200 East Troon Circle. Unfortunately, my parents were the ones that had that incident a couple weeks ago. I've lived in Loch Lomond for 30 years. I'm now raising my kids in Loch Lomond. My kids go to abuela daycare at their house, and we've never had a problem, ever had a problem. So this has been super hard on us. We're scared, we're worried. We believe that perhaps this could have happened from the golf course. It's not lit, we can't see anything. The perimeter road that leads to the golf course is open. It's open access. You can walk straight to these homes. I actually just bought a home now on the golf course. I'm nervous now. I'm nervous. I actually told my mom, should I sell it? I don't know what to do. The guards, we do have video that the guards were not circling the neighborhood within 2 hours. Between 3:05 a.m. and 5 a.m., you don't see one guard driving around that neighborhood, and that's when we believe my parents' home was being broken into. We need to do something because this, it's scary. It's really scary. Thankfully, nobody was home and nobody was hurt, and we're very grateful for that. But we don't know the next time if someone's home, and so we appreciate that, we're addressing this issue here and appreciate your time. Thank you.
evening. Gloria Garcia, 7240 Western Circle. Most of you know me. I've lived in Miami Lakes for a very long time, in Loch Lomond for almost 19 years. Our children have been raised in Loch Lomond just like these other families. We're all very concerned. I'm not here to tell you whether Kent is the right company. I'm not here to tell you whether they violated their contract. Obviously, we are all very competent. We can read the contract. We can tell what is happening, what isn't happening. Obviously, there is a clear problem happening in the community. One that is probably overlooked by the fact that our crime rates is lower than the rest of Miami Lakes, and therefore there's not enough outside police presence. I'm calling for our town council to not just focus on one entity. In other words, we need a combined effort between the town council, we need a combined effort between the Grahams, we need a combined effort between our police force, our competent police force, to provide a deterrent to our community. And I'm looking out for all of you to direct us in the proper way to do that. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Manager, Town Council, Town Administrators, and my fellow neighbors. My name is Lillian Pinellas. I live at 16001 Aberdeen Way in the Loch Lomond neighborhood, and I'm here to stand in support and solidarity with my neighbors. It is scary what's been going on. Normally, we live very safely. We walk our dogs at night. We come in and out, but lately that hasn't been the case. I'm here to ask you to do whatever you can to help us to keep our neighborhood safe. Police patrolling would be, increased police patrolling would be wonderful. And also in our parks, that gets really dark at night. If something can be done to address that, that would be also wonderful. And again, stand in solidarity with our HOA and so many neighbors that have been working on security issues. And I'm here to help in any which way I can. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for allowing us to come and address you as a neighborhood. My name is Leslie Langbine. I live on Prestwick Place as well, and actually I live diagonally from where this break-in occurred. And of course, we tried all to cooperate with one another and to go through our Zoom, our links, and through our doorbells to see if we could find anything to help the police out. But that's not proactive, that's just being reactive. I want to also echo what Lillian just said, and that is the issue that we have with dark parks, dark areas in our neighborhood. I myself have tried to make complaints about streetlights being out. It took me literally 3 months to get in contact with the Public Works Director to finally talk and get an idea, get a street light fixed in a park that is so dark that I am scared, even with my dogs, to walk by there at night. We need to have that. And the other thing that we need, interestingly enough, is some maintenance in our neighborhood. So while I'm here talking about the safety issue, we also have to deal with some welfare issues as well. We live in a neighborhood, I think, that people outside of it think like, oh, we get all the benefits of city or town services, municipal services. We don't. We don't get our fair share. The trees in our neighborhood on our swales haven't been cut for years, okay? And actually, when there's windstorms, we get a lot of breakage, and there's a danger that someone can be injured by them. Can we please get some maintenance on our swale? I just recently had a tree company come to trim the trees on my property, and I asked them, while you're here, can you please trim the swales? And they said, we can't touch them. Those don't belong to you. Those belong to the town. So we're literally at the mercy of the town at this point for maintenance. Okay, so that's part of it. And that also includes bushes and things like that in the public right-of-ways. The other thing that we desperately need, and young gentleman before talked about flooding in the streets, and I thought, yay, there's young people who are thinking about flooding. That's good, because that's their Teslas are going to all have their motors burned out. But we in Miami Lakes, especially in my neighborhood, are inundated with water anytime there's a heavy rain. Part of that problem is that we're not sure whose responsibility it is to clean the sewer grates. You know, I go out there, and I'm going to be frank, I'm 71 years old, but I still got a little bit of strength with me, and I get out there with my shovel, and I have to shovel the leaves off the grate so that my street doesn't flood. Can we get a little help from the town on that one? And so I'm going to wrap it up and just say, please not only consider the safety issues that are being presented to you, but the health and welfare issues as well. Thank you so much.
Good evening, Roman Cordova, 7215 South Presswick. I just want to say, live in Loch Lomond for probably the last 6 years. Safest neighborhood, love the neighborhood, but unfortunately, every time an incident happens, we see the guards, their feet held a little bit more to the fire. I see now the police roaming at night, which is a great thing, but it dies down after a while, and I just think we need to do something to just enforce, you know, have the extra eyes, which is what we're paying for. We're not paying the guards to tackle anybody down or do just the eyes to call the police, and the police will take care of it. So if we can just enforce that, from the last incident when they would never come around at night, now they're having to actually take a picture of the landmarks so they can prove that they're roaming. But like I say, every time an incident happens, then we react, and then it fades away because obviously we're such a safe neighborhood. I mean, I let my kids go out and ride bike. It's that safe that I don't worry about them. But you know, we definitely see that lately, you know, crime is increasing, and we would like you just to be aware of it. Thank you very much.
I think we should move on to the item unless somebody else.
Gentlemen and ladies, my name is Roger Gorin, 16100 Aberdeen Way. I wasn't really prepared to come and say anything, but my background is I'm born and bred in Brooklyn, New York. I became a parole officer in New York in the mid-'70s when the crime rate was pretty high in New York City. Things were getting worse, and the politics changed. People got tired of what was going on and started to elect more conservative people as mayor, as governor, and I started to see things change in New York. From the high crime, from just little by little. The reason I'm giving you this is I was 25 years as a parole officer. I studied forensic psychology in school. And one of the things, the messages I want to give to you guys is you have to stay tough. The world is changing. We see what's happening in the major cities. Migrants are coming in from we don't know where and what their intentions are, but they're going to little by little end up on somebody's front porch taking a crap there or in the back porch. We cannot allow this to happen to our town. I'm living here 6 years, full-time, part-time. I was a snowbird for about 17 years, and I love this town and the people in it, and Loch Lomond is incredible. I sacrificed to buy a home there and live there because it's such a wonderful neighborhood. I implore the council, I implore the police, to please don't look the other way. We have to get tough. We have to get tough at the guard gate. We have to get tough at Main Street. We have to be aware of what's going on and not allow it to continue. It's just super, super important to all of us to keep our town safe. It's an incredible place, Miami Lakes. And we just have to be tough, starting with the guardhouse. And the day guards know everybody, and they're fabulous. The night guards keep changing. They don't have their names posted, so you don't even know who to report, who let you through or didn't. So I just implore the council, get tough, stay tough, and keep us safe. It's up to you guys. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Good evening. My name is Marissa Gonzalez, 7260 South Prestwick Place. Okay. Hi. I'm here to talk about the security as well in Loch Lomond. I've lived in Loch Lomond for 31 years. I'm a little younger than the rest of the people that have talked here. So one of the things that I like to do is go and talk on the phone with my friends 1, 2 in the morning. I live on the golf course. And so sometimes at nighttime at that time, I will see groups of men walking on the golf course and jumping over the townhouses by, I'll tell you right now, by Crown Gate Drive and Bedlington Road. They do it all the time to avoid being seen by the guards. So we have to do something in terms of security around that area. We also have to do something in terms of security at the executive apartments with the Grams. Put a wall or something. I do like to go walking around Miami Lakes, and I cross there to go to my house. And it's really easy to cross there at nighttime. I've seen some questionable characters around Miami Lakes when I walk around that area. So it's another easy access point. Another point is that the Grams want to build an apartment complex, 7 stories from what I've heard. That's going to cause more access on the golf course, more people, more eyes. So we have to work together with the Grams so that way they could build some sort of fence to deter people from getting on the golf course at 2, 3 in the morning. It's really scary, and I see it all the time. Even from my own backyard on the tennis court, I see just men walking all the time, 2, 3 in the morning. There's no reason why they should be there at that time, and they don't live in the neighborhood. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. I've been sitting here. I wasn't planning on speaking, but I'm motivated to do so. My name is Nicholas Babinsky. I'm at 16141 West Troon Circle. And while I was listening to Marissa speak, I'm thinking to myself, now you guys know. You guys have been put on notice of what the problems are. And I hope it doesn't take a tragedy at Loch Lomond for you to finally wake up. Because that's what's going to happen eventually. There's going to be a tragedy before anything finally happens. I echo the sentiment of a previous speaker, another resident of Loch Lomond, that says the guards are completely useless. And why are they useless? Because they have no fear. There's no repercussions of anything bad happening to them. The contract is safe. They can do the bare minimum, if you want to even call it the bare minimum. They're not doing anything. What's the purpose of a guard? The purpose of a guard is 2 things: to observe and report. Are there any statistics being kept as to what these guards are reporting to the police? Any statistics whatsoever? When is the last time the roving guard or anybody at the guard gate ever made a call to the police department and said, hey, there's something fishy going on here. This person is walking around the neighborhood. I don't recognize him from the neighborhood. Can you come check it out? When is the last time that ever happened? I don't know. I don't want to speak out of turn because I don't know, but I'd be really curious to know that. What are the guards doing if they're not observing and reporting? Something has to be done about the guards. They are the first line of defense. They're supposed to be our eyes and ears in Loch Lomond, and they're not. They're not. I've heard, and this is rumor, I don't know if anybody can confirm this, I actually heard that one of the guards told the police officer and asked the police officer not to drive around Loch Lomond because it raises anxiety levels in the neighborhood. I can't believe that. That's outrageous. Are they trying to keep the police out? Like, are they colluding with other people, because they're certainly not doing their jobs. You got to look into this contract. And you also have to, and I don't want to disparage anybody, but whoever's in charge of this contract, they've got to do a better job. They've got to do a better job because they're dropping the ball and they're allowing the guard company to drop the ball as well. And we're eventually going to pay for it, hopefully not in a terrible way. Thank you.
Good evening, gentlemen and ladies, excuse me. David Ackerman. I'm a recent newcomer to Loch Lomond and Miami Lakes, and we love it here. We were told that it would be great to move to Miami Lakes because it's the safest and most secure community in the Miami-Dade County. We're finding that not to be necessarily true. And rather than speak about all the specifics that you've heard from others, I'd like to speak in a broad generality. It's my understanding, and it's even the first sentence of the preamble to the Constitution, the primary responsibility of the government, whether it's federal, state, county, or local, is the safety and security of the people. I see that as strongly your responsibility. I spent 4 years in the military doing my part. Now I'm here, mostly retired, and I'm looking for you folks, the younger generation, to do your part to uphold your responsibility of the safety and security of all the citizens in Miami Lakes. Thank you.
Mayor, I see participants online. I don't know if they're waiting to be part of public comments, but if you are, please just unmute yourself and welcome to the council meeting. Again, participants online, you're welcome to participate in public comments. I don't see anyone.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Public
Participating.
comments is closed. Real quick, council, if there's unanimous consent, I'm going to move up to after this item, the Rosanel Hammer road designation.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passed. So we'll move up the Rosanel Hammer item to after 14E and 14B. Councilman Diegues.
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr.
Mayor. I think 14E requires a waiver of Rule 7.3, so I'd like to make a motion to waive the rule.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes.
Thank you to the mayor and my colleagues for waiving the rule to hear this item. As you heard from the residents that have spoken to us, there is a great deal of anxiety, some of it even turning to anger, or at least frustration, at what they view as the inability of the existing security guard company to perform their functions to the best of their ability on an issue that is foundational to any government, any peaceful community, which is public safety. Now, as part of that, as you heard, there's a diversity of thought as far as the best way to proceed. I thought that at least to get the conversation going, the best way to do it is to get a motion on the floor to enable discussion, to go ahead and discuss the possibility of switching to a different provider for security services. But I also want to, as part of that motion, also want to go ahead and add some additional direction. And as I get into that motion, I want to provide some context. So recently we had a meeting at Councilwoman Verano's request to discuss the ordinances that created the various special taxing districts. I have some of them here now, and we've noticed that some of them are different. So for example, the Loch Lomond ordinance that created the special taxing district for that area limits the guardhouse operation as far as who can operate it to unarmed security guards. And it specifically includes a roaming patrol unit. Other ordinances go a little bit further, and they authorized off-duty officers as well as an option. I'm not saying that we are going to go ahead and approve, switching from a security guard company to off-duty officers or anything tonight, but I think that we need to have a further conversation about possible amendments to the ordinances that created the special taxing districts to allow other options, not only off-duty officers, but perhaps license plate readers, and maybe even, if possible, I don't know what the legality of this is, but allowing some of their money to go toward paying for a dedicated uniform officer, at least for the nighttime. So with that said, I'm going to go ahead and move that we go ahead and have a discussion about replacing Kent at the Loch Lomond NSD, and also to direct the town attorney to explore a mail-in ballot election to the residents of Loch Lomond and the other Guardgate NSDs about expanding the scope of the NSDs to include the use of off-duty officers, license plate readers, and perhaps a uniformed officer at their choice. That is the motion.
Second.
I'm going to throw in some discussion, and Major, if you can come up to the podium, please, because I think one of the most powerful comments that was made was a gentleman who said that we've been put on notice, when actually we were put on notice maybe 3 to 4 years ago. And there was another resident who said, nobody takes down the tags, there's tags missing, there's no footage of the video cameras. About 3 to 4 years ago, that's when you met with the Loch Lomond HOA group, right?
Yes.
So 3 to 4 years ago, Major Gonzalez realized something that was happening in our town. Major Gonzalez said the vast majority of crimes that are happening here are people coming in with stolen cars and stolen tags, right? Am I correct?
Correct.
And when our residents would call and say, look, I have the tag for this car, and the car's gone, our detectives found a really tough time doing two things. Finding that car, because they probably threw it away, switched it, threw away the tag, or they went to the guard gate at Loch Lomond or some of the other guard gates, and all they found was scribble, right?
Correct.
So at that point, Major Gonzalez recommended to every HOA that has a guard gate, you need to install I recommend you install license plate readers. The only HOA that took that on back then was Royal Oaks.
Correct.
Has that initiative been successful in Royal Oaks?
Yes.
And we've caught several vehicles going in there with stolen tags, and we've diverted crime in Royal Oaks.
Correct. We prevented crimes, and we've also solved crimes with the license plate readers.
So I'm bringing that up because we knew about this. This is not something today. Our commander told us very clearly that the people going into Loch Lomond, people going into Royal Oaks, people going in Section 1 were going in with stolen tags. Yet, I think the manager sent an item, and I don't see anybody here. There were some folks who are here, to their credit, they were against it back then, but the HOA had decided not to do it, correct?
Correct.
And I pushed for it, and I was the bad guy, and we were the bad guys. But the HOA at the time said, no, our residents don't want the added security. And now today, and that's when I go back to that comment of us being put on notice. We were put on notice 4 years ago, knowing that people were going into your community, committing crimes with stolen vehicles and stolen tags and leaving, and our police department was recommending to do this, and the only ones that took them on was Royal Oaks. So I hope that we leave tonight making an agreement with you all to move forward with the added security of your guard gate, because we know we're going to change companies. If we change companies, whoever we put there and we pay them $15, $16, $17, $18, $20 an hour, they're going to miss one tag, they're going to miswrite one tag without a license plate reader that takes a picture of every tag and is connected to every police car in town. There's really no use of writing down the tags, because a human being will miss one. They need to use the restroom. We already talked about it with Jeremy. They have restroom times, so in that time, the cars have to go in and out. But I wanted to keep reiterating this. Additionally, last year and the year before, and I wish there were more, all of you were here when this discussion was had, we pushed, and some of the folks that are even here today were against it, we pushed to add 2 new officers to our police department to augment our midnight shifts and our afternoon shifts to help you all. And that didn't happen. But I wanted to make sure you all knew where we were, because it's not only today, we knew about this 3 years ago, that these issues were happening in your community, they were happening in Royal Oaks, and they were happening in Section 1. Yet, the only HOA that moved forward was Royal Oaks, and it's worked. So I am asking you, I'm imploring you, again, I did it 3 years ago, I'm gonna keep doing it. Every time I get a call from a resident, I'm like, we have to partner with our police department. Our police department has the tools to partner with you all. We have to, and it does not, how expensive is it?
Actually, they had a program for, like, it's a joint partnership where the communities and the HOAs pay for it, and so they don't get an upfront cost like buying the whole equipment. So it's like a yearly cost instead of an upfront cost, so that makes it affordable. And I know Section 1 is coming on board. Like,
What was the cost of that?
Jeremy, you have costs for that? Because Jeremy deals with the purchasing.
Because there was, and I'm not going to call out this yet, but there's folks who spoke who's paid more in property taxes, probably the highest property tax paying folks in town that pay more than probably what this costs to even install.
So Jeremy Bagdown, Director of Parks and Recreation. The upfront for year one install is $8,500 with a $6,500 a year annual subscription, and that includes all maintenance, warranty, and so forth.
I am asking you all today to please help us, and I see people, some shaking their heads, some saying yes, to install an LPR at your guard gate. Partner with our police department to do that. Our police major has asked for it. Is this something you recommend for the guard gate at Loch Lomond?
Absolutely.
So that's all I'm saying is that we knew this 3 years ago. We knew this 3 years ago, and it's still happening today. You hear from our police major himself, this has to happen. Royal Oaks did it, and it's worked. We could change guard gates. We're going to probably change guard gates tonight. But those are human beings that are still writing down tags and not preventing crime. If somebody goes in there with a stolen tag, they write down the tag, commit a crime, they leave. Our detectives, how many times do they get to solve those crimes?
Well, the biggest challenge with that is being able to decipher the handwriting. It's hard to read the handwriting, so we can't even read the tags. And again, you could catch a tag as a 5 and write it down as an S, or a 1 as an I, especially when the cars are going by fast. The tag readers is going to be capturing and taking pictures and reporting.
Got it. All right, so my part is done speaking. Now everybody knows $8,500 year one, $6,000 on a yearly basis. Royal Oaks did it, and it's recommended by our police department. So just wanted, and I'm okay if other people want to make comments. Thank you.
Oh, no.
Thank
It
you,
wasn't
Major.
that. It was just that it was getting harder to hear with the murmuring. But again, I would like to, as Councilman Collazo loves to talk about options, right? And that's why part of the motion was to have an election to go ahead and expand the potential scope of the neighborhood service district to go ahead and include other things, and keeping one of those as DLPR. But also at the end of the day, we again, bring it back to the initial part of the motion, which is, like you said, we might change the new contractor. Again, we just know that the guards are just not doing their job. There's been plenty of complaints about them taking incomplete tags, them being asleep on the job. In one case, I believe they lied to the resident about the actions they took. There's just a lot of deficiencies here with the performance. We do have, for the benefit of the residents, we do have an LPR net that we are installing around town. I believe on the east side we're almost done closing it. But of course having one at your gate will allow our officers to know that they're specifically in your community, and therefore focus the point of where they're at. Excuse me, one second. Okay, so the contract does allow to terminate for convenience upon 30 days notice. Okay. It is my understanding that there's a representative or two from Kent Security. I don't know if they want to at least, just so we can say that we gave them a fair shot. If they want to go ahead and address the residents, and their view. I don't know if they're here. They're outside?
An opportunity, I'd like to make some comments as well.
Yeah. Well, I guess while we wait to see if they're going to come in and make some comments, I'm more than happy to yield to my colleague.
Wait, we have some folks. I know we have Councilman Fernandez, Councilman Collazo. We'll go to Councilman Ruano, and I think Councilman Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. I think, and I'm always a big proponent of trying to look at things holistically, and I've heard all of the feedback tonight. I think maybe changing the guard gate, the guard company might be a very quick thing that we can do, but we do, much to Gloria Garcia's point, maybe need to set up some form of task force to really look at this a little bit more in depth. There are other things that we can look at. The lighting in the parks is also an issue. Refining the post orders, the LPRs, I think is huge. I think that's probably the biggest single thing that we can do now. Obviously expanding, and seeing if there's an appetite to have a different kind of roving guard, maybe a police officer. I think all those things should be on the table. The one option that I did kind of want to caution about, because I have asked about it in the past, is what happens when you look at privatizing roads, right? And so privatizing roads, yes, may give you a little bit more control over who goes into the communities, but it also comes with the added responsibility of owning and maintaining all of the infrastructure that's inside the community. That means the roads, the swales, the sidewalks, the streets, the whole thing, right? That comes at a very, very high cost. I mean, I can tell you, just with projects that we have, with stormwater projects that we have either already funded or in the hopper, it's $3 million worth of just stormwater projects that are happening in Loch Lomond over the next couple of years. So I would kind of caution against that. I think there are ways to improve it. From the town's perspective, it's a net gain. If Loch Lomond wants to privatize it, it's less stuff for the town to take care of. But I don't recommend you guys go down that path. So thank you guys for your input. You're definitely heard absolutely loud and clear, and I think we have some work to do to get a complete plan that addresses all these different deficiencies. It sounds like there might be some appetite to take some steps today, but I'll be happy to yield to my colleagues and see what everybody else thinks.
Councilman Collazo, Councilman Serrano, then Councilman Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. Before my remarks, I have a couple questions, you're heard loud and clear. Many of you are my friends, and my neighbor at this time. The number one thing that you can have when you come home is peace of mind, and you're clearly anxious about everything that's happened in your community. I've been a victim of a similar burglary to Ms. Farah, who spoke. I heard your voice break because that is what you hold most sacred, right? Those heirlooms, those things that are most near and dear to you, and you'll never feel the same again. My wife had her shoe collection stolen, things that you think are not important, but they're intimate pieces of your life that are no longer with you anymore. And those are things that can be replaced. Luckily, nobody was injured, but I understand that the community is shaken. I think the mayor brings up a great point with the LPR, and he speaks so well and eloquently on that. But that is something that comes with a very minute price tag, but comes with a lot of conflict, a lot of angst in the community, and I heard the arguments in the past, well, does the system actually work? Is it something that we can use, right? So I wanted to get clarity on that, because there was a big meeting that we had, something that Councilman Morano pushed for, and I wanted to ask the attorney, because I'm not clear on during that meeting, and I know, Lorenzo, you worked a lot on that meeting, the ordinances that we work under, because it is a tax, it is something that you're going to pay for. It's not something that the town's going to pay for. The LPR system is something that you're going to say, yes, I want this in my community, I'm willing to pay the $8,500, and the system of recording all the plates. Is that specifically to the Loch Lomond community, specifically to that ordinance? Can an LPR system be implemented without a vote of the community?
The way that you...
Don't give me the lawyer answer.
No, I have to give you the legal answer, because when you take a look at all these ordinances, it's kind of interesting. Today, both Deputy town manager Lopez and I were looking at the Loch Lomond, and we were comparing it to the Royal Oaks. One thing that's interesting about the Loch Lomond is that doesn't provide for the maintenance of the guard gate at all, where Royal Oaks and Section 1 does. And what happens is that when you review all of these, there are different nuances, and it's very unclear. The LPRs is kind of germane to a sentinel guard gate, and it does discuss having a roving guard gate and having guards there. If it is at the end of the day, you are the governing body of that NSD and that guard gate. If you feel that it's sufficient for us to have a license plate reader there, and that's the will of the council, you can do that. If you feel that you should adopt that as an ordinance and an addition to that, that would probably be the best practice. Adopt the ordinance as is and make the changes that you feel are necessary. At the end of the day, those ordinances and how you change them is really up to you as a body. So if you're asking me what is the best practice, the best practice would be to be clear and just say that, yes, you're allowed to have a guard gate and you're allowed to have attachments to those guard gates such as LPRs or whatever other apparatus you'd like to add. Does that answer your question, Councilman?
I appreciate it because, yes, it does. And it's coming from your recommendation. And I appreciate you putting it back on us, but we really lean on our lawyers because we've seen how other lawyers can interpret or misinterpret our intent, and then we end up in a lawsuit, right? And that's not what we're trying to do. We're not trying to encumber this community with legal fees or put the town in any additional lawsuits, because God knows, right? Those expenses will ultimately be passed on to others. So I appreciate your guidance saying that what we should first do is make sure that the ordinance is abundantly clear, that it's had an opportunity to be heard, and that we're very clear that it's legal to put these LPR readers in that community by a vote of the community. So I appreciate your guidance, and I appreciate you.
I want to be clear, though, on one task.
Sure.
It doesn't, it's an ordinance. An ordinance requires a public hearing. So yes, you have to hear from the public, but it doesn't require it to be necessarily voted on by the folks of that community.
I understand. It's just,
it needs to be voted by you.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be a vote of the electors.
Correct.
Correct.
But some people have argued the opposite, right? To change the service in a special taxing district, it should go before the special taxing district, and the people of the special taxing district should have the opportunity to vote on that item. So, and that was something that's been discussed at length between the special taxing district, because what the mayor said, I don't think anybody disagrees with. I think wholeheartedly we all want security, we all want, it's just how do you deploy that? And how do you deploy that in a legal manner without necessarily encumbering the community with additional legal cost?
Correct, and I'm not giving an opinion on
No,
the
no,
policy.
I understand.
The
I
policy
understand.
is sound. I just want to make sure that on the legal front, it's clear.
Now, I've heard the benefits from Lieutenant Gonzalez, and I appreciate him advocating on behalf of the LPR system, and we have seen every time that you guys give us an update. Now, can the LPR system, let's say a guard misses a plate, can the LPR system be used by the guard company to check or do a follow-up on the guard's performance? So a plate was missed by the guard. Can the LPR system be reviewed to see this guy screwed up, missed a number? Can they review to see that plate?
Would it be like under, because normally when we run a data request through the system, it asks for a reference. So it's very controlled, right? I'd have to have like a reason to run a tag. I just can't run anybody's tag to see what they're doing or where they're at. So it has to be crime related. So for an administrative review, I don't think we have the authority to just check tags to check on somebody unless it's a crime related to it. So perfect example, we had say a robbery or something go out and the bulletin, now we're running or we had a perfect example, let's say Loch Lomond, when we had the burglary, the car shows up on the Ring camera, all right? And we have a picture of a black Toyota, Camry. So now we could start going through the license plate reader looking for a black Toyota Camry if it, let's say, they didn't have a stolen tag. It was more of an investigative. Maybe it was a neighbor from inside or a friend that came to visit, they broke into a house, or a gardener. And we could go now with a reference of the burglary to the residence and the case number to start searching license plate reader data for historical. And if I could explain to the community exactly how they work. So unless nobody's here, not everybody understands what the license plate readers and what function they have and I could
Sure,
give
I
a
mean,
little. I could give a little update on that.
The reason that I asked you is because sometimes people say, well, there's a license plate reader. Can't you just go back and see what number came in and out? And what you're explaining is it's good information to have. There's no, absent of there being an incident, something that you have the reason to go back in there.
Correct.
You're not going to be able to check the guards' work, which is good. My next question was really reference Kent or SFM and those other security companies to see, and this is more geared toward Jeremy, so I'll hold off on my next question so you can give the explanation of how the LPR reader works, and
Sure.
you can go ahead.
Sure, and I'll use an example for Royal Oaks, East and West. We have guards that take pictures and take tags down, and we use a license plate reader. So the license plate, we don't even bother with the guards because the license plate reader is the most reliable source of information that we have when we're trying to solve a crime or we're looking for information on crime-related tags. So, the guards there, when they have to go to the bathroom, they'll leave the gate up and they'll leave for their break or a restroom break, and the license plate reader doesn't sleep and it doesn't take a break. It's continuously catching every car that's coming in and leaving. So every time we don't, so the way the license plate reader works, and if you don't mind, I can talk to the community, because I think everybody here knows how it works. Sorry. So the license plate reader is, I know there's a big misconception, and a lot of people worry, and they don't know what it is, and they're worried it's like a big brother is watching, and that's not really the case. We really use it for an alert. All our officers in their computer have a program, like an app, that when the way that the license plate reader is working, it's capturing every tag and it's sending to the criminal justice database comparison, right? It's looking for a vehicle that's wanted, whether it's a child molester, a rapist, a fugitive warrant, a stolen tag, stolen car, missing person, anything that's in the criminal database, it's running every tag it's catching against the criminal database. If it matches, it sends an alert to all our officers in the town saying, hey, a car just went to Loch Lomond that's stolen, or he's a fugitive that's wanted, or it's a pedophile. And then our officers will respond and intercept the vehicle before they could commit a crime. In the event where, like I used the example before, that it was, when maybe a friendly that's in there that just took advantage and stole some gardening equipment or a bicycle from the front yard, and it was like, let's say I would just use an example of some gardening guys that were in there and they're not stolen. Well, you have a video, we compare the video to our historicals, and then we're able to identify the car, which we have done in Royal Oaks. I'll give you a perfect example of one. We had suspects walking on the sidewalks that were burglarizing cars, and they had a white Camaro that was following them in the middle of the street with the lights off. That car was a town resident, and it wasn't stolen. But we were able to identify the car because we know what time he came in and what time he left, and comparing the car to the video, or the ring video. So we were able to identify the car, pull a felony message on the car, and apprehend the suspect like that. So that's one of the cases that we closed out. Another case that we used, we had the bank robbery at the Chase Bank. We were able to identify the vehicle that used, and the FBI closed out like 9 bank robberies between Dade County, Broward, and West Palm Beach. Another tool. It's not a tool that, what it does is it captures your tag and a picture of your car. There's no personal information attached to it. So like your information doesn't come up. It's just, what we see is a message that says stolen, wanted, a picture of the car, and a close-up of the tag. Almost like if you ever gotten those toll plaza violations, like that, it's a picture of your car and a picture of your, that's all it is, it's attached to it. They're also not public record requests. They're protected from public record requests, so you can't check on your neighbor to see where they've been with license plate readers. Yes, a lot of people worry about that stuff, and they've passed a law to prevent that. So you can't, so it's very protected. We don't use it for anything to investigate, only to investigate related crimes. Like I explained, we have to enter a case number or a reason why we are doing a check on the database for the license plate readers. Yes, sir. Yeah, it will always take a tag, whether the guard's there or not. Well, you could, to do that, you just have a sensor that, like the same way you come in, when you're leaving, and it opens it, you just put one on the ground to come in. You can't stop people from coming in anyway, so you could free up the guard and just have the license plate reader taking pictures.
Commander, I think one of the things that needs to be really clear to the residents
and this is not necessarily good news. Those are public streets. All the guards are allowed to do by law is stop them to take down their plates. I think the job that they've done with these incidents and everything else is abominable. It's awful. And I think we all see where this is headed. But please keep in mind that because those streets aren't private, they can't stop them. He can't stop them. Nobody can stop them if they're not doing anything wrong. If they're doing something wrong, the only thing the guard can do is call the police department. Yeah.
Right. I wouldn't be the one to answer, because I don't know what the bylaws are written about the special taxing districts with, do they have to have a guard? You know, I don't know the language on what's required at the guardhouse or not, but that's a great point to make.
I know we're going to get into a back and forth, but I know that kind of breaks kind of the format of the meeting, and I'm definitely going to let the mayor be the chair of the meeting to go ahead and allow for that. But I do have some additional questions, and that was a great suggestion, which kind of segue to one of the other questions that I had, and I don't know if it's for Jeremy, but I wanted to ask you, you mentioned LPR. You mentioned LPR, and I think Councilman Fernandez says, you know, this is really a multifaceted issue. We heard about entry points that are not going to be covered by the LPR, right? The LPR is not the panacea. It's not the, get an LPR, all your problems are fixed. No. If we look at that in a very myopic way, it's, I think, irresponsible. So I think one of the things that we need to do is also address some of the other things that are mentioned. Are there access points because there are abandoned buildings, right? The fact that the hotel is not being used, is that something that's actually creating a point of entry and egress that will never be picked up by an LPR? Do we need to look at alternative technologies which married or work in tandem with the LPR might be a better solution for this particular community? Because I think, again, going back, if we look at this issue with one solution, you guys are going to be back, like the mayor said, in a few weeks, maybe a few months, or in a few years, as irritated as possible. I forgot what she said, but this is my, I think, calm hysteria. I forgot the point.
Calm livid. Calm livid.
Calm livid. I love it. I love it. I loved it. But you're going to be back in calm livid mode, and we don't want that, right? So I don't want to be myopic as a council. I want to make sure that we follow Councilman Fernandez's direction, that, you know, if there's an issue of abandoned property, if there are people traversing the young lady that walks, you know, the LPR ain't going to help you there, right? And that's not what we want. So whether it's combining technology, like you suggested, where maybe we replace, you know, something that can be automized with then diverting the function of the guards into the neighborhoods to address those trouble spots. And I thought what Councilman Dieguez said was brilliant. You know, it's also a self-tax, right? But if you want private police officers there, you can have that. That is something that's your choice. My last question, we talked a lot about, as a community, the town, not the neighborhoods, deploying an LPR net, right? And I think that's kind of some of the things that you know, don't make this our responsibility when this is something that you're selling. What are the gaps in our LPR net? Where can people get in without being detected?
Respectfully, I would rather not put that on public record.
Right, but there's gaps.
Oh, yes.
Right?
That we're closing.
There's gaps that we're closing, right?
Yes,
and I think that's another thing that we need to make sure that people understand, right? That we have enough, if we're going to sell the LPR, let's close our gaps as well, right?
Yeah.
Because it's part of the solution, but I think that's the first line of defense, making sure that we have this network installed around our community and making sure that we're addressing all the gaps in a holistic way. So I appreciate.
Yeah, I spoke with Jeremy earlier, and I think October 1st we start doing 2 intersections on the east side to finish closing the east side, and then starting to replace some of the trailers that are out there with fixed ones, replacing them with the newer technology that's
Awesome. I'm completely supportive of Councilman Dieguez's item, but I also want to make sure that we're addressing it, you know, with a wide angle. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, may I?
Councilwoman Ruano, then Councilman Garcia.
Thank you very much. First and foremost, thank you, Councilmember Dieguez, for bringing this item forward. We have all received phone calls regarding the issues that we're having, and these issues that we're having are town-wide. So I want to let the residents that are with us this evening know that they are not, they're not specific to Loch Lomond. We have an increasing amount of vagrants in our community. Petty crimes have increased tremendously, and unfortunately, what comes after petty crimes is home invasions. That's just the way that it works, and it's a sad reality. And I'm very, very apologetic for any gaps that we've left in the system. To me, the conversation is a little different. I have nothing against LPRs, and I think that they're fantastic. They're not the cure to all of these problems. I think that Loch Lomond has specific issues with regards to the golf course. There's a lot of areas where individuals can reach the backyards of private residences that are quite frankly not going to be captured by an LPR. I know that in Royal Oaks, we kind of did our pilot program, right, of having a private community with LPRs. And although we have captured some individuals, the petty crime in Royal Oaks has not ended. The car break-ins and things being stolen, that has not ended because we've installed LPRs. So for me, this is an issue of holding our vendors accountable and making sure that our vendors meet the contracts that are in place, meet all of the requirements of the contracts that are in place. We cannot continue to allow things to go unnoticed, things to go unsupervised, and for there to be no consequences for vendors that do not perform. The security system is a very simple one. The guards have a very simple job to do. And for whatever reason, if Kent Security cannot deliver that to the taxpayers in Loch Lomond, who are the individuals that are paying for these services, then Kent Security has to be replaced. To me, it's very, very simple. And that is why sometimes some of our vendors do not shape up, because they are not removed from their jobs when they do not fulfill their contracts. So that conversation for me is very simple. I think that it's time to move in a different direction. With regards to the comments about the ordinance and the LPRs, there's a very tight rope that we have to walk and between privacy and safety. And a lot of people are not in favor of LPRs. A lot of people do not like the idea of their tags being recorded, of them being, kept in a system somewhere. And even though the major has explained that this is not something that any one of us can access or that anyone can just, log into a system and see who's coming and going, there are still a lot of people that have a lot, hesitations that are valid with regards to these large databases of tags that are just kept somewhere. And I understand that hesitation. So for me, the LPRs, although they're a great feature, and if the residents of Loch Lomond want to introduce that as part of their security plan, I'm all in favor of it. But I do not believe that the ordinances for the special taxing districts as they stand allow us to do that. As a matter of fact, I believe that it shouldn't have been done in Royal Oaks. I believe that it violates the language of the ordinance that creates these special taxing districts, and that without a vote of the taxpayer, no capital improvement should be installed that is outside the scope of these ordinances. So I don't want us to continue to go down this path without properly requesting feedback from homeowners, taxpayers, not just voters in the area, but actual taxpayers, property owners that are the ones that originally wanted to tax themselves for these services and should be the only ones that decide whether or not these security districts should be enhanced. So I think that the approach that is being put forward tonight is a good one. LPRs can be considered an amendment to the ordinance to allow for strengthening or hardening of the security system, but also keeping our vendors, holding them accountable for fulfilling their contracts. So I will be in support of the item being proposed. I thank everyone for coming out this evening, and I guarantee you that we will move forward in a direction that will safeguard your community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Ronald. Councilman Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say to the residents of Loch Lomond, the buck does stop with us, and the fact that you're not feeling safe in your homes is something that we take very seriously, and we need to address immediately. And that's addressing immediately short term, asking the Kent representatives what they're going to do as regard to the night shift and having, if you have somebody it's a small community, someone that doesn't belong there is not from the community, or just someone that looks suspicious, why aren't they just calling the police? We're not asking them to, as other councilmen said, we're not asking them to arrest them, we're asking them to be vigilant. And that's a service that the residents are paying for, and obviously Kent is not following through. in their mandate to keep the community safe. And if that requires us getting a new security company, let's do that right away. We want you to feel safe when you go home. That's super important. To the Farah family and other families that have been, have gone through these break-ins, I know you've invested in that community for decades, and I think all of us coming together will make that happen to make you feel safe again. I know that the mayor has done a wonderful job working with the Grahams when it comes to Main Street. We set up a meeting, and we did he did an evaluation of Main Street. I think maybe we should, if the mayor agrees, do an evaluation of the golf course, the surrounding areas with the construction, the vulnerable areas. Residents should be able to, it's their backyard. The golf course is their backyard. Now, not only do they have to deal with golfers in the daytime, but now they have to deal with people walking around at night who are unsafe. I think we should do an evaluation of that entire area as well, and see what we can do along with the Grahams to heighten security, roving patrols in the golf course, their private security, the lighting as well in our parks. Just an overall overview of Loch Lomond to make sure that we're doing everything in that end, in short term. As far as the LPRs, I'm a big proponent of safety. I think we need to deal with the issues around the entrance to the town. And I think that's something that if the residents of Loch Lomond feel that they want that, I think it should be put to a vote. And I know we're going to go over all the ordinances and try to lock that down to make certain conditions where residents have more of a voice in the safety of their communities. So again, we're sorry the buck stops with us, and I think we could, all my colleagues and the town and also the mayor, commit to try to make your families safe, and do everything we can to do that. So thank you for bringing this to our attention.
Mr. Mayor, I had one more question, if I may.
That's fine.
Does Loch Lomond have security cameras at their guard gate? Because I was under the impression that they did.
Yep. I heard, and there was a resident who spoke about that there was some crime and there was no footage available from the video cameras. So I know somebody earlier in public comments mentioned that as well.
They're HOA cameras. They're not part of the.
Oh, they're HOA, so they're not.
Yeah, they're not part of the neighborhood service district.
They're owned by the HOA.
They're owned by the HOA, but in the event that there is a criminal activity and we would like to access the footage, I'm sure that the HOA would be willing to share that with law enforcement. Has that ever occurred? Has our police department ever utilized the footage from the?
The question is, has for either the mayor or for Jeremy, the question is, has the police department ever utilized footage from those cameras to solve crimes? So come on.
Thank you, council member.
I'm sorry, Jessica, can you come up, because the councilwoman and the council member that are online, they can't hear you from there.
So just really quick on the HOA cameras at the gate.
It's the button at the bottom. At the base of the yeah. There you go.
Sorry. Okay. So the HOA does have cameras at the gate that catches the car coming in and going out. I've seen these cameras personally. My sister and I have gone through footage of cameras. They're not clear. You can't see anything. The police can do nothing with it because at night the brake lights can't see a tag. So if the guard didn't get the tag, the camera's not getting the tag, it's kind of useless. So the answer is yes, but it hasn't been helpful. Yeah.
Okay, so perhaps the HOA can look into changing the location of the camera and maybe making it more of a license plate visual, just to, since the cameras already exist in the meantime, perhaps that can be
or better quality. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I
No,
appreciate that.
You're welcome.
I have a follow-up question for the deputy town attorney. So I definitely heard your comments, and I heard Councilman Collazo's comments, and I think there's some gray area, and I wanna try to squash it or clear it up, or maybe confuse everybody even more. Under the current ordinance for the neighborhood service districts, right? we are the governing body of those neighborhood service districts.
Yes.
Is there at present a requirement that we obtain that to make substantial changes, we have a vote?
As the governing board and body for those service districts, okay, you are kind of guided by that ordinance as to what the section is supposed to do. So if it says it's for Sentinel Guard Gate, it's for Sentinel Guard Gate. If it says it's for roving guard, it's for a roving guard. You can, as the governing board, increase the level of services, make it better, but where you should avoid, what you should avoid doing is going outside the boundaries of what that ordinance says without making a change to that ordinance, okay? There are a couple of examples of how this is done, if you'd like me to explain, kind of.
I'm gonna refine my question.
Sure.
In the hopes of maybe extracting a yes or no answer. Okay.
That might be difficult. No.
As it is written now, are we able to make a decision to install LPR cameras at that entrance without a vote?
Without a public vote.
Without a public vote, yes.
Without a public vote.
Yes,
And-
yes, yes.
And I think you know where I stand. I think we disagree on that question, but.
And that's why I'm probing at it, because I think there's general disagreement.
I
Yes.
think that the proper way.
Hold on, Lorenzo. How about this? We'll get back to you in 10 days. I'll give you a full-blown
Well, not 10
memo on that.
minutes.
I know that there's both sides on this issue. I'll take a deep dive into it.
Listen, and I had this discussion with Lorenzo earlier today. My view on that is just like with the Constitution, right? You have inherent and you have implied powers. The fact that the ordinance is silent on the issue of the maintenance is because, in my opinion, that there's inherent authority to go ahead and maintain the guard gate, right? Just because it's silent does not mean no. I think that would be a way of trying to take a sort of originalist approach and try and make it sound ridiculous. So, of course, to me, it requires, of maintenance of the guard gates. Now, as far as the scope of security provided by that gate, again, when you look at the various different ordinances that created them, there are clear differences, right? And so, I think, and again, it's not our money, it's a separate tax that they paid directly for this. I think it is better, not only public policy, but also, to me at least, from my understanding of the way that these things are drafted, we should go back out, well, not just should, but we need to go back out to get the residents, at least half of them, to agree to expand the scope of what's provided there. So that's why, and besides, just also to get out of that gray area and to make sure we're operating with certainty, that's why I included in my motion that second half to go ahead and have a mail-in ballot of the residents of that NSD and the other guard gate NSDs to, and separately ask them, do you want to expand the scope in the case, for example, of Loch Lomond, to include the possibility of off-duty officers, the possibility of LPRs, the possibility of, other security mechanisms. So again, you guys can come back to us when we go to, talk about that election, and we can figure out what the ballot language would
Right,
be.
because, look,
but
we've got to be careful. And I think most people know where my politics are and how I prefer that the residents decide versus the board. My personal politics are that they should all decide, but that's not why I'm here, and that's not my job. Just like you can't delegate voting on zoning issues to the residents, you have to be careful if you delegate voting on something that is your job, and that's all I'm saying. My personal preference has nothing to do with, I have to tell you that you have to be careful, because there are some things that you can't delegate away to vote on, and I just want to make sure that's not one of them. That's the only.
I do have a line of inquiry then based on that. Lorenzo was nice enough, and again, you weren't able to be at the briefing, so we kind of beat this up already ahead of time.
Okay.
And he did me a favor, and he pointed out that Coral Gables has kind of adopted certain rules when it comes to these sorts of issues, petitions, and and also, the scope of their special taxing districts. And one of them, so he created like a comparison between the county and Coral Gables. I don't view it as a delegation so much as us setting up a procedure, though, for how this gets done. So that I think that this is a better procedure, and I still maintain, though, that this is what we would be required to do, because I don't think it's really a delegation or not an unpermitted delegation of our authority. But with that said, I do, again, we can beat this up further. I think all of us in the council are going to be more than happy to work with you and try to provide the best value for the residents.
And if our opinion comes back that you can't do it, you can still do a straw ballot.
Yeah, which I think, at least based on the issue of again, we're going to come back on this, right? The direction was to go ahead and switch the security guard company, right? And then secondly, to come back with or start the process of preparing for an election of the owners of the NSDs to expand the scope of services that they are permitted to pay for. Because at least for me, I am taking a more conservative view on what the ordinances permit at this time. And again, they voted back in the 80s for a very specific level of service. So to change that, I think rather than us just do it on our own, I think we should get very strong resident input. And the best way to do it is through a mail-in ballot, very similar to how some of the NSDs get created even today. So that's my view. But with that, again, I bring it back to the question tonight and refocusing the conversation. I'd like to go ahead and call the question on switching out the provider for the guard gates.
Councilman, may I make just one point? And going to what Mr. Gastesi just said, if you read both, what I provided you both from the county and Coral Gables, they both provide for the public to help guide their decision. But at the end, what makes the change is an ordinance changed by the council, by the governing body. Because at the end, that's what it is. It's an ordinance. And ordinances are guided by Florida law. What does it require? It requires you to have 2 readings, to have a public hearing, and then make that change.
And so, I'll work with you. We can refine it
I just
as
wanted
we
to
go along.
clarify that point.
But yeah, no, understood.
And I'm okay with this, but which company are you going to change it to? What level of service do the residents want? Do they want to pay their guards more because they want more people that they believe if they pay a little bit more, they're going to get folks that are going to pay a little bit more attention? So I think that's my only challenge is I'm fine with it, but I don't want to give residents an expectation that we're going to leave here. Because you heard it. I mean, there was one gentleman who was very upset who said he wanted to see action tonight. What I don't want to do is for them to leave with an expectation that things are going to change. We still don't know who the other company is. Still don't know how much we're going to pay them. We still don't know the level of service that they want. That's the only issue I have. I'm good with this vote, but I don't want them to leave here today thinking everything's good. A week from now, 2 weeks from now, 3, and the next council meeting is the first Tuesday in October, and the same gentleman who was very upset, right, rightfully so, comes back. He goes, hey, I told you guys to get off your behinds and do something about it. And we're voting today to do something that nobody knows what we're doing, right? So, which I'm okay with switching, but nobody knows which company, nobody knows how much, nobody knows what's happening.
Mayor,
that still has not been clear at all. Like nobody
Chair,
here.
can we
So
request
Mayor,
that
now,
information
hold
from
on.
staff?
I was gonna ask that was gonna be my second question before we diverted, right? So, assuming that we go down the path of terminating this contract for cause, is there a 30-day period that we have to give? Does it get terminated immediately? What is
the contract provision says we can terminate it at our convenience, 30 days notice without cause.
So at a bare minimum, Kent will be there for the next 30 days.
Yes.
Okay, so that gives us 30 days.
Is there any component of the contract
Well, you need
for
to
termination with
hold on.
cause?
You need to be careful because you got to get another company too.
What was that? I'm sorry.
You need to be careful because you got to get another company or get somebody to also take this over.
Right. There's no. When that was procured, there was no backup. There was no secondary. I know we do that for
There
other.
was not.
No.
Not with that.
No, I mean you got to be careful too. Look, you can always tell them to leave tomorrow, and pay them, but that's not necessarily what you want to do.
Right.
Are they here?
I think they are here.
Mr. Mayor,
Good evening and welcome. Thank you for being here tonight. Like you heard it from them, I guess they want to hear in terms of what have you guys done so far to try and remedy the initial issues that we're having?
Well, I think what we need to do is. Can you hear it now? Okay. First off, I want to say we need to improve our performance, and I can only give you my word that we will do that. We need to make some personnel. We need to make some personnel changes, which we'll do.
I'm sorry, sir, and I understand that there's a lot of strong feelings on this, but it makes it very hard to hear him when everybody's speaking. I'm sorry. Continue.
Okay. We need to make some personnel changes, and we need to improve our communication back and forth with the city as to what we're doing. But the main thing we need to improve is our patrol techniques. They need to be out there patrolling constantly. There should be no gaps. They should be reporting anything that they think is suspicious. In fact, when people come in at night after midnight, they should actually be calling the roving guard, and the roving guard should come up and see who that person is, even if it is a resident. But if it's not a resident, I want them to follow them until they leave.
What quality control does the company implement to keep track of its guards? You heard that there were some guards that are asleep on the job, and again, taking partial tags. What sort of quality controls does Kent have to ensure that the guards are acting according to what the protocols that they're supposed to follow?
Can you do the same with the command center? Yes. Okay.
We do have a proxy system that help us out control the guard. We have some changes in the past, and after the incident on last Monday, we actually started recruiting to replace the entire overnight, because safety also for us is the #1 priority. And we proposed something last December to actually to take pictures of the tag instead of actually writing them down. And we were actually going to create a log after that. Every week we're going to put them in a folder. And then if something happened like this, we'll be able to see the tag clearly. But it was rejected because they were proposing to have a system where you actually log it automatically. We do have that too. We proposed that, but they never get back to us on that one, on that meeting after that. That we can actually take the picture. What we're proposing is that we remove the security guard at the gatehouse. We have a system where the picture been taken automatically every time a car passes by, and he actually log it itself. And then we can do more patrol. Probably we do 1 foot patrol and actually 1 vehicle patrol, because if we have the golf course, that's actually an access point, the vehicle itself is not enough. It will never be enough. We actually need someone that actually can walk around to see better and do more. And that's the only thing we proposed before, and that's what we were proposing now. But if we still limited, the best thing we can do is replace the entire staff.
Well, I guess let me ask by a show of hands and of those that are in the audience today, because again, ultimately this is your money, right? So, and your community. So by a show of hands, who would be in favor of switching to a new company? I'm sorry, gentlemen, can you mute?
You want to ask the OPR question too after that?
Yep, well, please. We're going to include that already as part of the ballot.
No, but I'm saying, but if you're asking them that, ask
but
them
the first part of the part that we need to ascertain is, do they want to switch companies? And I think an overwhelming majority raised their hands. And my understanding is that SFM is waiting in the wings to go ahead and assume the contract as necessary. And even though, as Mr. Halpern pointed out before, there are some complaints there, I do know that they have since implemented, a long time ago actually, some better measures that have reduced the number of complaints that we have received overall. So I mean, just again, it's their money ultimately. I'm sorry, but they want to proceed with switching to a new provider. So I would amend my motion to include that we would go ahead and transfer over the NSD for Loch Lomond over to SFM.
I'm fine with that, but I just wanted to see a show of hands because I don't want to spin my wheels about the OPR issue.
I want procedural clarification from the attorneys, because there was a motion to terminate the contract and transfer the contract to SFM, but there was mention about procurement before, so I want to make sure we're in the right posture.
Well, look, we can't go through the entire procurement process because there's exigency. There's provisions in our code and everything else that says, when we have shortened time periods and everything else. I was just speaking to Jeremy. He's the one who knows more about this, but my understanding is SFM can provide the services. But that's in the manager's, strike zone and in Jeremy's strike zone. They're the ones going to have to answer that.
And I mean, to Mr. Garcesi's point, there's several things in our procurement code that we could look at, but this would be something I'm not sure if we should do this tonight. I mean, if necessary, we could bring this back up at the budget hearing, if it's necessary for a resolution.
Yeah, the NSD budgets are up tonight, but I believe that if if the council elects to make a change, and there's some marginal difference between Kent and some other company, whether that's SFM or some other company, depending on the plan of action after giving them 30 days notice. I assume that is something that could be covered with the 10% reserve. I think that we can continue to pass the NSD budgets tonight with the current assessment rate, and if there is, it's like any marginal change or change that happens throughout the year. For anything, we plan to do a renovation, and the renovation turns out to be greater than what we thought. That's what the 10% reserve is for.
Yeah, it's in case there is any excess funds that need to be expensed over budgeted line items. So that can be done. We can also potentially look to see if we do go this route and pursue jumping on with the existing contract of SFM, if we negotiate a price set for this remainder of this term, which would end July 31st, which is what this contract ends, we can look at that. But you can definitely go into the contingency reserves to expend those excess funds. And if I'm not mistaken, Melissa's not here, but the original budgeted amount, which we passed the deadline to not exceed, was a higher rate. We went back with the last reading. So technically, you can actually work, if I'm not mistaken, I would like Melissa to confirm that for me. We might be able to work the assessment rate slightly back up to cover those funds.
Right, so if the council decides to give notice tonight, 30 days notice, internally, I think that we would need a day or two to come to a conclusion before we recommend to you which way would be the alternative for us to go as an alternative to Kent.
When is the next time that this board meets?
Thursday for the public budget hearing.
2 days from now?
Yes. Yeah.
All right.
But isn't there, I don't know if this is to the attorney or to Jeremy or both, but isn't there also a procedure to go ahead and, at least on a temporary basis, short circuit the public procurement process?
Yes.
Until you're able to go back out to bid?
Yeah.
So, again, I have had preliminary conversations, full disclosure, with SFM, that they are prepared to step in if need be, right? Until we can put this out to bid. I obviously want to have a process that's orderly, that follows state statute, and that's transparent, and allows all parties to equally have a shot at the apple. But in terms of the immediate, what the residents are clearly looking for tonight is a change as soon as possible. So it sounds to me as if SFM will be able to step in pretty quickly within the 30-day period. Is there anything in your estimation that can stop that from happening?
The only thing is SFM is not here tonight, so we have to obviously discuss this with them, and the manager needs the ability just to...
Right, that's why I don't necessarily think that we should negotiate as who the alternative would be here on the dais at this point in time. I think whether it's SFM or some other alternative, whether we can modify SFM's contract to include this guard gate, do we go out to a new RFP? There's a lot of...
Madam Clerk, do we have quorum for Thursday? In-person quorum?
I understand we do.
Okay, because I just don't want to keep this dragging on.
Look.
Well, we have to. It's the first budget.
Well, I mean, apparently, if I wasn't going to show up tonight, we weren't going to have quorum. So, that's a problem. So, so that's my point.
How about this? I really, I know how I'd vote if I were up here. Let's just put it that way. But I'm, as a lawyer, I'm always leery of terminating a contract, jumping off a cliff, and then now the other guy on the other side knows I've jumped off the cliff. And now we, I think the negotiations might be a little different. I might suggest that you hold this vote on Thursday so that we know what's on the other side when we do it. It's up to you, but
And
that's just
what's
a
the
suggestion.
impact to the manager on the NSD budgets then? Does that item need to get deferred?
I believe that this item should not have an impact on the NSD budget because the main thing is setting the assessment. The thing that is time-specific is setting the assessment. And that is what has to be. We have a time deadline. Melissa's not there, but we have just a couple days to be able to report the assessment to the property appraiser's office for them to send out the billings and so forth. Right. So it's just.
But real quick, we're making it clear. Obviously, we're not going to go with this contract. We have both these gentlemen standing in front of us this entire time, just listening to us go back and forth. Do you want to ask them if they can leave at this moment already? Is that?
No, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I do have one last question because the gentleman from Kent brought up something. He said that they had proffered or offered a system that was very much like to what the gentleman requested or suggested, which is an automated system, right? You said that you could put an automated system and then allow your guards to rove. My understanding from our town attorneys are that we can't do that because the ordinance is specific and says you must have one sentinel guard and then one roving guard. So that's why the town didn't take you up on your offer to say, hey, put in this system which automates our guards and then we can deploy our guards into the community, which is why I think a lot of this discussion, when we go to change something or tweak something, it's not that easy fix. We have to fix the ordinance. And while it seemed like you proffered a good suggestion, it's one that I would have jumped all over, it's something that we have to be cautious of on the ordinance. So I appreciate you guys offering that. You saw that was an opportunity for you guys to enhance a service, but it was not something that could be done that easily. So I appreciate you guys offering that. Thank you.
Well, thank you, and we'll be available in the future. So if you have a change of mind,
Thank you.
thank you.
So I guess then, based on staff's recommendation, the motion, I guess I'll slightly change it then to just simply be to go ahead and start looking for a replacement provider for Kent, that they are to report back to us Thursday then on that alternative, and also start taking preparations to go ahead and have a mail-in ballot with respect to expanding the scope of the Loch Lomond NSD to include off-duty officers, uniformed officers that they can pay for directly, a license plate reader as part of that process. That would be the motion with
I'll second.
Incorporating the feedback from staff and others.
Question on the feedback. Are we going to ask the Loch Lomond NSD committee about the level of service that we want? Because that's something still we haven't talked about.
We can.
Bueno, bonito, barato doesn't exist, right?
You're absolutely right. But again, I think what really, it's not the level of service, because my understanding is that there's level 1, there's level 2, level 3, whatever, right? From my preliminary discussions with staff, we can go ahead and have the same level, right? Just with the provider who's going to actually do a better job of enforcing that. So, and that's why, to the manager's point that he had mentioned, that's why the impact on the NSD budget was going to be minimal, because it's not going to be a substantial change to the budget.
Through the chair
Sounds good.
to the manager.
Yes, sir.
Taking into account what the attorney said and understanding that your staff is recommending that this change is negligible. If the change is not negligible and we run into an issue that we haven't budgeted enough money, wouldn't it be easier to defer 12A for 2 days? Would it still allow Melissa enough time to get the information to the property manager's office so we don't run a deficit?
We have to report the only thing we have to report is the assessment rates. We have to report that to the property appraiser by Friday. So we can wait till Thursday. Logistically, does that cause a problem for you? Right, they don't need the budget. So we have 10%. 10% of the entire Loch Lomond budget is their contingency reserve. So if some other company, whoever's the alternative to Kent, is a little bit higher, or 2% higher, or 3%, we have some margin, fluff for lack of a better term, that we can, that
Got
we
it.
have capacity there. Let me be a little more formal. We have capacity there to absorb, but we have also the capacity to negotiate with some alternative and say, this is what we got. Can you do it for the? We have the
Okay.
ability to do that, you know, for an interim basis until we can rebid all of the security contracts.
I just wanted to make sure that we were good on 12A.
I believe so. I believe that you can move forward with the setting of the assessments with the other item.
I have a question for Councilman Dieguez. I'm 100% in support of the first part of the motion. I would kind of want to hear the explanation we're going to get from the town attorney in 10 days as to what the requirements are for going out to a vote or not, or what triggers a vote or what doesn't. So I'm wholeheartedly in favor of the first part. Would you be amenable to just voting on that and trimming off the other part of it?
Well, I think again, like you heard the reaction also from the crowd. They want to be able to vote on the specific changes to their ordinance. And what's more, it's again, when we schedule an election, I don't know if you have been on the council when we've done referendums in the past, but typically that ballot language comes back to us, and we get to vote on it. We set the election date. There's going to be plenty of time for us to go ahead and set that process in motion and to get the explanation from them. So it's inherent in that is what I'm trying to say. It doesn't take away from what you're
Right.
trying-
I don't want to find out. I don't want to vote for this tonight and find out in 10 days that we don't have to go through that process. That process does cost money. That process does take time. And some of the things that the residents have asked for, if they can be done quicker than that, I'd rather go down that path. If it's allowable, we don't know. The town attorney needs 10 days.
Yeah, I think I disagree though with that. I think, as I mentioned before, as a policy item, first of all, I disagree already with Deputy Town Attorney's interpretation where he takes a more loose view of that. And as a policy matter, I think that would be the incorrect way to go because, again, why wouldn't we want their input? We know that they're open to that they want to explore it, but I think, again, it's a better process to get, and again, to take us out of that gray area that you alluded to earlier, that we know for sure that at least 50% of those that are paying this additional tax are in agreement with that change. Because, again, we have a lot of homeowners here, but I don't know that we have 50% of the households represented here. And that's where I have a difference on that. Now, if you're saying that you can't vote for it unless it omits that, then that's a different issue. But again, I think it's good policy to go ahead and have them, vote on this. It's very much in line with what Coral Gables does and what the county does. So, but with their petition process.
So I'm going to be voting in favor, but I just want to say this. We're changing companies. They're going to hire from the same pool of people at the same rate. Is this car, are they using a golf cart or they're in the car?
This current company's in a car.
All right. So, but there's a couple things that don't get addressed for your motion. The one resident who said when there was an issue in her house, there was no footage in the cameras at the guard gate. And then Jessica's question that she said, that there's no, that when she went to the guard gate, all they saw was glare, right?
They're not our cameras.
No, I get it.
It's
But what I'm
HOAs,
saying is,
so
we have an opportunity to fix this immediately. We can go out to, who knows how long that vote's going to take, who knows what happens. But those are issues that in government, we have the opportunity to fix that immediately, whatever it may be. There's money in that NSD right now in their reserves to fix that issue. So I'd rather them leave here today, either they have new cameras, either they have LPRs, but the issue brought up by the resident that said there's no footage when they went in there, and Jessica when she said there was glare, why can't we fix that tonight? And that's something that we have in our ability today to do. I know we want to push it off, let people vote, they're asking us, they're begging us to take care of this.
I disagree with the classification or the characterization that it's pushing it off. It's not about pushing it off.
We're changing the company. We're going above and beyond our current ordinance. We're doing things that we never do. We're getting rid of a company right now. We're changing them tomorrow. But when it comes to something as mundane as a camera, Go to Best Buy tomorrow, buy a camera, install a better camera.
The
They're
problem
begging us
there-
to do this. Why do we have to act just like government just because we're afraid to make a decision? Let's change it right now.
No, we're not
Let's
afraid to
do
make a
vote
decision.
To change
We're
their
not
camera
afraid to
system
make a
and improve their
decision,
camera
and I do
system.
want to point something out
Today.
as well. That
Who
problem
knows?
could be resolved if they were
She's-
actually taking pictures of the tags.
They're asking
which
for that
they were
tonight.
not.
They just said those two issues, and we're not doing it. Let's add it in there. Let's fix that camera system tonight. That's all I'm saying is I'm good with this vote, but these are things that we can fix today, not tomorrow, not a week from, not a month from now. They're asking for us to. God forbid something were to happen in the next couple of weeks. Oh no, we gotta wait till our attorneys look at it, mandar un mail-in ballot, para ver lo que pasa.
Let me ask
no,
you,
but
what
I'm
is the
saying
camera
let's
with
change it.
respect to just taking the tags? Which again, we already heard that that issue of the
They
glare
have to
would be
use the
resolved
restroom.
If they were go
They have
ahead
to use.
and take
Jeremy
a
has
photo.
already been clear. These are human beings. These are not robots. They have to use the restroom. They are not going to get down 100% of the tags. That is the truth. Jeremy has said it. He goes, it's in their contract. They cannot get 100% of the tags that go in and out. If you don't want OPRs, I'm fine. But let's at least improve the camera system
I
that
never
they
said
have.
that. That's putting words in my mouth. You know,
No,
but
but
at
what
the
I'm
same
saying-
time,
but what
there's
I'm
a
saying
right
is
way
if we
and a
don't-
wrong way to go about
No, but
things.
this is the right way. This is a small budget item. We don't even have to put an OPR.
It's a
Put
slippery
any-
slope
fix
in
the
terms of
camera.
mission creep.
It is not it's already in there. It's improving an asset that already exists. We're not adding something new. What I'm saying is we can leave here tonight with both. A new security company, have them fix those cameras. They're telling us those cameras aren't working. Let's fix that tonight. Well, that's just my opinion. But
Mayor,
I see all the residents here, like you're saying, oh, they all want the same. Would everybody want new cameras that we can get for a couple, you see people raising their hands,
No. Mayor,
Mayor, if I
Mayor. Mayor,
may I?
I'm fine with a vote, but again, let's call the question that Councilman Dieguez called. Just
And
on the,
we can have a separate
no, we
item
can
to
have,
discuss.
you're right. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
So Councilmember Dieguez, just to clarify, you made an original motion way back, then an amendment, which I understand you were drawing, and
No,
just
the
to-
motion is
Right,
simply that staff in 2 days at
Mhm.
the Thursday meeting will go ahead and present an alternative security guard to assume the contract there for the NSD for Loch Lomond, right? And then that simultaneously we'll go ahead and start the process of figuring out, to get an election going, a mail-in ballot election, where the residents can opine on expanding the scope of services to include off-duty police officers that they could hire, LPRs, as well as any other enhancement that I guess we can think of. Maybe that's also allowing them through the NSD budget to pay for a dedicated uniformed officer at night, to take those steps. Again, not saying no to the LPRs, but just, again, about getting the process started on an election. That's the motion.
so I need a second for that motion.
Councilman Collazo provided it.
Oh, okay, perfect. Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo.
yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes, is my mic working?
Yes.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
I've asked to speak several times.
Yes.
I would appreciate if the mayor can
The-
recognize me when I ask to speak. Thank you.
The motion passes.
We're on to 13B, Councilwoman Ruano.
13B is the adoption of the budgets for the NSDs. There are some amendments that I wanted to make. There are some items that I wanted to remove. I believe that we all received an email with some comments from a resident. There
Council-
were items that were included in this budget. that I still-
Councilwoman Morano, just a point of order. There are people leaving the dais right now, and I can't hear you. So, and I know that earlier you wanted to be recognized, and I want to make sure that people have the opportunity to hear you as well.
I appreciate that, council member. Thank
Sure.
you very much.
And with respect to the item that was called, I think 13B, at least on my agenda, shows as state legislative priorities. We're on 13A? Okay.
12A.
12A,
I believe
12A.
it's,
12A was combined with 14E.
Correct. I was going to say that. I believe we're on 12A.
Correct, 12A. Is staff going to be presenting this
Yes.
proposed budget to us?
Yes. Melissa's walking up. Councilwoman Morano and Council, I have a hard stop at 10:45 that I have to leave. I have to leave at 10:45. No, I'm
So what
saying we have
happens
a
at
bunch of items, so I don't know if you guys
With
wanna
the
take
mayor's
some-
absence, we lose quorum.
Yeah, I don't know if Councilwoman Morano, I know you're down the street from me, if you can come over here. No? All
I
right.
cannot. I'm so sorry. I am there for every single meeting. I rarely miss a meeting, and this one I just cannot attend.
Oh, no, if any items get pending by 10:45, we'll move them to Thursday.
I'm fine with that. Any remaining items on the agenda that are not heard tonight, I'm fine with passing them over to Thursday's night's meeting. Do you need a motion to that effect? No. Okay.
Hold on, Councilwoman. We're trying to figure out what the notice requirements would be if we were to move some of these items for Thursday.
Mr. Mayor, has anyone reached out to the vice mayor?
The quasi judicial have to be heard today. The ordinance is the 12A that needs to be heard today.
Madam Clerk, has anyone reached out to the vice mayor?
Yes, Victoria, you reached out to the vice mayor, right? Yes, he's unable to attend via Zoom. I believe he had a meeting, right?
He's
Right.
unable to attend in person?
He can't. That is what Victoria received from him earlier today.
We have to, the attorney.
Alex Ruiz. Alex, we're gonna bring up real quick, I'm gonna skip an item for Rosa Nelhammer. I know Alex Ruiz needs to leave. If there's unanimous consent, if everybody's okay, Councilwoman Ron, I'm just gonna move, staff is getting ready for their presentation, but I'm gonna move up the Rosa Nelhammer item real quick, because all her friends need to leave. That should take 2 minutes, I hope.
No worries, absolutely.
Okay. You have Alex and the entire team here. And Fred's here as well. So Rosa Nelhammer is not only a staple in our community, but somebody who served during World War II. As you all know the story of Rosie the Riveter and Rosa the Riveter. Her history here in our community is amazing. She's one of the individuals that sold the first homes in Miami Lakes, has a history that is just beyond incredible. And she's a jewel in our community. And she's turning 104 years old in a couple weeks.
104 on October 2nd.
On October 2nd, and she's clear as day. I mean, when she talks to you, we interviewed her on the podcast, and the stories that she told. It's interesting because as human beings, we talk about what's the toughest time in our lives, and a lot of us say COVID. A lot of us say, back in the 80s, the Jimmy Carter administration with the interest rates. She was like the Great Depression. That was the most difficult time in my life, and she talked to us about how that moment in time. But then just seeing that through and who she is today, how she's sitting outside every day. She has an orchid named after her.
Yes.
And the Orchid Registry in England. So
Yeah, the Rosa Hammer Classy Lady.
Rosa Hammer Classy Lady Orchid. So I wanted to, with Alex, had come up with the idea who Alex loves Rosa. Rosa works there with him, does an amazing job. He said, you know what, it's her 104th birthday. We have to do something special. Something as naming, redesignating 82nd Avenue, right in front of her house. We know So it's interesting because it was first designated for the Boy Scouts, but they're leaving. They left.
Oh,
So,
they left already. Okay.
yeah, so that
Good
name,
timing.
yeah, we could remove that name and rename it officially 82nd Avenue from 154th Street to Oak Lane as Rosanelle Hammer Way. And I know that was important for you all. And I know you wanted to say a few words for Rosanelle, but she's more than deserving of
Rosa's
something like this.
amazing. You know, she goes. I mean, if I could, I'm sorry. Is this off? Well, the Rosa Hammer started her real estate career at age 48, which is kind of amazing, right? She got her real estate license because the manager at the restaurant where she works says if you can sell slices of apple pie, you can sell real estate. So she got a license. She joined the Kai's company actually back in 1967. Was with us for a few years. Became a top producer in the time when men were the most, you know, probably 99% of realtors were men. She came into the profession and excelled extremely well. She left to the Graham companies and spent 20 years and sold all of Miami Lakes, townhouses, houses. Probably sold hundreds of houses. Has floor plans of every property in Miami Lakes. She's like a walking encyclopedia. She's an amazing individual. She's honest. She's professional. She's the most wonderful person I've ever met. Really amazing. So it would be great if you guys approve it. And I don't know of a better person to put a name in front of that veteran park where you guys. Well, she already received a tree planted in her name there as well. So thank you very much, and I know Fred has been a friend for many years, and he would like to say a few words as well.
I am probably Fred Senra, 14840 Breckness Place. I think I'm one of the oldest friends that the Rosanelle has, aside from Alex. I'm all in favor of this, naming the 82nd Avenue in her name. But I'll tell you a little story. And the thing is that she remembered this story that I'm going to tell you. A couple of Sundays ago that we were in the Mr. and Mrs. Miami Lakes, pageant, and she won second place, in the pageant, and she remembered. I said, you and I go a long time, 42 years, 43 years, and she says, yes, I remember that I wanted to sell you a home that you were looking at on Lake Cynthia, which I still live there. And you ended up buying the parking lot, which exactly that's what I did. But it's amazing that at her age, 43 years later, she still remember that, So, I mean, it was unbelievable. I think she's very deserving of this recognition, and I'm glad that you guys are in favor of it. So thank you so much.
And if I may say something, Rosa Hammer at 104 years old remembers everything in detail. And every time I speak to her, she has a new story that I never heard before. So when they dedicated that tree for her at Veterans Park, she told a story to one of the guy's a commander or something, that her family has fought in every war in the United States going back to the Revolutionary War. That's amazing. That's amazing. So thank you very much, and I appreciate, if you guys vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you very much.
So just repeating the motion, designating 82nd Ave between 154 and Oak Lane as Rosanelle Hammer Way.
Second.
Second.
Discussion.
I have one item of discussion, Mayor, and it's really just a point of personal privilege, and we've always done this in the past with street namings to honor an individual like this. I think many of us want to be co-sponsors on the item, and you've always graciously allowed, I guess, the entire council to be co-sponsors, so I think that'll be appropriate that we all co-sponsor the item. So thank you so much, Mayor.
Of course, it's co-sponsored by everyone. And any other comments? Anyone else? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. And Rosanelle's birthday is on what day? Mr. Manager, do you think we'll be able to do the unveiling October 2nd?
Omar? Okay, Mr. Manager.
We are having a party for her on Main Street on October 2nd at 12 p.m. So if you
Okay.
wanted to do a presentation, that would be a perfect time to do it.
12 p.m.? Okay.
Perfect.
All right, thank you.
We're good. Rosa Nelhammer Way, it's official. Yes. All right. It'll come back to us. Staff, are you ready for the item that was moved up by Councilwoman Ruano?
Yep, there were no changes to the item from first reading, so I think it's an ordinance, so it needs to be read into the record, and then any amendments that the council wants to proffer. Lorenzo, you need to read into the record.
Thank you. Mr. Manager, this is an ordinance in second reading, an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, approving, adopting, and ratifying special assessment district rates for special taxing districts, including but not limited to security guard and multipurpose maintenance, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
I'll move it.
I think the councilwoman wanted to bring this up to make some amendments.
Yes, please forgive me.
There was a
working.
motion. Is there a second to start discussion by Councilman Diegues?
I'll second it.
Councilwoman Ruano.
Thank you so much, Mr. Manager. One of the changes that I wanted to make, first and foremost, was to remove the speed hump on Miami Lakes Section 1. I don't know if you just want to vote on that independently.
Is there a motion? I'll second it.
Yes, I will move to remove the speed hump from the budget for Miami Lakes Section 1.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please call it.
I do want to have one item of discussion, and it's addressed to the town attorney, and it's specifically to the ordinance. Does the ordinance state that we're allowed to add traffic calming devices to that special taxing district?
It does not.
It does not.
We're talking about Section 1, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
So just to give you my reasoning why I'm voting to remove the speed humps, the ordinance does not allow for the use of traffic calming devices to be added to the district. That would have to come by way of either vote or we review the ordinance as you had suggested and we vote on it. So my vote right now is for there not to be a traffic calming device added to the special taxing district.
Thank you, Councilman Krausen. Just for clarification, so there's a specific line that is it silent on the issue, or is it a specific line that says it does not allow for speed humps or protection of the guard gate arms, or however we want to call it?
We discussed it. We discussed this at length.
It's silent on the issue?
Sunshine?
Got it. Hold on, I'm just wondering. Okay. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Collazo?
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez?
No.
Councilmember Diegues?
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia?
No.
Councilmember Ruano?
Yes.
Mayor Sid?
No.
The motion fails.
The second thing that I wanted to bring up was LPRs. I know that the LPRs in Royal Oaks are already installed. I don't see anything on the budget for Miami Lakes Section 1 with regards to LPRs. Can staff point it out to me if I'm missing it? Is it in this budget or is it not?
It is in this budget.
It is. Okay, can you do me the favor of pointing it out to me because I'm looking at the budget and I don't see it? We all know that I'm visually challenged, so perhaps it's on here and I just can't see it.
Yes, it's the last operational cost in the budget.
Annual LPR license, I see it.
Correct.
Yes, right below the
And
speed hump.
for 6,500, and it's under the impression if we complete the installation year 1 this year, 6,500 will be next year's allocation.
So I would also like to remove that. I believe that this is outside the scope of services that are permitted by the ordinance. So I will move to remove the annual LPR license from Miami Lakes Section 1.
I'll second it.
I just want to say I'm voting no. I'm siding with our police department on this issue. I'm going to stand shoulder to shoulder with the recommendation of our town commander on this issue, so I'll be voting no.
Thank you. And I'll put my thoughts on the record as I stated. It's not about not siding with Major Gonzalez or our police department, but again, there are ordinances, there are laws, there are procedures in place and everything else. And again, there's a right way to do things and a wrong way to do things. I think that all we are saying, or at least what I'm saying, is that on a tax that people are paying on top of what they pay to the town, just as they voted to incorporate, just as they voted to create the NSD for specific purposes, I think they should have, the majority should be able to provide their feedback on these things. I agree with them on principle. I've never been against them in the past. It's why I voted the way I did, but that was before we did this deep dive into the ordinances. So it's not, I just want to be clear, a vote against or for this has nothing to do with the mayor's recommendation, and rather I think the way to implement it more appropriately would be for us to go ahead and actually get petitions or something that evidences that the majority of those residents want this. But that's just my 2 cents.
Mayor and council members, I have a person in the audience who would like to speak on this matter.
I'll move to
public
reopen
comments.
public comments.
I'll second the motion to reopen public comments.
But please, whoever it is, please be mindful of the fact that
We're going to open it
we
up
have a hard
for
stop.
we're going to open it up for everybody. So everybody that wants to speak on this item or any other items, public comments is open on anything you want to speak about.
Good evening. My name is Harry Bollinger. My address is covered under Chapter 119. I've spoken before this group before on the issue of license plate readers. I'm a firm believer in license plate reader system that's associated with the police. It is not a good place to put it, though, into Loch Lomond, Royal Oaks, or Section 1. That isn't the place for a license plate reader system. They're set up and established to be put in at the entrance to the town, so you can cover the major highways coming into the town, and you'll get most of the traffic that ever comes in. But by the time you get into a small place like the Section 1 district, which has 823 property owners that voted to incorporate as a special taxing district, you're looking at the same cars mostly day in and day out. I'm a firm believer, again, in the license plate reader system, but it's not my word, or it's not my vote that should bring it into the special taxing district, nor is it the place of this council to do that. This is an issue to be given to the 823 property owners that voted to tax themselves for whatever services they get from the taxing district and the guard service district. The guards that we hire are not there to enforce laws or to capture criminals. So if we have a police-affiliated license plate reader system, we can't expect them to take any action. In fact, they would not be permitted to take any action. Their duties and responsibilities and abilities are covered by law, which does not enable them to take police action. They could have, the guard company could have license plate readers. They could have video cameras, which a number of them already do, and that would be usable to the town, possibly. The one that being put in by the police has no use to the town. I would encourage Mayor Sid and Major Gonzalez to appear before the 823 property owners when this comes up for a vote with them. Thank you.
Thank you, Harry.
No, if there's anybody else, just start lining up. Come on up. Come on. Oh, you guys want to reopen, right?
15221 Menteith Place. Good evening, Mayor and council members. an observation from tonight. There are two communities, and I think we have two different priorities. And that is why the demands of the SDD, the neighborhood service districts should be decided by the communities. And they should be able to make their own decisions, not a council that's going to make the decision one size fits all. I wanted to thank this council for the many meetings and the many discussions at the town level, at the HOA level, and the other informal levels that these council members attended, where we just really did a deep dive into Section 1 ordinances and the history of Section 1. But if this year's annual trek to this budget meeting is going to end the same way, I really think it was a waste of time. Should the residents of Section 1 be happy that there are 8, not 8, or 4 speed humps, but now there's only 1? Then we wasted our time, because that's not the point. The point is the decision about what goes into Section 1 must be made by the residents of Section 1. I know that some think that the council gave us something when they cut the baby in half. But, if it leaves the residents still powerless, then, it really, we are the ones that requested these services, we pay for these services, and we're powerless. We're totally in the hands of this council as to what services we have and what we pay for. I think that the decision that about the services and the taxes we pay are not for this council or an advisory board or anyone else. It has to be only with the 841 residents, and the LPR cameras, the speed bumps, the quarterly change of the flowers. These are things that the residents never had an opportunity to ask for or to vote for, aren't in the ordinance, and really shouldn't be in the Section 1 or shouldn't be in their budget. I thank you for listening.
Thank you. Real quick, Council, we have 2 people in our audience that have very important jobs tomorrow. One is a state representative. The other one is the commander over Brickell in different areas of the city of Miami. And they both have to leave. Would it be okay with everybody if they just say their few words that they were going to say and get them out of here? Because I know the major from the city of Miami has to leave. I don't know about the state rep, but if everybody's okay with that, because I know I got to get both of them out of here.
How many residents do we have left for public comments on this item?
You have 1, 2, 3, 4 more. Just on this item. I'm sure we're going to have more on if there's other amendments, right? This is just the LPR item.
Can we just finish public comments on this item before we move on to the next?
We'll finish on the LPR issue. Then I'm going to bring them 2 up.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Esperanza Reynolds, 8465 Menteith Terrace. The most important job that any one of you has, and the only thing that you're sworn to do, is to uphold the Constitution of the United States and the Charter of the Town of Miami Lakes. When you are first come in, that is what you raise your hand to do. And again, the right to vote is a protected right. We, 823 property owners, want the right to vote on anything that we are going to then have to pay for. Thank you very much for listening. And by the way, there must be something in the water of Lake Lomond, because they were all here tonight.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tina Galinar, 8240 Menteith Terrace. Thank you for listening to us. Basically, I am one of the very first owners of Lake Glen Ellen, and I voted for the guard gate, but I didn't know that all these things were going to be added to what I voted before to get this guard gate going. So I am really, surprised that my taxes keep increasing. I'm retired, I'm a widow. I cannot afford all of these extra taxes. What I'm asking you for is, please, let us at least vote if we want it or not. I am opposed completely to the LPR cameras. I don't think they are needed in our little community. I want you to put the cameras outside my community where you can catch the people that are going to harm us before they get into Miami Lakes, not in my little community. Put the LPR cameras where you can catch the bad guys before they get into our town. I don't think you need to put it in my neighborhood. So I'm completely opposed to it, and I didn't vote for it. And if you are going to try to put it in the budget, let us vote for it. Do not ram these LPR cameras, all these speed bumps, all of these flower changes, all of these things that you're adding to that are really increasing my taxes. I cannot afford it. I want to stay in Miami Lakes. I love this neighborhood. I have my neighbors. My family loves to come here. And I just want you to please help us. Stay here. Do not increase our taxes. Remove from this budget all of these things, LPR cameras, all of these speed bumps, all of these flower changes, all of these extra things that I didn't vote for. I am a citizen of the United States, and I want to vote. That is my privilege. Please let us have our privilege to vote of what we want. I didn't vote for all of these things. So please listen to us, the citizens of the Miami Lakes, and please consider taking away of this budget all of these extra things. Stick to the ordinance. That's what you have to do. That's what you're here for. Stick to the ordinance that we, as citizens, we got asked for. We voted for this guard gate. We didn't vote for all these extra things. We just want a guard person and take our license. That's it. That's all we want. So please, listen to us, and please do not increase our taxes. I really appreciate Mayor Manny Cid, please. I know that you are all for LPR cameras, but we are not. We are not for LPR cameras. So please listen to us, okay? Do not ram this into our communities if we don't want it. Let us vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Alex Ariano, Lake Glenellen. You really want these LPRs, don't you, Mayor? Lorenzo Cobiella told us what Coral Gables is doing with their special taxing district. In order to get anything special done, they have to have a supermajority of the people that own the homes. Okay? He did the research late, but he did the research finally. I found out that other than Marilyn Ruano, none of you read the ordinance. Okay? All you were interested in was pushing those cameras. And you're trying to run for the mayor of the county? I don't think so.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Claudia Luces, 8220 Menteith Terrace. On this very issue, for the simple reason, and I have to thank Hope Reynolds for this. She has been persistent. Took her 6 years to get anyone to listen. And it is troubling that no one read the ordinance. The fact that it was also, we talk about the interpretation of it, doesn't seem like the interpretation also follows what can be done. At the end of the day, and I think we can all agree at this point, there's serious concern about government overreach, whether it's local, county, or federal. And I think that is exactly what the issue is here. You want cameras? Fine. Put them in the thoroughfares. But what does that mean? It means that maybe the taxpayers of Miami Lakes are going to have to pay that. There may be an increase in taxes, or there's going to have to be budget cuts somewhere. But the reality is, regardless of where you stand, it's where those 800 residents stand. That's what makes the difference. And by voting on this assessment today, you're taking that right away from us. You're twisting words at this point to make things fit your narrative so that you can justify the installation of these cameras. You know what? The reality is, if the residents want the cameras, they're going to vote for them. It's that simple, whether you're for them or not. That's the way that our country works. But allow the people the opportunity to vote on this. Don't take it away. Unfortunately, it is seen that way. Government overreach. I unfortunately arrived at this meeting a little bit late, but wow, you know, Loch Lomond was here for a long time. What were they concerned about? Safety, okay? That's what they were concerned about. There's other measures that we can use to protect the residents of the town of Miami Lakes. But again, if you want the LPRs, then include it in your budget and put them on the thoroughfares where they're really going to be effective. But speed bumps, one speed bump, are you kidding me? What is this? Is this so that nobody wins and nobody loses? One speed bump. What's the point? There's stop signs there. That's not the issue. But we ignore the will of the people who live there. And that's what's going on here. So I really hope that pass whatever you have to pass today without the speed bump, without the LPRs. Clearly not enough research has been done. And once again, you're going to make a rash decision when it doesn't have to be made, and then you're not going to be able to undo the damage. Think about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Further public comments? Public comments is closed. Real quick, I know sometimes we're really great at history, but it seems like it's only when it's convenient. Let me walk people through how even this conversation started on LPRs. This first started like 7 years ago. The federal government was providing cities homeland security with grants. Discussion was had on the council. I was completely against it. I was like, look, I'm not going to allow for a federal agency to have to give cities this type of funding for LPRs. Didn't go anywhere. Several years later, my police major at the time comes to me and says, Mayor, I just want you to know, and he told the council, all the crimes, the majority of the crimes in our community are happening with stolen cars and stolen vehicles. Our detectives are having a terrible time trying to close out these cases because it's impossible. At the guard gates, they're humans. They don't write things well. The cameras don't always work well. So the police major said, we have a plan. Create an LPR net at the entrances of the city, and then if HOAs want to partner with us, that's even better, because if they come in on 82nd Avenue and there's an officer on the other side of town and he doesn't get there in time, nobody knows where that car is at. But if he turned into your guard gate where you live, now the officer knows where he's at. Hence why my opinion has changed on these issues. And this isn't a backdoor on this issue, and I want to walk folks through this. There was a process when these committees got set up after the charter change for the county. There was a process that this council voted for. Everybody was in favor that said, hey, let's work with the HOAs on these decisions. Your HOA at the area had too many HOAs, so what was the decision that was being made? Put every president of every HOA on the guard gate district. So this issue came up. The council could have voted on it, but you know what we did? And you guys were there. I'm sure you remember that. We went in front of the board that was created by your own very neighbors that lived next to you. And you guys were there discussing, and it was in that back room over there where everybody went. It was noticed, dozens of people in there, and this issue for the LPR wasn't voted on by this council. It was voted on by your neighbors, by a system brought in. Yes. And Jeremy, come up for a second. Do you remember that? You remember that vote when the Section 1 voted for LPRs? Helen Costa, I think it was, you weren't on there yet. It was Christina. But that board voted to move forward with LPRs and put it in.
I was in the room, Mayor.
Oh, you were in the room?
I was in the room, yes.
So
there was a few.
it happened. So that committee voted for it, hence why this came up now, it's in the budget. It's not the council saying this is a will. This is a process that has happened. I am a big believer in it because when there's an issue in the community, people don't go looking for you, looking for a lot of council members, looking for the manager. They come to me. And then they tell me, Mayor, like what happened in Loch Lomond, what happened everywhere, I got victimized. I'm a victim in my community. What can you do to make things better? Oh, well, these neighbors said, let's not do anything. Don't do LPRs. The council doesn't want to do. No. If I know that there's a technology that our police department is telling me that it helps not only solve crimes, but deter crimes in your neighborhood, I'm going to push for it. It's okay that some people are against it. It's okay. But at the end of the day, I am held accountable by the people in our community, the majority of the people in our community. So I can't continue every time, hey, no, we're not going to do it because people don't want it. Look what happened in Loch Lomond tonight. Everybody showed up in full force, and our major again said, hey, let's add these on there. If you don't want it, you don't want it. But the proof is in the pudding. It has worked in Royal Oaks. Our major is very clear. If somebody comes in through one of our avenues, driving pretty quickly, and our police at midnight is on the east side of town responding to calls, and they get a bolo on the other side, by the time they get over there, and there's no OPR in your neighborhood, and that car is driving in there, police don't know where that car is at. Hence why the major now, the previous major and the major before that, said yes, having HOAs partner with us is part of the net, because that's the interior net. So if somebody makes a turn into your community, now we know where they're at. Because on the midnight shifts, we don't have as many people on the road as we do during the day shift. And a lot of times, one big call, they're all there. So when they get that call, hence why our police is pushing. Listen, if the community doesn't want it, you don't want it. But me as mayor, the one who's held accountable, the one that fingers are pointing at all the time, I am going to do whatever's in my power to advocate to help our people be safe. Regardless if folks like me or not, don't vote for me or not, it is what it is. I am going to push for these types of things that I know have worked and continue to work, and we'll go from there. But I hope this helped educate some folks, and I appreciate that you were in that room, because a lot of times we have selective memory with these types of issues. But it's worked, and it continues to work, hence why I become a believer. Royal Oaks is a perfect example that it worked there. But I'm going to vote the way I've always voted on this. I changed once this issue went from being funded by the federal government to being funded by local police impact dollars and HOA dollars that come from security guard gates, it became a no-brainer.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
But Harry, that's exactly it. I'm okay with, let's put it out for what people voted for me to be here and protect them. Part of my oath was to defend the charter of this constitution, but listen to me real quick. The charter of this town, which the number one job of a local small city is public safety. Every single time, imagine if I would have said that for everywhere else, even the LPR net around town, a lot of the same people that are against the HOA were against the ones putting it around our community. But you know what? People's opinion changed after we've arrested over 36 people, sometimes violent criminals. People that have been we got a guy the other day that was a major violent criminal from out of town, and our major saying, hey, these things work. I took an oath to defend this community, and number one job of local government is public safety. And I get it. I'm not going to go back and forth. If you don't vote for me, it is what it is. The politics don't matter. What matters is what I believe is right after all these years on the dais of hearing the opinions of the experts of our police department, but more importantly, getting the reports and seeing what's happening every single day in our community. But that's fine. If you guys have the votes to not do this, it is what it is. I'm going to stand by what I believe is right. Councilwoman Ronald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And Harry, just so we don't go back and forth, I'll be more than happy to sit down with you outside real quick and talk to you about it, and I'll share with you my perspective. But I'll be more than happy to do that right now, Councilwoman Ronald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Harry, for your insight. I know that you are retired law enforcement and that you understand how these LPRs work. I think that this is the spirit of Councilmember Dieguez's item today, is to take this to the community, Let them vote and put this to rest. And the issue is not whether we want to secure Miami Lakes or not, or partner with HOAs or not. We're not talking about HOAs. We're talking about special taxing districts with ordinances that created them and are very specific and limited with regards to the scope of services that can be offered. So although we're all on the same page, and I would like to have an LPR on every corner, and I appreciate the mayor's insights tonight with regards to how LPRs work, and there is no doubt that they are wonderful assets to our law enforcement community, and they help protect the residents of Miami Lakes. Whether or not we can install them in special taxing districts with the ordinances that are in place, that is the question at hand. And so I don't think that it is correct. I believe that it is misleading to say that those of us that are trying to remove these items from this budget don't want to work with law enforcement, don't care about the safety and security, and don't think that public safety is our number one priority. We all think the same thing. We're all on the same page. But this is not the way to do it, and perhaps this is not the vehicle or the mechanism that we can use to install more LPRs. If this was an HOA issue, then the HOAs can decide with their board and their membership what they want to do. There's no limits. But these special taxing district ordinances that are in place are limited, and they are very specific. So I want everybody in that room to know that I'm not against LPRs because I'm trying to remove them from this budget. I want LPRs in our community, as many as we possibly can. And I too was in the room in that meeting that the mayor was referring to, and there were a significant amount of residents that did not want LPRs. And those residents have a voice, and they should be respected just as much as the residents that do. So putting this up for a vote, the way that Councilmember Dieguez would like to proceed is the proper posture to put this argument to rest. The residents will be the final decision makers because they are the taxpayers and they are the ones that are paying these assessments. Thank you.
We'll have to take a 5-minute recess because we don't have enough physical council members.
I'll make some
Sure.
remarks and to you know, when you're a comedian and you're waiting like in between shows, you gotta do material, right? And you know, kind of keep the audience going. I'll go ahead and do that to entertain everybody. I could not I don't think you can be more right, Councilwoman Ruano, and I think the right word is mischaracterization of this issue, to somehow make it seem that we're not supporting the police, right? That we're not supporting LPR systems, because we do believe them. We have them funded in our town. We have them funded as a safety net. What I don't think is that just because there's extra money in a piggy bank, we want to take the win, whether it be for politics or for showmanship. I think that's what we're doing wrong by the people. What Lorenzo Cobilla said during the workshop, and I'm pointing him out, and I'm sorry I'm not pointing out to Mr. Gastesi. You gave us some very clear direction. You said the ordinances, to be on the safe side, should be clear, that the ordinances should have that language. There's two different interpretations of that, whether it should go to a vote, whether it shouldn't go to a vote, whether 2 readings is right. But we have heard our attorneys say LPRs, traffic calming devices, they're not in the ordinances. They're not something that we can install because we want to install them, because we want to say we're for the police or we're for public safety. Our attorneys are telling us we should go about this in a different way. I am listening to what Councilman Dieguez is saying. I am listening to how we're being mischaracterized to the community. That's not our intent. We want LPRs. I agree with Mr. Bollinger. We should reinforce the entire safety net around the community. We shouldn't be displacing the responsibility on the HOAs, right? But yet again, it's mischaracterized. And I'm going to continue to say mischaracterized to make it a point of emphasis, because that's what I think is happening here. For politicization, for saying, hey, I want to do this to get the political win, we're being mischaracterized. I want LPR systems around the community. I don't want the HOAs paying for them unless they have the opportunity to vote on them. And that's what I think we are all saying.
Look, I'm gonna go.
Hold on, I'm not done
done
entertaining
Okay.
the audience. How long do I have to go to fill in? Oh. I'll go ahead and cede my time. Go ahead.
So, on the topic of mischaracterization, I think it's also a mischaracterization to accuse us of trying to politicize the process. I don't think that's fair. All right. Understand, number one, I am a resident of Section 1, right? The mayor is a resident of Section 1. I believe we should have LPRs. The mayor believes we should have LPRs.
And my position is let the residents vote.
Right. Our opinion
Allow your neighbors
matters.
to believe as well.
As the attorney has said, that we should have it clear that the that the ordinance should be affixed. And I'm of the opinion, like Councilman Dieguez and maybe Councilman Ruano, that it should go up for a vote. But we are not against LPRs.
So
we're not against LPRs.
So let's dredge into constitutional philosophies.
Well, hold on a second.
Why
hold on a
do
second.
we exist?
This is because the
Why
audit.
do we exist?
Because the audit of the county suggested that. If the audit of the county didn't say, "Hey, be very careful when you do this," if it was not part of the auditor's recommendations, I don't think we have this discussion. But because there was a specific point in that audit saying, "Hey, this is the rules that you need to follow," and you know what? We got it wrong. Make sure that when you do this, you follow these rules. That's what I'm saying. So I just want to make sure that we're following the rules. If we need to be implicit with the language, why not be clear? What are we scared of? What are we scared of by putting it for a vote? That's my feedback, and I'm sorry. Look, I did my job. You gave back.
Madam Clerk, do you have the costs of the last referendum that we did? Specifically the NSD referendum? The one that transferred it over to the town's control. Right. The point that I want to make is if we're gonna put it up to the voters of the NSD whether or not we want the speed bump and whether or not we want the LPRs and whether or not we want to change the flowers 3 times or 4 times a year, we better up the NSD fees to pay for all those elections, or we can actually do what we're actually tasked to do, which is make decisions and spend money on actual services that actually impact the residents, or we can spend tons of money deciding.
I just want to opine on that point, though. Since obviously it's been referenced a lot, I think it's important to remember that when I first proposed the right track, wrong track item, right, as an accountability measure to make sure that the input we were getting from the NSD advisory boards is the correct one, right? The idea was that those were supposed to be done not through SurveyMonkey. They were supposed to be as a sort of mail-in ballot at least once a year. And that would be the opportunity to save on costs, to go ahead and also ask these questions that the NSD advisory boards put forward. And obviously, as some of these issues get resolved, we can all do them one vote. Just say, okay, do you want your NSD to cover this? Do you want your NSD to do this? And, to your point, since you've been on the council, whether it was the stormwater bond, et cetera, you've always said, look, I ran on this issue. I don't need a poll to tell me what this is, 100%. But at least for me, that's why, even though I was personally against the Optimus Park bond, I still voted to put it out, to a vote of the people. And why I joined the mayor to also put out the bond, even though on the stormwater improvements, even though it didn't pass, why we supported to put out to the people. That's just where I stand. I want to get as much public input as possible, not as a shield or defense mechanism, but because I believe that's the way government should work, especially in a case like this where it's an additional tax. That's where I'm coming from with this, and I don't believe that it's necessarily trying to referendum each and every item to death. I think that, again, this is for a very small subset of the town that you can combine those votes. I mean, again, if we want to also pay for Christmas, we already know what the issues are that are popping up over and over again. We know that some of the NSD boards, they do want to improve the look and feel of their guardhouse. So they do want to pay for holiday decorations. They want to go ahead and add speed humps to preserve the gate arms. Okay, that's fine, but why don't we just do one giant referendum on that issue and just do it in one shot? And that way we don't have to be constantly going back and forth, but at least have something that from the resident says, yes, we want to have this level or this scope included or not. That would be my point.
So let me give you, I guess, the root of my frustration, right? We have a process whereby we have a committee of residents to advise us and give us inputs. We have a right track, wrong track poll. we have a democratically elected council of representatives. And then we're still going to put a speed bump up to the will of the voters. There comes a point where there comes a point where you have sufficient direction to make a decision one way or the other. And there are going to be situations, God knows I've faced plenty of them, where what I want isn't what happens. And we have to accept that.
Before the mayor leaves, because it's 9:53, I think we should just put it to a vote and move on, because I also know we have others that have important applications that need to be heard tonight as well. And also, Major Fernandez and Representative Fabricio need to also address the council on their respective items. So,
Madam Clerk, please call the roll on this
Yes.
item.
Motion by Council Member Ruano, seconded by Council Member Dieguez. Motion to remove the LPRs from Miami Lakes Section 1. Council Member Ruano.
Yes.
Council Member Garcia.
No.
Council Member Fernandez.
No.
Council Member Dieguez.
yes.
Council Member Collazo.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
No.
Motion fails.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilwoman Ruano.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With regards to the ordinance that we have, I'm not going to address the flower changes or anything like that in an effort to expedite this item. With regards to the ordinance, at our previous discussion, we decided or agreed upon making some changes to these special taxing districts. We discussed capping the reserves at 10%. We discussed requiring a straw ballot at the very least for capital improvements or for any expenses exceeding a certain percent of the budget. I don't see that before us today. Through the chair to the manager, when will we see that come before us, and what do we have to do if we didn't officially vote on it, or if we didn't follow the proper procedure? What do we have to do today to see that come before us?
Yeah, you're 100% right that those questions are not before you today. Today, the only thing you're doing is approving the budgets and setting the assessment so it could be reported to the county property appraiser by Friday's deadline. So any of those other items that you discussed would be something that one of the council members would need to initiate through a new business item or working with staff to put something prepared, ready to go on an agenda.
I was under the impression that we had given staff direction to bring us those changes. I don't know if my colleagues recall the same direction being given.
I don't believe that direction was given for those things to happen. I know there has been, over the last 60 days, a lot of discussion about the NSDs but I don't believe that direction was given to staff.
Okay, so
I
I'd
think
like to move
everything
this
up to now has been primarily about the dollars and cents.
about the budget. So I'd like to move to direct staff to bring us back those changes that we'd like to see that we discussed at our previous meeting with regards to capping the reserves and requiring some sort of mechanism for residents to chime in or to vote. And it doesn't have to be a referendum. I know that's very pricey, but some sort of mechanism for us to gauge resident approval of capital improvements and items exceeding. And I don't remember what the percentage was. I don't remember if it was 10% that we agreed upon that evening, but I'm sure that staff can go back and watch the videos and see what the discussion is.
I'll second that.
Yeah, just as a point of information, I guess the 10% reserves, contingency reserves, it's already kind of done because that's a dollars and cents item.
The language that exists is unclear.
Okay.
It doesn't say 10% per year. It doesn't say cap or maximum of 10%. And we had that discussion
Okay.
on the day, is that it was unclear. At least that's what we were told.
I think it was originally done, if I'm not mistaken, it was Councilmember Collazo's item. I believe it was originally done just by a motion. So I think if you make just a motion to that effect, that's the way we budgeted this budget that's here before you. So if you just make that as a motion, that could be the new normal moving forward. It's already
Okay, so I will move to adopt these three changes. Reserves in the special taxing districts are to be capped at 10%. We should not hold any more than 10% in reserves. Once we reach that amount, then there should be no reserves added to the following year's budget because that amount is capped. A requirement of a straw ballot or some mechanism to vote for any capital improvement, any cost, no percentage on that, and a requirement that any expense that exceeds 10% of the total budget also be put up to the residents for a vote or straw ballot or whatever mechanism staff feels is appropriate to gauge feedback.
Councilwoman, if I may, you're requesting not to set a cap for any capital improvement, but if we don't set a cap for that, then that delays any progress that the NSD needs to move forward with. So if a gate arm breaks, we're gonna have to advise and have them.
A gate arm for me, I consider a repair, not a capital improvement. So anything that is in place that requires repair due to damage, malfunction, it wouldn't be a capital improvement.
Typically, any capital improvement is above $2,000. So I would recommend that at least the cap be $2,000.
Okay, so at least for me, in my line of work, any monies that you spend to restore an item to its original state is considered a repair. And we do have line items on the budget that are for repairs and maintenance of gate arms and just routine repairs.
Yes. However, leaving it open-ended, that delays any progress that the district can do. So I recommend that at least it be 2,000. That's my recommendation.
I'm just trying to follow the spirit of the ordinance. And when I say capital improvements, I mean any additions that are going to be built or anything that is going to be added on. So if that language has to be included,
so
anything.
Yeah, council member, if you could just amend your own motion and just say that doesn't include repair of items, then I think that'll make it clear for us that that the repair of an item that already exists is considered a maintenance item.
So, for example, if the AC breaks, it's a replacement.
Oh, right. I don't consider an air conditioner a capital improvement, but.
Yeah, we understand. Anything that is a new capital improvement over and above something that's already there, anything that requires, regardless of what, if there's an air conditioner that needs to be replaced, we replace it. If there's a gate arm that breaks, we replace it.
Madam Clerk, if you can add to the motion to not include anything that is regular repair and maintenance or replacement of an existing item in the special taxing district.
Perfect.
But, and Mr. Manager, just a question, going back to the Loch Lomond one. Does their camera, can we fix?
The camera's not ours.
They don't belong to the special taxing district.
The camera's not ours. So if we were to take over those cameras, that would be something new over and above. That's not a replacement or a repair of something that we already own. It's the HOA's camera.
Got it.
And by the way, I'm going to quickly put this on the record. I do have somewhat of an issue with the non-LPR cameras on those guard gates because to a certain extent, those videos could, especially if we own the recorder, those videos could be construed as a public record. And so then that opens up all of that video to all kinds of privacy concerns that give me a lot more heartburn and indigestion. The LPR cameras, I'm willing to do because there are public records protections, but regular cameras owned by the town would give us exposure. I'm not.
Yeah, they're not owned by the town.
Right.
These cameras in Loch Lomond are owned by the HOA. Most HOAs have cameras that they install in their entry and exit points.
Right. I saw the door opening for town-funded cameras on the guard gates, and I wanted to close the door.
I completely agree with you.
Yeah, it's private cameras on public property. It's a little strange, but got it. Any further discussion? What was Madam Clerk, if you could read the final motion?
Councilwoman Ruano, I'm gonna beg you, not ask you, beg you, to clarify and restate the motion with the addition that was explained by the town managers for purpose of clarification.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So there will be three components to this motion. The first is to cap the reserves for the special taxing districts at no more than 10% of their annual budget. The second one is to require feedback from the community by way of a straw ballot or any other mechanism that staff sees fit for any capital improvements to be added to the special taxing district, excluding repairs and maintenance of items that already exist or replacement of damaged items that already exist. The third component is the requirement also of a straw ballot or community feedback for any any expenditure that exceeds more than 10% of the special taxing district budgets.
And the second was by Councilmember Fernandez, correct?
Yes, that is
Okay,
correct.
very well. Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yep.
The motion passes.
We're back on to the main motion. That was the main motion. And now, all right, main motion as amended.
Correct. Main motion as amended, ordinance in second reading, item 12A. Sorry. Councilmember Collazo.
No.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez.
No.
Councilmember Ruano.
No.
Mayor Sid.
No.
Motion fails. Ordinance in second reading fails.
Okay, we have no, so Melissa, what happens now in the assessments have to be reported to the property appraiser's office at last year's number?
So this is the second reading of the NSD ordinances. So it would revert back to what was originally sent to the property
Oh,
appraiser.
when it was
Melissa.
So right now, I don't have to send the property appraiser anything, because if this failed, it goes back to what they already have.
Yeah,
and what
And
was
how
sent.
different is what was there last year compared to what
Well,
we were
it-
about
No,
to
no, not
approve?
last year. Remember, we passed it in June and July?
Yes.
And then you
We
brought it
brought it
back,
back.
and then it was done in August and September, the rereading.
So this is the
This
second
the
reading
fourth
of the
time that
second
we have
reading.
it. So it passed
So
already once.
how much did it change?
So what was presented to you last month and this month, we reduced what was in the infrastructure line items. So like Loch Lomond got a reduction. I believe Miami Lake Section 1 got a little bit of a reduction.
So
I don't-
just to put it on the record, that vote means the NSD residents are going to pay more.
They're going to pay what was
Some of them.
originally
Some of them.
submitted.
Okay.
My question, though, is, does that mean that the changes that were voted on also fails?
Well, just because I don't want taxes to be raised, I'm going to vote to reconsider. I was on the prevailing side. Yes, it was 4-2, and I voted on the prevailing side. So just because I don't want to see our working class in our neighborhoods pay more taxes for less service, I'm voting to reconsider.
I'll second the motion.
Discussion. Madam Clerk, please
Which
call
are
the-
which are the districts that pay more and which pay less? Because I also heard that some will receive an increase. So some of the working class are going to have to pay more, while some of the working class are going to pay less. Can you go into detail which are the working class that pay more and which are the working class that pay less?
Just, Melissa, detail for Councilmember Collazo, the changes from the June, July reading to what was on the table now. As far as just the assessments, I think.
And I just want to apologize to the folks waiting on the quasi-judicial. I have to leave by 10:45. Staff told me that if we don't get there till the quasi-judicial, they said that we could take it up on Thursday. So I apologize. The parliamentarian said we could take it up on Thursday. And then you have State Rep Fabricio, you have Major Fernandez as well.
Well, we can have the state rep and the other gentleman give their presentation even if you're not here. The question is, we can't
Well-
vote on it.
No, it's they have both voting items tonight.
Well, I believe that Representative Fabricio just wants to be available for any questions related to the state legislative priorities. I think it's Major Fernandez that has a full report that he needs to give. Oh, if you want to hear.
Yeah, no, that's fine. The Major's been waiting. I know he has to drive. He has to be, I think, downtown at 6 a.m. He has briefings with all his officers, so he has to get down there.
Okay, Miami Lakes, Section 1, second reading in July was $340.98. Second reading now is $340.98. Loch Lomond, second reading in July was $2,489.80. Second reading now is $2,152.
Please repeat that.
$2,152.
152.
Royal Oaks.
Melissa, can you repeat that for me, please? Loch Lomond?
Loch Lomond, second reading in July was $2,489.80. Second reading as of today is $2,152. Partly it's the recalculation of the administrative fee, but there was also a motion to remove anything that wasn't, didn't have a specific project.
And with the first one, can you repeat the first one one more time?
2,000.
No, the first HOA you mentioned.
Oh, for Miami Lake Section 1, it was the same, $340.98.
All right, next
Because I
one.
believe on first reading you guys.
Royal
may
Oaks?
have- Royal Oaks Section 1, it was $746.07. That one remained flat now on second reading, or second reading for the second time. Okay, the ones that changed were Loch Lomond, Royal Oaks East.
How much?
Royal Oaks East went from $834.89 to $825.89.
All right, no. Right now we're good. That's why we're reconsidering. What about the last one?
The others remain the same. So
All right,
really the only
so I
ones that
stand
changed.
corrected. My motion's to reconsider, to lower it. Everything else stays flat, and Councilman Dieguez seconded for reconsideration. Madam Clerk, please call the roll for.
No, none of them go up.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll for
So
reconsideration.
motion to reconsider item 12A, ordinance in second reading.
Call the roll. I'm sorry, before you call the roll, Melissa, you said that none of them went up?
No, ma'am, none of them went up.
So Loch Lomond would stay at what rate?
It was reduced from $2,489.80 to $2,152.
And Royal Oaks
But that-
East went down
that is-
$9.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
Right. That is if we approve what's before us today.
That is if you approve what is before you today. If you do not approve this, what the property appraiser currently has, which was approved in July on second reading, is what will remain.
The 2,489.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Melissa, in discussion, I could have sworn that I heard somebody reference that some would increase. So none of them are being increased. From what you just said,
So, okay.
none of them are being increased, all of them are being decreased.
They're not being increased from the first time this was read to the second time this was read. But that they are increasing from the prior year, that is different. So the ones that are increasing from the prior year is Royal Oaks East. And they went from 706, no, I'm lying, they went from 8, no, they decreased as well.
Melissa, the important thing
Yeah.
is what was passed in June and July, that stands if nothing gets passed tonight. So really what's most important, I believe, I don't want to speak for the council, is any changes between the June-July reading to the August-September reading. They all stay flat?
except for 2.
2 go down. So
Yes.
that's the only change that would be considered with this. It's either leave them higher, or 2 of them go down. I want to put it in simple terms.
Was that your question, sir?
No, no. In debate, I thought I heard somebody say that some of these could have been higher, right?
Remember with the restructuring, and Melissa and Jeremy,
Right.
correct me if I'm wrong,
So
with the
if
restructuring.
they're all going down, I would,
Two
that would
go
change,
down.
that would change my vote.
2 go down, the rest stay flat.
Yeah, absolutely, that would change my vote.
Yes. With what was on the table tonight.
Again, I heard feedback from the staff say that some of these were up. Just entertain me, which are the ones that are being higher? From
Loch
the
Lomond
previous
and-
tax year, that
Loch
the
Lomond
tax
and
residents are gonna pay more than last year.
Loch
Which
Lomond,
of those?
Loch Lomond goes down, Royal Oaks East goes down. The others stay flat.
From last year?
No, not
From
from
the
last year.
reading in June and July.
No, from last year.
From last year, yes.
Yeah.
If
Which-
this,
what are
if
the last
second
year's
reading right
figures?
now gets approved.
Yeah, what were last year's figures?
So, okay, last year's assessment rate for Miami Lake Section 1 was $340.98.
So that one stayed flat.
Loch Lomond for last year, fiscal year 22-23, just to be clear, $2,489.80.
So that one's flat, that one stayed the same as well.
Royal Oak Section 1, $706.89.
706.89. So that one is net going up 40.
Royal Oaks East, Royal Oaks East, $834.89. And then the 2 water.
So there's only really one that's going up. Got it.
Now that answers your question. Anyone else?
Anything else for Melissa? So there's a motion to reconsider. That's just reconsidering. Then we got to vote on it again. Madam Clerk, please call the roll on reconsidering.
So motion to reconsider. Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
No.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. That was a motion to reconsider. Is there a motion to approve the ordinance?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
There's a motion and a second.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
So motion to approve item 12A, ordinance in second reading. Councilmember Fernandez. Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
No.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
Ordinance in second reading passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We are on to, let me make sure I have the right item that we pulled up. We pulled up several items.
It was
the-
14E and 13B. We just did 13B, so we should be on 7, because you.
We did 12A, and then we had moved things around with just general consent, so I know
Yeah, you pulled 10C, I believe.
Representative Fabricio is calling up our esteemed police commander, Jose Fernandez, the chair of the, he was pointing at you, the Miami-Dade Sheriff Ordinance Review Ad Hoc Committee. The good thing is he's a major commander in the city of Miami, so he's used to very long, drawn-out meetings, so this is not anything new.
I do have a few. So, good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. My name is Jose Fernandez, and I am the chairman of the Sheriff Ad Hoc Committee. This committee is comprised of 6 members with over 120 years of combined law enforcement experience and expertise at every rank of the police department. Given the significance and seriousness of the issue at hand, as we've heard today with the seriousness issues that we're having with crime, we have been meeting since January of this year on a monthly basis to discuss the potential implications an elected sheriff could have and to evaluate and analyze
the best path forward for our town and for the members of this community. And so, by unanimous consensus of the committee, I'm presenting the findings of the Miami Lakes Sheriff Ordinance Review Ad Hoc Committee regarding the establishment of a Town of Miami Lakes Police Department. The committee, after thorough deliberation and analysis, has concluded that it would be beneficial for the Town of Miami Lakes to explore the possibility of having its own police department. We recommend that conducting a comprehensive study and considering the engagement of a consulting firm to provide expert guidance throughout the process. Now, I highlight explorers because the title could be a little bit misleading. We're not exactly saying that we need to hire a police department. What we're saying is that we need the data behind it to evaluate our current services so we can conduct a comprehensive study and report to you guys on the board. And so, given the significance of this decision and the potential impact on our community, the committee recommends undertaking a comprehensive study. The study would assess the feasibility, the cost, benefits of establishing a Town of Miami Police Department, including an analysis of potential staffing needs, infrastructure requirements, and the financial implications. Additionally, the study would evaluate the potential challenges and opportunities associated with transitioning from the Miami-Dade Police Department. To ensure a thorough and impartial assessment, it will be beneficial to engage in a reputable consultant firm with expertise in law enforcement organizational development. Such a firm will provide invaluable guidance. They will conduct an in-depth analysis on various aspects, benchmarking against other municipalities with similar transitions, and delivering a comprehensive recommendation for a successful implementation if deemed appropriate. And so we recommend that the mayor and council allocate the resources necessary and authorize the commencement of the study. The findings and recommendations resulting from the study will serve as the basis for further discussion and decision-making regarding the establishment of the Town of Miami Lakes Police Department. Thank you for your attention on this matter, and we remain at your disposal should you require any other information or clarification.
I'll go ahead and move to adopt the committee's recommendation to update the police study. I think we last did in 2013 or something like that was the last one.
Second.
Yeah, and along the lines of what Councilman Dieguez said, you know, it's a good process. We did it in 2004, 2013, and it's due. It almost seems like it's on a 10-year cycle, so I'm in full favor and appreciate all the hard work that you guys put in, because not only you and the job you have, but I know there was a chief on there. There's different folks that were spending the time, so I appreciate you and appreciate the perspective that you all shared. So,
Thank you very much. It's definitely a good idea to conduct that at least once every decade.
Yeah, I appreciate it, and I'm one that actually supports a study being done a little bit more often as things change, right? This being such a big chunk of our budget, I think we talked about bringing in-house landscape maintenance on a park because we saw a little portion of our budget increase on that. So I completely support it. Do you, in your professional expertise, or anybody on the committee in their professional expertise, know what we would have to budget for such a study? Because I know we're in the middle of our budget cycle. We're going to vote on our budget. These studies don't, to get a good study done, one that actually looks at the comparables that you're looking at, looks at a strategic plan for transitioning, if that's really something we're going to do, it's going to cost money. And you're coming to us at the right time because we're deliberating on money. But since we have a cap already set at our millage rate, we're going to have to find that cut somewhere else, right? So do you have, in your professional opinion, what that would cost? Have you guys talked about cost? Is that something that the manager is going to have to come back to us? Because we have our next budget meeting in 48 hours, and if we really support this, I think we also have to fund it. Sure. And that's something that we need to look at.
Yeah, I'm assuming the manager's going to have to come back to you on it. I don't want to speculate too much on the financials of it. I know that people familiar with this issue, just in Pembroke Park, right? Pembroke Park recently did this. I know that it ranges between it can start anywhere from $15,000 to $20,000, all the way to $50,000 or $60,000, depending on the vendor that we choose.
Okay, Mr. Manager, do you have any idea, if we were to support this item, do you believe it's something that you'd be able to work into the budget within the next 48 hours?
Yes, we'll have to.
That's what I was gonna, that's the right answer, right? Yeah, you have my support. When I first got on the council and I saw the numbers, it was something that I was supported at that time. There was, I guess, it was politically charged, or maybe not politically convenient to review, but I agree the 10-year cycle at a minimum, and when anything significantly changes in the budget. So I appreciate you guys coming forward with that recommendation.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys giving us the opportunity to explore this
Yeah.
opportunity.
Council member, the agenda for Thursday's first hearing of the budget was already published. So what I'll probably do is I'll just ask one of you to make an amendment on first reading on Thursday to add this, and then I have some recommendations on where to get it from. And and then that way, when we bring it on second reading, it would already be in the budget.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Anyone, Councilwoman Verano, online? Anyone online?
Thank you very much. I think all of my questions have been addressed.
Thank you. What time are you reporting tomorrow morning?
Early.
We appreciate you. There was a motion and second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. That was Councilman Dieguez. We're moving on to the item, our legislative appropriations.
Actually, Mr. Mayor, and I'm sure the representative wouldn't mind, my request would be just to go ahead and start with the quasi-judicial items in the order that they appear. I think it starts with Fred's item and then moves to Dione over there with Antigua College.
Let's just get the representative out of here real quick. That'll be fast. And then the only challenge is you have some town volunteers, you have our Elderly Affairs Committee who needs to leave, and those are real quick reports. That should be 5 minutes. Let's get that out of the way real fast. Legislative priorities, anybody have anything you want to add to that item?
The only item I had was to strip away the Northwest 155th Street project. I think that in terms of priorities, that's not necessary right now. That can wait another year. So that would be my motion to approve the list minus the 155th Street project.
I'd also like to incorporate Mr. Hertzberg's recommendation to add blasting in there explicitly. Obviously, Representative Fabricio, nobody has to tell him blasting is our top priority, but that way we can, memorialize it.
I'll incorporate that in the motion.
Yeah, and the other one I wanted added, it's something we've done for the last 5 years, just request, that's not that we're going to do it, but request that cities have the option to opt out of FRS for new employees and to go into a defined contribution plan. So just giving
I'll
the city the
incorporate
option.
that.
You could add that as well.
There's one last item that I'd like to add. It's the senior center for $500,000. There's an item by Councilman Dieguez restarting the mini parks capital improvement project. If we were to get that allocation from the state, significant amount of money could be shifted and diverted into that particular line item to restart that program. And I wanted to make sure that we had made the request from the state for the $500,000 for the senior center.
Yep. Representative.
Thank you, Mayor and Town Council. Appreciate doing this, and we did it. We had the meeting about a week ago, I believe it was, here in the back room, and we discussed some of the items. So I appreciate being able to kind of come full circle on that. As you all know, not specific to the town of Miami Lakes, but to the district that I represent, we've been able to bring back over the last 3 years approximately $45 million of your tax dollars, while we've been fiscally conservative through the Ways and Means process. So I'll look to continue doing that. With regard to the blasting issue, that is the #1 bill I file every year, and it will be the #1 bill I file this year, and we'll continue to advocate for it. And I would ask that you support bringing the Blasting Advisory Board up to Tallahassee to help advocate for that issue as well. They've been instrumental in helping us get the word out to the other members, and I think it's a valuable tool that should be considered by the town. The appropriations will need to be in by, I believe, November 14th. Your lobbying team and your staff has been very good about doing that in conjunction with my staff. So we look forward to seeing the appropriations come through, and we'll start working them. If you have any questions, you all are always more than welcome to call me. We are mutually each other's constituents. So I appreciate your service and your support.
Thank you. So anybody, for the folks that don't know, the representative is now part of the Florida Guard, right? So every time there was a storm recently, and I know you had to report out there. So appreciate you, and I know that's great, man. You have a lot of service, not only service to our community here locally in Tallahassee, your family, but now you're serving the entire state in the Florida Guard. So
thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. Thank you for your support with that. And with that, I'll give you these parting words and keep it very quick. Enjoyed the town council meeting. I normally don't sit through this long of a town council meeting, but when in town, I will make a point of being here more often. It's very educational. Thank you all so much for what you do. And good night.
He's never coming back, folks.
Thank you, Representative. Real fast, Elderly Affairs Committee and Sports Hall of Fame. We'll do those two. Elderly Affairs Committee.
So we have a motion from
I'll
Councilmember
move to
Dieguez.
incorporate the changes brought up on the dais, including removing the Northwest 155th Street item.
Second.
Okay.
You added the one I mentioned as well,
Yeah,
right?
all the ones that we said to add on
And
the
the one that
dais.
Councilman
Yeah.
Collazo.
Correct.
And the FRS item.
Yeah. the
All right.
mayor's.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Real fast, Elderly Affairs Committee and Sports Hall of Fame.
Hey, Lourdes.
Hello, Lourdes Corva. On behalf of the Elder Affairs Committee, I'm the vice chair. I have two requests from council, and good evening, by the way. Sorry, I'm just trying to get you guys out, just like I want to get out. One of them is to move it's going to be $4,600.35. We got some extra money. We just received a donation or a sponsorship of $2,500, which was not expected.
If I may, I read through your report. I'm going to go ahead and move to accept your
I'll second it.
your recommendation.
As did
Thank
I.
you,
Yeah,
thank
I'll
you,
second
thank
it.
you. I'm glad you all read my report.
I know that the donation is pending. Can we make the motion
No, it's not
contingent?
pending anymore.
Oh, it's not
I gotta
pending.
It's
Okay.
already in.
Great, thank you. That's it.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes.
Thank you. Thank you, council. Good night.
I'm also going to go ahead and move Mr. Holland's committee's recommendation to go ahead and accept the list of honorees.
Let him at least announce them.
Mr. Mayor, before you walk out, can you just shout at the clerk your vote?
What's that?
No, go ahead, because we need to kill some time anyway while we wait for the mayor to
Okay.
come back from the bathroom.
All right, so I'll read the long version then. Not that long. Thank you for giving me the privilege of standing before you today as the chair of the Miami Lakes Sports Hall of Fame Committee. It is with great pride that I present to you the individuals that our committee has chosen for our 2023 Miami Lakes Sports Hall of Fame inductees. So each year we're tasked with the challenging but rewarding responsibility of selecting outstanding athletes and sports figures that have not only excelled in their respective fields, but have also contributed significantly to our community. This year, after carefully considering numerous candidates, I'm excited to introduce the distinguished individuals selected to be inducted on December 9th at the Miami Lakes Optimist Park. Bill Arnsparger, Samari Roll, Adrian Cardenas, and Jose Enriquez. For those of you that have witnessed the 1970 Dolphins, you already know Bill Arnsparger. Bill was a football genius, a visionary defensive coordinator whose strategies and innovations revolutionized the game. He was the key architect of the legendary no-name defense of the Miami Dolphins during their undefeated season of 1972. Next, we have Samari Roll, a shining example of perseverance and dedication. Samari is a Miami Lakes native who was a multi-sport star at the Optimist Club in both basketball and football. He rose through the ranks of youth sports and college football and became a pro NFL cornerback. His charitable work and mentorship have a profound impact on countless athletes, inspiring them to dream big and strive for greatness. Adrian Cardenas, another of our inductees, represents the intersection of sports and education. He grew up playing baseball in the Miami Lakes Optimist Club before being drafted in Major League Baseball in 2006 out of Monsignor Pace High School. After playing for several organizations, he decided to retire in 2012 and pursued his passion for writing and literature, graduating with a master's degree in 2018. Last but certainly not least, we have Jose Enriquez, a local soccer legend and community builder who has dedicated his life to developing young talent in Miami Lakes. A resident of Miami Lakes for 45 years, Jose's coaching and mentoring have helped countless young athletes find their footing in the world of soccer. From his time as the first soccer coach at HML from 1971 to 1981 to becoming the first principal of Jose Marti Middle School in '87, his unwavering commitment of instilling values, discipline, teamwork, and sportsmanship in our youth has made a lasting impact. For these four individuals, I stand before you today to request your approval for the induction into the Miami Lakes Sports Hall of Fame. Their legacies serve as a source of inspiration for our community, reminding us all that with the dedication and sense of purpose, we can achieve greatness and make a positive impact on the lives of those around us.
I'll move the item, but I just one question.
Sure.
Is there a second on the item to be moved? Oh, the reinforcements were called in. Mr.
Okay.
Holland, thank you
Yes,
so
sir.
much.
I'll second the motion.
You referenced 5 nominees, but
Four
there's only
nominees, I'm
4?
sorry.
Okay. The report references 5, and that's why I was just
Okay.
curious. Okay. So we're just going with those 4.
Yes, those
Great,
are the
thank
4.
you.
You have the motion on the table?
And we have a second.
That's a great group, great selection. Appreciate you guys. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed?
Aye.
Seeing none, the motion passes. What day is the ceremony?
December 9th.
All right. Sounds good. Now we're moving on. So we don't have quorum issues anymore. That gentleman sitting right next to you is super serious, so that's yeah. We don't have quorum issues, so we're
No,
good.
we don't, yeah.
What item are we going on now?
I think for their benefit, we should move up the quasi-judicial items, even though we haven't yet taken up appointments or consent or the ordinances on first reading, just to get them out of here.
Point of personal privilege, please.
On behalf of your, there goes the fourth. On behalf of your friendly, of everyone, happy birthday. Let's all sing, happy
Birthday to.
Who ate the 4?
You know what is wild? I've celebrated 3 different decades here. So I was 29 when I got elected, right? I celebrated my 30th up here. Now my 40th, which is crazy. Yeah, it's crazy how time flies. So appreciate you guys. God bless. And I'm sorry I have to leave, but we got quorum. No. The hairline has gone down a little bit, so. But I appreciate you guys. Have a good night. I'm sorry I have to leave.
Mayor.
So I guess the next most
Yep.
senior person on the dais would be you, Louis.
So are we reopening the order of business to go ahead and incorporate the quasi-judicial item?
I will second the motion to reopen the order of business.
Order of business reopened to hear the quasi-judicial item. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Quasi-judicial items are now on the on order of business. Which one do you want to go first with, Mr. Attorney? We take them in the order that they're listed, Miami
Yeah.
Lakes Auto Mall.
Yeah, we'll do the first one.
On to item 13E.
Yeah, please be advised that the following items on the board's agenda are quasi-judicial in nature. An opportunity for persons to speak on each item will be made available after the applicant and staff have made their presentations on each item. All testimony, including public testimony and evidence, will be made under oath or affirmation. Additionally, each person who gives testimony may be subject to cross-examination. If you do not wish to be either cross-examined or sworn, your testimony will be given its due weight. The general public will not be permitted to cross-examine witnesses, but the public may request the board to ask questions of staff or witnesses on their behalf. Persons representing organizations must present evidence of their authority to speak for the organization. Any person presenting documents to the board should provide the town clerk with a minimum of 10 copies. Further details of the quasi-judicial procedure may be obtained from the clerk. What I just read are the quasi-judicial public hearings that are going to apply to 13E and 13F. The first matter that's going to be heard is 13E. It's a resolution of the Town Council of Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, pursuant to Section 13-305 F1 of the Town of Miami Lakes Land Development Code, pertaining to a request in accordance with Section 13304H of the Town of Miami Lakes Land Development Code for site plan approval submitted for the property located at 16600 Northwest 57th Avenue, as provided at Exhibit A, Miami Lakes, Florida, folio numbers 32201301500010, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for findings, providing for appeal, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, I have submitted my quasi-judicial communication item. I have not had any communications with the applicant.
Thank you, Councilmember Collazo. Noted.
I also want to, prior to the item being heard, I wanted to ask an opinion from our town attorney. I have in the past purchased a vehicle from the applicant. Does this constitute as a conflict for hearing on this item?
No, it does not. And for what it's worth, I will likely be purchasing a vehicle from the applicant in the near future.
So it's your legal opinion that I can...
It's my legal opinion that neither of us have a conflict.
So we need to swear in everyone who's going to speak, and also just go down on the dais for the quasi-judicial ex parte communications, just like Councilmember Collazo stated, because I have not received anything. So if you make the statement for the record.
Madam Clerk, I have not had any communication with the applicant regarding this matter.
Councilmember Dieguez.
I had no communication with the applicants on this item.
I have had no communication with the applicant on this matter.
Noted. And for the Councilwoman Ruano, are you still with us?
Yes, Madam Clerk, I have not had any communications with anyone regarding these items.
Thank you very much. Noted. Okay, do you swear to say the truth and only the truth, so help you God? I do. Okay, thank you.
At staff, yes, please.
Thank you. Good evening, not Mayor, Councilman, Susana Alonso for the Planning Department. This quasi-judicial item, it's Auto Mall requesting a site plan approval to expand and renovate their existing Miami Lakes Kia building in order to house the new Genesis dealership. It is an 11.75 acre lot located southwest at the intersection of the 57th and the Palmetto. I hereby enter the staff report into the record in its entirety, and where there's a detailed description of how this application meets the code, and town staff recommends approval. And I'm gonna let the applicant introduce their project.
Thank you, council members. Fred Senra, Miami Lakes Auto Mall. In essence, I'm gonna explain very simply and in lay terms. If you have been to our auto mall, which I'm sure some of you or most of you have, we have two buildings in the middle of the property. One is the Kia building, Mitsubishi, which is on the right-hand side, and another building which used to lodge the Chrysler Jeep Dodge franchise, which we moved to the corner of 59th Street Avenue and build a brand new facility there. So what we're doing is actually replacing those 2.5 buildings for 3 nice, beautiful showrooms. So in essence, what we're going to be doing is just improving the property and improving the image of the property. So that's just in lay terms, that's exactly what we're doing. We're not trying to increase, the size. We can't increase the size of the mall. It's the same. We look for sales to, maybe increase a little bit on the Kia side, and whatever else we have covered, also as an additional franchise to the auto mall. But mainly, we're not extending over the limits of our property. We're just staying within our 12 acres and just improving the looks of the property, and that's it. That's simply, putting it simply. Anything else you want to add?
Question to staff.
Any questions? We're both here available to answer.
Just for clarification, The applicant is not requesting any variances as part of this process, correct?
Correct. This is an as-of-right application. They're going completely within their development rights.
Excellent. Is this, Mr. Attorney, is this a public hearing? Does this have to be open for public hearing?
Correct.
Yes, it is.
Yep.
Yeah.
This is a public hearing. Anybody in here that wants to opine on this public hearing can be recognized at this time.
And actually, last Wednesday, we had a meet and greet, which was published, and no one showed up. I waited for 2 hours just sitting there with Olympia. And we had a nice conversation, but, nobody showed up.
Through the chair, may I?
Go ahead. You're recognized, Councilman.
I just want to thank you, Fred, for continuously to invest in the town. I think it's going to be a great improvement, especially since it's right off the Palmetto, very visible. The Kia brand is growing. One of the top-selling brands in the last 4 years, year to year, Kia Hyundai. Just a quick question, personal privilege. I know that you're selling a lot of EVs now. EV6s is a big push. Are you going to add any EV stations for your customers?
Oh, yes, we're in the process right now of adding, I believe it's 8 electrical vehicle chargers.
Excellent,
Yes.
excellent. And those are going to be for customers or
For customers, yeah.
Okay.
Service all our customers, yeah.
I wouldn't say I run your business, but if you open it up to just everybody.
They
with
will
EV,
be open, they will be open.
Great, because you're going to have more potential customers coming through your doors.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much, Fred.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the site plan.
Motion to approve the site plan.
I will second it for
There's-
the reasons stated on the staff report.
There's a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. On to the next quasi-judicial item. Go ahead, Mr. Attorney.
Okay. A resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, pursuant to subsection 13305 F1 of the Town of Miami Lakes Land Development Code pertaining to a request in accordance with section 1303 of the Town of Miami Lakes Land Development Code for conditional use, all being submitted for the property located at 14505 Commerce Way, Suite 522, as provided at Exhibit A, Miami Lakes, Florida, folio number 32 2022-006-0060, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for findings, providing for appeal, and providing for an effective date.
Do you want me to go over the public notice now? This is a public meeting. This is a public meeting. Anybody in the audience wishing to speak, please do so at this time. Anybody wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, staff, go ahead.
Again, for the Planning Department, Susana Alonso, this is another quasi-judicial procedure. We're requesting a conditional use to operate a college in an existing building. There is no new work proposed as part of this application. Is strictly the conditional use for the interior of the building. The college has been sort of kind of housed there up till now. And they've been sort of kind of operating. They're now trying to vamp up their operation and bring it in full force. They are proposing in the staff report to work from 9 a.m. to 10:30. Actually, I think they state that their hours are actually only evening hours, and I'm going to let them explain that part. They do have somewhere around, they wish to have around 270 on site at all times and somewhere around 600 people total enrollment, but they do this in shifts. So not everybody would be there at the same time. The property's IUC, it's an allowable use in the area as long as they obtain the conditional use from the council. And if you have any questions, we're here to answer. I think the applicant would like to say a few words. You would.
The applicant was sworn in previously with the other applicant, so yes, go ahead.
Correct, they were sworn in as before.
Good evening, everyone, and I want to say thank you so much, dear esteemed council members and community members as well. We want to extend our gratitude to all of you for being here today at this hour and allowing us the privilege to introduce our institution. My name is Dimelsa Rodriguez. I'm the HR Director of Antigua College International, and today I'm here with the CEO, Dr. Diony Antigua, and with our compliance officer, Diony Joseph Antigua as well. Without further ado, who is Antigua and what impact do we have? Antigua College International is a privately owned nursing institution rooted in family values and dedicated to excellence. Our vision is to graduate professionals who will provide exceptional leadership within the communities they serve. Our mission is to provide outstanding educational opportunities through innovation, knowledge enhancement, and world-class service. We are committed to equipping our students with skills and knowledge they need to excel in their chosen careers and futures. We are accredited and licensed by esteemed organizations such as Commission of Independent Education, CIE, Accredited Bureau of Health Education Schools, ABHES, and we are currently pursuing accreditation with the National League of Nursing, Commission for Nursing Education Accreditation, NLN, CNEA. We are proud members of the Florida Association Post-Secondary Schools and Colleges, FAPSC. The population we serve the most is Hispanic, foreign doctors and nurses who seek to gain the knowledge and certification necessary to continue the dedicated service to the community. Our core programs include the Associates in Science of Nursing, the ASN, the Bachelors of Science in Nursing, the BSN, the Registered Nurse to Bachelor of Science in Nursing, the BSN, and the Licensed Practical Nurse, the LPN. Now, what are these programs? The ASN program equips graduates with essential nursing knowledge, preparing them for the NCLEX RN exam. The BSN program combines liberal arts, science, and nursing courses to foster the abilities required for professional nursing practices. The RN to BSN program enhances career effectiveness in healthcare and incentivizes our registered nurses to pursue higher education, in this case, the bachelor's degree. The LPN program is the program that prepares the students for employment as practical nurses by providing the theoretical knowledge and clinical competence to obtain the license and the standard of professionalism necessary for the successful practice of nursing. In addition to our comprehensive programs, we offer a wealth of resources to enrich our students' educational journeys, including a computer lab, library, and a science laboratory. Our clinical lab is equipped with cutting-edge resources, ensuring that our students receive the highest quality education possible. We've had exceptional results in our programs this year, and we are really proud to say that for the NCLEX exam this year for 2023, in the LPN program, we had a 100% passing rate. On the ASN program, we have 88% passing rate, and on the BSN program, we also have a 100% passing rate. Currently, we have a thriving student population of 240 students, and we ambition to reach 600 students in the future. Our operational hours span from 9 a.m. to 10:30 p.m., designed to provide flexibility to our diverse student body. Primarily, our classes are scheduled in the afternoon, running from 6 p.m. to 10:30. This strategic timing effectively minimizes traffic congestion, ensuring that our students' commute to and from our location does not disrupt highways or main streets. Importantly, this schedule also harmonizes with the closing hours of neighboring offices, minimizing any interference with their business operations and optimizing the utilization of parking spaces. We offer classes throughout the week, Monday through Friday. Our scheduling is meticulously structured to prevent overcrowding on campus and within the parking lot. Our approach aligns class timings with course sequences and student enrollment, helping the students meet their lecture hour requirements without the need to be in school every single day. Currently, this method minimizes the number of students congregating daily in our institution, from 100 to 120 and sometimes less. Our commitment to safety is demonstrated by the presence of a dedicated security guard during evening classes and comprehensive evacuation procedures in case of emergencies. Antigua College International has participated in community events such as Farmers Market, and we eagerly anticipate our involvement in the upcoming Harvest Festival. Furthermore, we are excited to announce that we are planning an open house event scheduled for the beginning of 2024. What is this open house event? This open house will be a very special opportunity for our community, students, and their families to visit and experience our educational initiatives firsthand through the interactive activities within our facilities. Our students will be showcasing their acquired knowledge and skills through engaging demonstrations. We strongly believe that Antigua College International is the ideal place to embark on a successful nursing career. Why? Because the community's education is our commitment, and we look forward to sharing that with all of them. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Any additional comments from the board? Yes, Councilman Fernandez.
So I do have some questions that I wanted to put on the record. By the way, do we have to do disclosures again? Because I think we did it only for the first
You only
item.
have to do the disclosures if you've had a meeting with them. We don't have to go through the whole.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think nobody's had a meeting with them.
I had no meetings with the applicant prior to this meeting.
Neither did I.
I visited the college a year ago or so, but it had nothing to do with this conditional use application.
If we have to disclose that far back, I believe I had the opportunity to meet some of your students while they were
It's
graduating.
yeah.
Councilwoman Ruano? I think.
Okay, so my second question, so I know they've been operating out of this location for some time, but they're coming before us now for a conditional use application. How did this come up? Was there a trigger? They're increasing enrollment, or why is this coming before us now?
They should have had, and Susana can speak more intelligently or completely about this, but they should have had a conditional use from when they first started operation. It was missed. It was never done. Through the BTR renewal process, our staff realized that there was no conditional use, and now we're asking for that to correct that mistake or that lack of conditional use.
And have we made improvements to that process to make sure that we don't issue a BTR to begin with?
Yeah, some of that was before Susana, right?
Yeah.
So Susana's taking more oversight over some of these things and working together with building, because some of these approvals are done through the building department, through the zoning officer, and some of them are, come up to Susana. So Susana's working together hand in hand with building to make sure that anything that requires a conditional use is getting that.
Susana, and correct me if I'm wrong, all educational uses require conditional use, correct?
So in general, anywhere that you're putting together a lot of people at the same time requires a conditional use. That's the regular rule of thumb. So it'd be a theater, a church, a school of any sort. So it's not necessarily the educational component, an adult daycare center, anything where you're putting any type of assembly would require a conditional use, because we need to know where they're going to park, how they're going to come in and out, where they're coming from, what population is it serving, what potential problems there could be.
But specifically with schools, it should be relatively easy to flag any BTR applications.
Correct,
and cross-reference and make sure that there's an accompanying conditional use. I just want to make sure we improve the process forward. They definitely have proven to be a valuable asset to the community. I just want to make sure that we, adjusted our processes to make sure this doesn't happen in the future.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Through the chair, just
Absolutely, Councilman.
I want to thank you for investing in our town and growing in our town. We've seen how vital nursing is, especially during COVID. There's a shortage of nurses, and I'm glad you selected Miami Lakes to do this, and anything we can do to help you out, we will. Thank you so much for choosing our town, for investing in our town. Thank you.
Yes, any additional comments? I'm going to go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just go ahead and vote to approve the conditional use for the reasons put it in the staff report.
I'll second.
There's a motion, a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
We were told that no? Lorenzo, do we have to do roll call? No? Okay.
I can do the roll call, or anybody against the project? How about that? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you for your patience, actually.
Should have gotten some cake.
Appointments.
Council,
I'll move to extend to midnight at the latest.
Begrudgingly.
Well, I think we're going to change
second.
that in the special rules, right? We're actually going to be able to approve it to midnight. It's going to be set to midnight. Next item on the agenda, I have the consent calendar.
Actually, no, we skipped over appointments.
Oh, okay. Let's go move on to appointments.
right.
I think there's, the town,
Yes.
there's two individuals being recommended, William Perez to the Mental
Correct.
Health Task Force and Esther Colon to the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Ordinance Review Ad Hoc Committee. There is no vote to be taken, just an announcement to be made. Thank you. On to the consent calendar. There was one item that I believe was pulled by the mayor.
10C.
The mayor
10C.
is not here. Does anybody else want that item pulled? Otherwise, I guess it becomes part of consent again, correct? Is that correct, Town Attorney?
If it's not pulled, yes.
Does anybody have comments on
No,
item
no,
10?
no, Raul, so you know, it was pulled. It's just that
The
the
mayor
polling-
pulled it,
Yeah.
but now he's not here to comment on it. Does it get reinserted, or does it get pulled out of consent indefinitely?
The agenda belongs to the council. It's, if he pulled it and you guys voted to pull it, it's not on the it's not on the item. You guys can vote to defer, you guys can vote to table it till the next hearing,
I
but
guess-
those are the rules.
I guess just to be clear, let's just go ahead and hear it separately, and then we'll go to consent.
So we're going to table the item till Thursday's meeting?
It's an air conditioner. I'd rather get this moving. It's an air conditioner for this.
I just want to make
facility.
sure that we're following the proper
The
parliamentary
items
procedure.
pulled from consent?
It was
The
pulled
item
from
was just
consent, but now
for-
it's yours, so you guys should.
For clarity, pulling it from consent doesn't mean that you don't hear it, just means that you hear it outside of the consent. So you vote on it
You can always
separately.
vote, you can always vote to put it back in consent.
Yeah, you can do that
Okay.
too.
So,
Mr. Manager, are you aware of why the mayor pulled it from consent? Was there anything specific that he wanted to address?
No, I mean, we have a procurement process. He thought that somebody, in my discussions with him, he thought other people can do it less expensive, but this is it's a very large unit. We did it through a competitive bid process, through an RFP process. So, yeah, that I think was going to be his comments. I think he was always going to vote in favor of it. He just wanted to put those comments on the, and like he's done in other times with procurement, he believes our procurement sometimes is onerous for other people to bid on. So I think that was going to be his comment, and then probably vote in favor, but I don't want to speak on his behalf.
okay, so let's do this. Let's hear the consent. Let's hear the items that are consent, and then we'll take the items separately and take a vote on it, and just so we can move forward, because I know it's something that's time sensitive. as well.
Motion to move consent.
Motion to move consent. Is there a second?
Second.
Everybody seconded it. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries on consent. Item 10C being heard separately. It was pulled by the mayor.
I'll move it.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
There's 2 seconds. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the
Question for
motion.
the manager.
Any opposed? The item carries. Ordinances in first reading, lobbyist ordinance. Councilman Dieguez.
Has this been read in?
No.
An ordinance of the town of Miami Lakes, Florida.
Councilmember Collazo, can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, you couldn't hear me earlier. I had a question for the manager on on item 10C.
On
I
which
just
one?
want to know how many vendors had bid for this air conditioner?
How many vendors bid on the air conditioning? 3.
Yes, sir. 3?
3.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman, if you want the record to reflect, your vote, was it in affirmative or against?
In affirmative.
In affirmative, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, item 11A, an ordinance of the town of Miami, of the town council of the town of Miami Lakes, Florida, repealing and replacing Town of Miami Lakes Code Chapter 14, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, and before
Councilman
I make my
Dieguez,
remarks, if the deputy attorney can go ahead and just kind of give the council an overview of what's changing from our existing ordinance to the new one.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilman Dieguez. Thank you, Council. This is an item that came at the behest of a new business item that Councilman Dieguez brought forward. And I've been working on it with the town clerk. And basically what we've done is a couple of things. One is we've kind of clarified, one thing we've done is we've taken an ordinance that we've always used off of Miami-Dade County. All of our ordinances, no matter where they may find themselves in our code of ordinances, came from Miami-Dade County at one point or another. This one was one that we basically referred to Miami-Dade County alone, and it caused a little bit of confusion. So what we did is we're adopting our own. We took several cities as models, and we put this one together. Now, the main highlights and the best and greatest is that we've adopted a fee of $250, which is a little bit lower, and it makes it more accessible to lobbyists. We've created our own list of exceptions of who does not need to register, and we've also provided that for meet and greets. In other words, if someone comes and they want to meet and kind of introduce themselves, that's not someone that needs to register right away with Gina. Now, they come back again, yes, they need to register. Another thing that it provides for is kind of uniformity in the process of when the lobbyist needs to come and who needs to register. It's only the head of the organization. They need to come, they need to register with Gina, they pay the fee, and then they can come and lobby before you. So I think it cleans out all the definitions, it adopts something that the town clerk can work with, and I think it provides the clarity and the flexibility that you need as a council to do your job.
Thank you. So I'm going to move to go ahead and adopt the ordinance as drafted by the town clerk and the town deputy attorney. Again, I think it definitely simplifies and clarifies a lot of pieces that were missing before.
Second.
Any discussion on this item? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
And we'll do the roll call.
Ordinance, a roll call.
Yes, ordinance in first reading, item, 11A. Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Ordinance 11A in first reading passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. For the remaining items that belong to Councilman Sid, do we want to, in bulk, just defer them to the next meeting on Thursday?
I'll second that.
So there's a second for all the remaining items for Mayor Sid to be heard on Thursday.
Point of order, though.
Yes.
My understanding is that those items can be moved to Thursday as part of the public budget hearing. If we continue this meeting, did I hear that correctly? What is the procedure there?
Well, it's certainly up to you, but if you're going to continue the meeting, you can, cease operations for the day and then continue that on Thursday because they were all previously noticed for today. So you could move them to Thursday.
Okay, but I just want to be clear
if
that
you
when we say-
adjourn,
Uh-huh.
then you have to start all over again.
Okay, so basically then when we finish tonight, then we are not adjourning, we're just temporarily postponed indefinitely.
Right, because of the time or whatever, and
Okay.
because Councilman.
Yeah,
Can
just
we
for
table?
Councilman Collazo's
Can we
benefit.
table the items to that meeting?
Are you talking
Yeah,
about
well,
just
you-
the new business items?
I'm
that are-
talking about item 13. Well, 13A, Imagine Miami Lakes. It's one of his items. I'd like to have him have the opportunity to speak on it before we vote on it. But if maybe not, maybe we want to hear it without his comments. I'd like to. He put in for Northwest 59th Avenue Summit. I think he'd probably want to speak on that item. So my thing is just making sure we follow the rules. Can we table him so he's present, or I don't mind deferring them, tabling
We can
them,
just push them to the October meeting.
or pushing
I
them
don't-
to the.
Yeah, I don't believe that there's, I mean, as far as resolutions, there's the one on the strategic plan, that was his. And I think that's it on, what do you call it, resolutions, that was his. And then the new business items, we can just push them to October, or the second budget hearing, but you may just want to do it to October, but it's up to you.
Yeah, it would be 14F, 14G, 15A, 15B, and 17B.
I suspect the budget on first reading is going to be more in-depth. By the time you guys make amendments and have discussion and by the time we bring it on second reading, it should be already cooked, based on your amendments from first reading.
So, to those items, is everybody comfortable with October?
My only concern would be the 59th Avenue project. Did the mayor discuss with you the reasons why he wanted the summit?
I would imagine it's probably along the lines of when we did the transportation summit, when we were putting together and then later reevaluating our transportation master plan, and kind of just get all the parties to the table so that we can all be on the same page where we're going and air out issues at that forum, which is very similar again to what we did with the transportation master plan. Again, obviously none of us can speak to him because of
Sure.
sunshine, but that would be my guess.
Sure. I think that's kind of like a benign request in the sense where this that project is going to take a lot of stakeholders. It's taken a long time to get there. We're almost to the finish line to get started, and once we get started, I know we have the staff and the expertise, but we're still going to need to talk to other stakeholders. I don't see a reason why we have to table this. Putting together a summit with the stakeholders, I think, is
So let's table
commonplace.
everything. Let's table
So-
everything except 14F.
Okay, so we're tabling 14G, 15A, 15B.
17A is under attorney's report. Is the attorney presenting that, and are they sufficiently comfortable presenting that? Yeah, so we can leave that one on there for now if we want to.
Okay, so tabling items 13A, which is strategic plan, tabling items 14G, 15A, and 15B
Tabling
Second.
them until what meeting?
to October.
October, good.
What meeting, what item are we not tabling?
14F, the 59th Avenue Summit
Councilman
request.
wants to discuss the summit.
Do we have details on that?
Well, we're about to.
On what the mayor wants for that?
Well, I can only assume that since this is going to be a major project coming up involving a bunch of stakeholders, that
No, I understand his item. I just don't think it's time sensitive. We're still, ways away from any of that materializing. So I think that should be tabled.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Actually, we're waiting on two things. The FAA approve on our consultant is putting in the required information for the FAA, and then the HUD part of it, right, is almost there. So this could be considered in the next 30 days. We can.
I just want to bring, we're discussing an item, we're not even in a discussion posture. We're just trying to get what we're going to discuss or not. So let's leave it on the table. We'll second, we'll go through the process. Everything else, let's just go ahead and table, and we'll leave 59th Avenue and have that discussion rather than going into the discussion now. Do we need to vote on the tabling of those items?
Yes.
So there was a motion. Who's a second?
I was.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, any opposed? Motion carries. On to the special rules of order for the meetings. Item 13C. Manager Peterman?
Mr. Chair, Town
Yes.
Council, so what we have before you is a proposed change, amendments to the special rules. This project is one that Gina, I'm sorry, the town clerk, the deputy town clerk, we had input from the director of building, and then both the manager and the deputy town manager reviewed them and made changes, and so we all kind of put this together. And really what it's doing is, yes, it's getting rid of certain Scrivener's errors and grammatical errors, but what it's also doing is it's getting rid of certain rules that are no longer being used or have never really been used by you. For instance, there is the rule that limits discussion and debate and puts time restraints. That was a very good rule at the time that it was presented. However, it has been seldomly implemented, and I can't remember in the last couple years, when it's actually been enforced. So that's one of the rules that we're removing. The other one is Rule 1.2, making the requirement that, if one of you decide that you want a particular item and all there's a sufficient, a majority that want to hear that item as a special call, then no additional items can be added to that agenda unless, again, a majority of you are comfortable with adding an additional item to the agenda. And again, the reason that we're making these rules is because these are where all of us have seen that there could have been and there might have been in the past hiccups between all of you.
I'm sorry, can you go back over that one? So
Sure.
If there's a special call and somebody wants to add an item to the special call, you can't do that?
If it's a special call, no. You would go to the town clerk and say, hey, I want to add this to the agenda. Then the town clerk would ask everyone else, hey, are you okay adding this to the agenda and amending it? And if all of you are okay, then it gets added to the agenda.
So it would essentially be the same process that you would that you would undertake if you wanted a new special call, just with the same date and
Correct.
time. Yeah,
Yes.
I think that's fair.
Yeah, that's it. The other part is clarifying on public hearings. Another issue is with regards to proclamations and when they take place. And I'm just going through them one by one. Another one is public comments, making it clear that at any meeting where action is going to be taken, which is what Florida law provides, that the public has a reasonable time to speak. But that at any other meeting where action will not be taken, it's up to you whether you want to have public comments or not have public comments. It's not meant to stifle, but it's just to make your time the most efficient as possible if there are time constraints.
Up to you. By up to you, do you mean at the discretion
Up to
of
the
the
council.
chair or up to the council?
Of the council, yes.
Okay.
So when I say you, I'm meaning the body.
Okay. No, I just wanted to.
Mr. Attorney, are you referring to Section 5?
I am referring to Section 5.3, Councilwoman.
5.3. I have a question on Section 5.1,
Okay,
where it says the public shall be, and this is not part of the strike all. It's just included in there from before.
correct?
It says that after the public hearing is closed by the mayor, only members of the town council shall discuss the item. But we do often reopen public comments. Is that still okay?
Sure, you're reopening the public hearing portion of the agenda.
Okay, thank you.
So if it's closed by the mayor, then you're not allowed to speak, but many times you reopen it, and that's fine, that's your prerogative. It's
Thank
it's akin to a waiver of the rule.
Okay.
So just moving right along, and I just want to be as quickly as possible. The other thing is, we've gone ahead and we've codified what the 4-day rule is, and just so that everyone knows, the 4-day rule applies to regular council meetings, and it states that no additional item can be added after 4 or prior to 4 days. So there's 4 days left prior to the agenda, to the council meeting, you can't add anything. If it is added, it's automatically pulled unless you decide by a majority vote to waive that rule.
Our regularly scheduled council meetings are typically Tuesdays. Does it specify whether it is for calendar days or for business days?
It's 4 calendar days. Well, no, I'm sorry, it's 4 business days.
Thank
It
you.
specifies it. Thank you for asking. Good question. It does specify it. And that's basically, in a nutshell, what it is. With regards to the 2/3 and where that number comes from, it's typically found in the charter that there's certain rules and certain votes that require a 2/3 vote. Emergency ordinance is one of them, and that's a number that's found in many statutes and many ordinances in the county. So that's kind of a legal number, legal fraction, let's call it. So.
Just to clarify, because I know that there were public comment on this. 2/3, I understand that if you do it mathematically, it's a fraction of a council member, but you have to round it up, correct?
Correct, yes.
Thank you.
Why can't you just say 5 or 7? Okay, you have less people.
Yeah, if you have less people, it would be.
Right.
If you have 6 people here.
Right.
As
Or
long as you
even
meet quorum.
if you have a vacancy and you only have 6 people sitting on the council at any given time, the fraction accounts for all situations.
Thank you. Do you have any other highlights? I want to point out one. I
No.
think 6.8 is magnificent. Sometimes we get memorandums that are one word.
Okay.
And we have no idea, and they're actually actionable on reports. So the fact that we can actually understand what we're going to be voting on before we vote on, I think is a magnificent, and it was just the tweak of one word. So I think it was absolutely brilliant. Now, I hope that rule doesn't get waived on a constant basis, because it would completely defeat the point of these, right?
And Councilman, the purpose and the reason why we went at great lengths and we really tried to do, be as thorough as possible is so that they don't get waived. Because it's a shame that you have rules that you want to govern yourselves by, and then there's waivers of them. It kind of dilutes, the rules themselves.
Yeah, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
And while it pains me to actually be supporting doing away with the time limits that I was the one that pushed for, the truth is that, again, unfortunately, the chair of the meeting has a different way of running the meetings, and it is what it is. But, I'll go ahead and I'll support the rule changes. I think most of them actually make a lot of sense. So,
I'll second.
Thank you.
So motion, there's a second. Any further discussion on this item? All of those in favor, please signal by.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously.
Thank
Point
you.
of personal privilege, I do want to thank the town clerk, Gina Lorenzo. You guys did an awesome job of listening to us, understanding us, kind of seeing where we're at in time. And Gina, thank you so much.
Well-
Your fingerprints are all over this as well, and I want to thank you both. Thank you.
Thank you for recognizing, but I also want to include the Deputy Town Clerk, Victoria, which for me was essential. How many times did we read over and over again these rules? I think you have them memorized. So I also want to include in your
Absolutely.
thoughts,
Thank you, Victoria,
was
for
pivotal.
your hard work as well. Thank you. On to item 13D, City of Hialeah bus storage.
Yeah, this item is an agreement. It's a agreement we've had with the city of Hialeah for many, many years. The only thing different about this is that the previous agreement had expired. So this is a retroactive agreement back to the expiration of the previous one. We've continued to act as though the agreement was still in force, and we've continued to pay for the maintenance and storage of the mover buses. We are moving towards trying to get rid of those mover buses. We are working with the entity that gave us the grant to try and see if we can dispose of those buses. But in the meantime, we need to have this agreement in place.
Is there a motion to approve the item?
I will make a motion to approve.
second.
So motion, there's a second. And Councilwoman Rano, you have the floor for discussion.
Thank you very much, council member. I had discussed with the manager finding a location within the town to store these buses. I understand that we've always stored them outside of the town, but it seems that we could probably find the space here so we don't have to pay for outside storage. We've been paying for these buses to be stored in the city of Hialeah, I guess, since we originally acquired them. At this point, we don't use them, and we're still paying for storage. So I was hoping that we could direct the manager to try to find a location here within the town that we can store them and save about $7,200 a year.
I was Councilwoman. I was actually going to make the point that this is almost like a parody you would see on late night TV about the horror stories of government. We're paying for storage for buses that we don't use because to a different government, because the government that gave us the money to buy the buses doesn't let us sell them. It's all kinds of wrong, right?
It's government.
Yes. So I'm sure we're trying to get through that process, and there's multiple entities involved, but it's definitely not where I would want to see our taxpayer money spent.
Thank you, Councilman. Any further discussion on the item? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Me.
One nay. Thank you so much. Item carries. On to item 13G.
Yes. This item is a resolution to apply for, and if awarded, accept the grant from the Growing Roots for Environmentally Equitable Neighborhoods Matching Grant Program. This is a program that we've applied for before. They modified the name. That's why it seems to be new, but it's for the reforestation of West Lakes. This would be phase number 6. We had the same grant that funded phases 1 through 5, and this would be for the next phase.
I'll move it.
There's a motion. Is there a second on the item?
I'll second.
Second.
Second, and this is my only question. Both items G and H appear to be consent items. Is there any
I know.
reason that they would-
That's on me. In review of the agenda, I should have put it in consent.
No problem.
Unacceptable. Unacceptable.
Yeah.
So we'll go through these quickly. Any discussion on item G? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Item carries unanimously.
I'll move item H.
Item H,
13H.
the motion, is there a second?
Second.
It's a second. Any discussion on item H? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you so much. On to the new business items, item 14A. I know I stole a little bit of your thunder, Councilman Dieguez, earlier in discussion on another item, but go ahead and present your item 14A.
No worries. Actually, could I ask Jeremy to come up? This is on the mini parks capital improvement program issue. Obviously, Helb is pulled out of the town, so I think it's at this juncture to talk about the docking pads for those is no longer a factor. Have we reevaluated the cost without the pads?
No, our estimate for the pads was at, let me see, I actually pulled it earlier. Was roughly 45,000.
Okay, so that helps. Obviously, it still leaves about 200,000. But in essence, I want to direct the town staff to go ahead and come up with a funding plan to fully implement the remainder of the mini parks capital improvement program, which has been stalled since 2019. Since I ran in 2018, and now last year in 2022, I've made beautification a focal point of why I ran. But it just seems as if a lot of beautification initiatives keep falling by the wayside for one reason or the other. So I think this would be a good one to start with. I can show you plenty of photos of the condition of the pocket parks that I keep on my phone and that are motivating this item, but at least I would like to have staff come back with a funding plan to implement this, either perhaps in one shot if for whatever reason we do have an opportunity with the carry forward, or at least to split it up over a period of years. But I think it's time to get this boat or this show back on the road. So that's my motion.
Second.
So motion, there's a second. Any additional discussion on this item? I do want to bring one point forward. I want to thank the councilman for raising this issue. And I just want to make sure that whatever capital improvements we do go with and we go ahead and fund, however we fund those, whether it be through correct, that we capitalize a replacement for those items so we're not stuck in this constant cycle of having to find capital to kind of maintain. And I think that's a big talking point that I've heard Councilwoman Morano kind of iterate on other times, is just maintaining the stuff that we have, right, and making sure that you have the resources. The one thing that I think we passed tonight was the addition of the senior center. If we were to get that through the state legislature, that would free up a significant amount of funds that would fully capitalize this particular project. And I just think on an ongoing basis, what we would have to do is fund the maintenance fund of those. So that's, I think, one strategy that staff can consider. I don't want that to be the only strategy that staff considers for Councilman Dieguez's sake, but it's maybe one opportunity to fund this if we were aggressively pursue the senior center funding this year. Any further discussion on the item? Councilwoman Morano, I did reference you by name for maintenance issues, but
Thank you very much, and I appreciate you bringing up all of my concerns. I do constantly bring this up, and it is something that we have to consider when we embark on these projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion on this item? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Thank you, Councilman Dieguez. Councilwoman Morano, the floor is yours for item 14B.
Thank you, Council Member. This is an item, the Zonta Club approached me regarding their 40th anniversary. The Zonta Club of Miami Lakes is part of Zonta International, which is a worldwide organization located in over 64 countries. Their mission is to improve the lives of women. They do many local projects here that we all participate and enjoy every year, and their cause is a very worthy one. So to celebrate their 40th anniversary, they would like to plant a tree somewhere in the town, and we thought of a magnolia tree because magnolia trees symbolize they symbolize beauty and strength and resilience, and so it's very symbolic with regards to Zonta International. The cost of planting this tree, including the cost of the tree and the planting, would be around $500. I have not discussed with staff, but I'd like to direct staff to find a location and work with the Zonta Club of Miami Lakes to find a date that would work for both of us to have a small ceremony in honor of their 40th anniversary.
Second.
The motion, is there a second? Any further discussion on the item?
As a point of clarification, the picture that was attached here is not a southern magnolia. The southern magnolia has like white leaves. So I just want to, in case you're making reference to it, if you're looking at it, it's not going to look like this. That's in the.
Look at our Newtown arborist.
Like a cherry tree.
I got people who's giving me info.
Yeah,
Alright.
and I happen to so we're in the process of procuring a magnolia for the front of the house, and there's certain particularities about climate zones, and only certain species thrive in our particular climate zone. So we want to make sure we get the right one.
Great, thank you, Councilwoman Morano. The discussion was around that the southern magnolia would be the best choice.
Absolutely. I leave that up to staff to find the one that would thrive in our community.
Great, thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you. On to Councilman Fernandez's item, tree trimming licenses.
So I require a waiver of the rule.
I'll waive the rule, the motion to waive the rule.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
All right.
I'll vote yes, although I did have a little hesitation. I just want to point it out for the reporter in the back there that has nothing to do with the election and has everything to do just the fact that I don't really feel it's an emergency, but we're already here, and so might as well hear it.
All right. So.
Wow, collegiality, man.
Yeah. And let me just point out for the reporter that I did waive the rule on his item with no. Yes.
There goes collegiality. Now it's
There
tit
you
for
go.
tat. Tit for tat. Here we go.
Ay. All right. So this is essentially what's going on, and I know we brushed upon it during the legislative priorities meeting that we had with Representative Fabricio. But I had an additional constituent outreach situation, and so it came to my attention that there are groups of individuals that are soliciting, particularly seniors in our community. They're knocking door to door and offering to trim their trees for a cost, right? And to a great extent, it's predatory, right? They're specifically going after seniors. They are not trimming the trees to any sort of ANSI standard or any sort of professional tree trimming standard. They are essentially butchering the trees and leaving essentially a trunk up. In many cases, they are trimming the trees, leaving the branches on the swale and promising that they will come back at some point in the future to pick them up. So it's not professional tree trimming operations. It's people that are operating outside of industry norms, specifically targeting the elderly community. And so what's happening is two things. One, the tree canopy is suffering, right? The trees are getting butchered. Two, we have a public safety nuisance of leaving all of these branches on the swale for an extended period of time, including one particular situation where a resident was injured by one of these branches that was left out for an extended period of time. And three, a lot of these residents are going through this process completely unknowingly of the tree trimming procedures and processes, and are then being approached by code compliance with that regulatory process, right? And so what these seniors were essentially fear-mongered into buying, which is, hey, hurricane season is coming up, and I can trim your trees and reduce any kind of impact to your house. They're going along with it. They're paying the money. They're being left high and dry. So I wanted to direct the town attorney to do some additional research, look at the county's landscape ordinance. Broward County has a more stringent process for the licensure of those activities. I'm not I'm definitely not looking to license, companies that just, cut grass and do basic, lawn maintenance. I'm specifically targeting those that trim, large specimen trees. So that's the spirit of the item. I felt I was kind of hoping it would happen while Representative Fabricio was still here, but obviously the format of this meeting was elongated. But I wanted him to hear that, and that's why I put it on this agenda, because I thought that would be useful. So that is essentially my motion is to request that the town deputy town attorney do additional research on what options are available to us to pursue this.
I'll second.
Thank you. There's a motion. There's a second. Is there any council discussion on this particular item?
I have a question for staff.
Staff. Yes, Councilwoman Morano.
Yes, thank you. And I want to thank Councilmember Fernandez for bringing up this item. I think it's a wonderful item. I just wonder how we would be able to police something like this. I think it's very much needed, but I was just wondering how staff, how code enforcement would be able to utilize these licenses to police the individuals that are trimming these trees.
That'll be something that we'll have to work out, and the town attorney will work with our code enforcement officers and develop a plan to make sure that that we can enforce whatever we proffer. So that's something that he's done well, to work with the building department or the police department whenever he proffers things that need like an enforcement arm. He works with them to make sure that we put the language in there that makes it logistically feasible for the proper enforcement arms of our town to be able to carry out those functions. So the answer to your question is, I don't know at this point, but we will work to develop a plan.
We're going to. Okay, because I think it's very important. I mean, just for the residents, just knowing that something like this is in place is often a deterrent, and for the companies as well. But it's important to know what kind of teeth we'll have and how we'll be able to police it as well. Thank you.
Yeah, I have just a few comments. I have a different perspective on it, and I think it's kind of something that jogged my memory from way back, that we tried this before. In particular, we tried to license landscape companies. They weren't doing a good job, or they were blowing leaves in the wrong place, or they were blowing leaves into the lake.
Yes.
And at that time, the argument really was what Councilman Morano said. We're going to be creating something that's already, I think, within the county's jurisdiction. But not only that, I think they would cause a chilling effect on people wanting to do business within the town of Miami Lakes. Not only that, the pass-through would also increase the pricing to individuals, right? So any licensing fee would be passed through to the consumer. The consumer would be expected more to pay for the tree service, and ultimately we'd be creating another layer of bureaucracy within the town. And it's something that failed, I believe, the first time that they entertained it. I'll be more than happy to hear what staff have to come back. Maybe it'll change my mind, but right now, it's not something that I'd like to support.
Through the chair.
Yes, absolutely. Go ahead, Councilman.
As far as this item, just the basic tree canopy of Miami Lakes, not only protecting our residents from unscrupulous businesses, but making sure that our tree canopy, be it owned by the town or on personal property, is so important to the town's DNA that although I understand what you're saying, that it might add a little bit layer of bureaucracy, this is the DNA of our town. Our tree canopy is so important to us that what I'm afraid of is since the state passed some laws that allowed residents to, on their own property, of course, make those decisions, we need to do everything we can to mitigate any additional loss of canopy. And I think this item goes a long way of doing that and protects our residents from unscrupulous businesses. But yeah, we need to do everything we can to make sure that if a tree is getting trimmed, it is trimmed properly, it is healthy, and it maintains our tree canopy. So that's why I'm supporting the item. Despite the additional layer of bureaucracy that might be added to it's such an important part of our town.
And I appreciate the passion that you protect our trees, and I think nobody here is going to disagree with protecting our canopy. I mean, that's kind of actually a silly argument to make. I'm not saying that I'm saying I don't know how licensing a company is going to keep them from being criminals. This is an issue that needs to be handled by the state attorney's office. There's elderly people, as you're presenting the item, right, in debate, that are being exploited. That is something that you can attack without necessarily licensing a company to go ahead and cut trees. If there's an issue that we need to properly enforce the code on how these trees are, I want to make sure that we're giving the staff the power to do that. I don't think it's by adding a license to the companies. I think the good companies are going to come in and trim the trees and go ahead and pass the buck on to the bad actors are still going to be out there. So I don't think it moves the needle. I'm looking forward to if staff comes up with a very creative approach. I think the last time that this was debated, nobody disagreed that we wanted landscapers to be not blowing the trees, you know, blowing the stuff into the lakes.
Good
that would,
actors, that they wanted
so,
them to be good actors.
Exactly. So, you know, to mischaracterize this, and sorry to use that, as somebody who's not for the trees, I'm absolutely for the trees.
No,
I just
no.
don't, I just don't, I'm looking forward to the solution, and just right now I'm not convinced. So, you know, I'm going to vote no, but hopefully my, you know, minds have changed here in the past. So I want to make sure that you know, that I see something that maybe is positive, and I just wanted to give some
How about
some
adding
reference.
it? Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Councilman, something that came to mind as you were sharing your comments. So definitely trying to license, and I think I said it in my comments, definitely trying to license landscaping companies broadly and in general, I think would be very complicated. I think every single property in the town hires a landscaping company, and at least in my home, grass gets cut every other week. So you have thousands of landscaping companies cutting thousands of yards every day, right? I think this, whereas I might get the trees on my property trimmed once every 3 years or 5 years, or, you know, probably no more aggressively than the town trims our canopy trees on our soil, right? Between 3 to 5 years. So I think from that perspective, it could be more enforceable. There is already a mechanism by which staff is observing and enforcing trees that have been improperly cut, right? So those become observed. I guess at that point, the focus would shift from policing the homeowner to policing the company that did so.
Yeah, and I think you're on the right track to what I was trying to say. I don't want there to be just a licensing track, right? Again, going back to who's going to argue against you that we want to kill the trees in the town? Nobody, right? But I don't want to make
I'm
the
sorry,
item.
I don't think I ever said.
No, but
we
I'm saying
wanna-
that
that's not
nobody is
in
for the
vein of-
protection of the canopy,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, but
So what I want to be sure is that we're not just saying licensing is the key, right?
How about an education component to that too?
That's what I'm saying.
Adding
Have the
an
staff
education
have
component.
have the staff come
Yeah.
back with something that maybe is not just licensing, right?
Yeah.
So I don't want the reason I don't want to support it is because it's too narrowly defined, and I don't want that necessarily to be the only path that gets explored. If staff comes back with something else, right? Maybe I'll
Okay.
change and support it.
I agree.
But just looking at this as a licensing product, I don't think is a solution. If maybe there's a public education component to it, maybe there's other components to
Yeah, I
it.
think
But
that
again,
would be-
I'm being hung up on this licensure part, right? And if it's just a licensure part, the good actors are always going to be good actors. They're going to pass the buck onto it, but you're still going to have the problem. So again, to use another word that I used in debate earlier today, I don't want to be myopic with the issue. I want to make sure that options are available. So maybe it's not just licensure. So if you're willing to open up the item to that, I'll gladly support it.
No, 100%. When I brought the
understand what I'm saying?
yeah when I brought the item forward, I had the full faith in staff to bring forward, you know, a broad set of options, be it, you know, maybe laws that are already in the books or mechanisms that are already in the books that could be enforced, like what you said about, you know, involving the state attorney or whatever. I would expect them to bring those type of options as well.
Through the chair, just letting. I'm sorry. Go ahead. You were going to say something.
Yeah, no, so this was Tony Lama's item a while back, and in fact, Christian Camera, through his blog Reganista, went ahead and torpedoed the idea vigorously, I might add, and ultimately, if my memory is correct, he withdrew the item. And I think we all want to protect the trees, and I think what Councilman Collazo is driving at is that the enforcement mechanism is going to be very important here. Just because you issue a license, then how do you does that mean that they can't operate in the town? And then how do you enforce that? And who's going to enforce that? Can code do it? Can the police do it? Well, with the swale protection ordinance and all that, we're still having an issue trying to actually get it fully implemented because of how you're going to, sure, now we have the police department that can actually cite the vehicles that are trespassing on people's part of the swale, but then, now has to go get processed through the clerk system and all that, and we're still trying to put the final pieces of that into place. So look, I'm willing to hear what staff has to say. I'm not particularly optimistic about just the licensing regime. What did come out of Tony Lama's idea then was the public education campaign. I was on neighborhood improvement at that time as the chair, and that was something we did through our quarterly HOA meetings. It was one of our topics that we discussed. So I'm curious to see what staff has to say, but this is an issue that to me is going to run into probably some of the same issues as we're talking about with the swale protection ordinance. And in terms of again, how do you ensure that it actually has the deterrence effect? That's where I think I'm really curious to see what regime staff comes up with to implement this. So I just wanted to put that on the record.
Yeah, thank you. And if it's broader than just the licensing component, I'll be more than happy to. And just to be clear, is in discussion, is that okay with you? That it's broader than just, okay. Yeah, then I can support the item. Any further discussion on the item? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Councilwoman Morano, I heard, did you say no?
In favor, in favor.
In favor, yes. Thank you so much for clearing that up. Thank you. On to the next item is the Northwest 59th Avenue project. I know it says Sid, but you vigorously supported Councilman Garcia, so I'm going to give you the floor first.
Thank you very much. So, as everyone knows, this has been a project that's been in the works for a long time. We're right at the finish line. We're almost there, and again, we promised the residents that we're going to do it. We're going to do it on time and on budget. And I just think that getting all the stakeholders ready at this time is a good idea, since we're about to pull the trigger on this. I mean, there's only 2 approvals we're waiting for, and just to get get all their ducks in a row with all the stakeholders is a good idea with our staff. So when we do go, boom, we're ready to go. We can avoid delays where necessary. We can use institutional knowledge from different from our staff and the county or whoever's going to be part of this, and we can save some time, even if we save weeks, days, hours, whatever it takes to get this done as quickly as possible. So I see nothing wrong with it, unless my colleagues see something that I'm not seeing here.
Any further discussion on this item?
Councilmember Dieguez wanted to, if you can give him 1 second for him to come back here.
Man, I have to tap dance again like that in between shows thing.
Come on, sir.
I do have some
Comedy
comments. Yeah, comedy hour. Exactly. I have some comments, and to speak to your point, I can see and to speak to I'm not going to speak on behalf of the mayor, but he's frustrated, right? We've heard timelines that were grossly underestimated. We've heard budgets that were even more erroneously underestimated. This project has been riddled with delays and budgetary and not because it's anybody's fault, right? Not because it's anybody's fault. Going back to the example that Councilman Dieguez said, we set up a traffic summit, right? And we had such high hopes. I remember campaigning vigorously, just like you campaign, and most of the items fell through as well, right? So I just want to make sure that we also understand, right, that we can have all the best intentions behind the summits. We can put all this work in, but the reality is we're all pieces and moving cogs, and not all of them flow, right? So the frustration that bureaucracy somehow, by having this summit, is going to get the things done. The traffic summit, right? A lot of my friends kind of voted on that, campaigned on that, and a couple of things came through, but we still don't have the underpasses under the expressway. We still don't have a lot of those things that I bought into 100%, right? So thank you. I was just buying time for you, Councilman Dieguez. So I completely support the summit, but also I have learned to live with just a little bit of skepticism, right, of how much these things actually do to move the needle, so to speak, right? Not voting against the item, just talking about my personal experience as I've deliberated up here. Councilman Dieguez, you made quorum possible again. Do you have any items, any other further discussion that you'd like to add to this item?
No.
Councilwoman Morano?
Yes, I just wanted to ask, what is this summit? Like, what is it that we're going to be doing?
Well, my interpretation of it, Councilwoman, is this is not a generic project. This is a specific project that's been planned for. We have the funds to pay for it. I mean, we're basically, you know, we have the roadmap, right? We're just waiting on some approvals, and boom, we can get going. So basically, it's, hey, this is one of the biggest projects, one of the most important projects in the history of the town. Let's make sure all the stakeholders are on the same page, and it could be run through of course, the director's office and the town manager's office, just to make sure we're on the same page. And I am for holding other stakeholders' feet to the fire when it comes to timelines and making sure, hey, listen, took us a long time to get here. We're here. We need your help, guys. The stakeholders involved, we need your help to get this through quickly and get it done on time and on budget. And that's the main reason for that. It's been a long time coming. We can't take our eyes off the ball right now and just make sure we get it to the goal line. And I won't use any more sports analogies.
With the Dolphins winning, I
Mr.
like
Manager,
it.
in your briefing with the mayor, did he share any information on this item that you can share with us? If
No.
we're going to be voting on it?
He did not. So I think he was planning just to detail it here, but I guess he did not plan on the meeting going the way it did time-wise.
So long, and I completely understand that. We don't have the details of what is going to transpire or who's going to be in attendance. I would have rather heard, you know, the item from the mayor, so I'll refrain from supporting it because I'm not sure what exactly it is that a meeting with all of the stakeholders might benefit us, or if there's something else that he wanted to do. And quite often, you know, there is more to the item than what's written on the paper. So I would rather hear it from him if he can bring it back next month or whatnot.
Is that a motion that you want to hear the item? You want to hear his?
Right, I would have, and that's what I tried to do earlier when we were postponing all of his items. I just, you know, all too often, right, we present our agenda items with what we write in the memo, and then there's more to it. So I don't know what his intention was. If there was more that he wanted to add, or if there was more that he wanted to say. So I feel more comfortable waiting for him to present it. And not to say that this is not a very important project that we have. I don't think that postponing it till next month is a big deal. I feel more comfortable hearing the item from him. But that's just, you know, my personal thoughts.
I understand. Councilman Garcia, you mentioned that there's only two things that are holding this project back. Is there things specifically that maybe need to be addressed? Because maybe we can provide direction to the manager to kind of address these two things, and then maybe bring back the item to see what the mayor's true intent is.
My understanding is it's the FAA approval, right? And we have our consultants are working on turning in some information that the FAA needed, right? And also, I'll let the manager speak to it in more detail. But those are the two things that we're holding up right now. So you speak about those two items we spoke earlier today?
Yeah, and I don't want to steal Lorenzo and Omar's thunder that they're going to report on it with this item in a minute. But what I could tell you is that right now, we had submitted the revised report through Dade County Aviation to the FAA. FAA came back, and I don't want to put words in their mouth, but essentially said, it's all fine, but you have to make this one change. And this one change, so we had to go back to our design consultant. Originally, the design consultant said, yeah, we can revise the report and provide that to you in 90 days. Omar twisted arms over there, and they're going to do it within 30 days, and that clock started ticking at least a week or two ago. So we're probably about 2 to 3 weeks away from getting that revised report from our consultant to resubmit to the FAA. That's one piece of it. Another piece is because of the federal funding that we got the appropriation that's being managed at the federal level through the department, through the HUD. Housing and Urban Development, as soon as we were negotiating, one of the things is they want an environmental study done. And they said, don't do anything else with this project. Don't spend any federal money, state money, local money. Don't spend any money. Don't do anything else until we get this resolved. We have made a special request through them and with enlisted the help of the office of Representative Mario Diaz-Balart to help us, is to say, fine, we're not going to do anything. All we want to do is move forward with the acquisition of the warehouse. So we want to consummate the sale or the purchase of the warehouse. Let us do at least that, because if not, we have right now a buyer or a seller that is willing to negotiate, and we have a semi-negotiated price, and we're ready to go. We don't want that to fall through the cracks. So we've made the request to HUD to allow us to move forward with that acquisition. They asked for some information. Our team put it together, sent it to them, and we're waiting for them to give us the green light to move forward so the legal team can go ahead and consummate that acquisition of the warehouse. Because once we have that, then that's going to be a big step forward, and that'll be one less thing, one less major thing that we have now done and off the table, one less, a huge check mark off the list.
Yeah. So I guess I would add a meeting between all stakeholders would see, is there any roadblocks or bottlenecks we anticipate in the future? I mean, just communication between, there's a lot of moving parts in this. Our staff knows what they're doing when it comes to stuff like that. However, you know, we're dealing with entities that, as you know, sometimes the bureaucracy is, and my philosophy is the squeaky wheel gets the grease. So that's what the I guess my interpretation of what the mayor's asking for, just making sure we're anticipating, we're meeting, we're communicating, we're anticipating problems until this from the shovel hits the ground to the time we're cutting the ribbon kind of stuff. So that was my interpretation of it. I'll leave my colleagues.
Yeah, my decision will be based really just on the feedback from you guys. Do you guys think a summit will help you get the job done faster? Lorenzo, Public Works, will a summit help you bring this project to fruition quicker?
I mean, honestly, I see your interest in getting all the players here, and to Councilman Garcia's point, yes, there's a lot of things that are going to happen afterwards. But as far as what we need to get the appropriations and the monies into our coffers to be able to buy the building and the design work and everything, I don't think it's really going to be helpful. I think he's, to Director Omar's point, he's done a fantastic job in twisting arms with the FAA. We've done, huh? No, I'm sorry, with other players, as far as the grant process and working with HUD, Renee's done a fantastic job in working with HUD and working with FDOT and getting the extensions that we need. The legal team, we're ready to pull the trigger and do what we need to do to finish and consummate the purchase. It's just, again, there's been a lot of moving parts and there's been a lot of bureaucracy, but we're at the finish line.
So, and I'm sorry, before you speak, the deputy town attorney did remind me that by charter, actually, I don't know how we missed it before, but by charter, we have to have a hard stop at midnight, and we have 4 minutes, so.
So it looks like this will be the last item we discuss. Thank you. Go ahead, Omar.
I forgot what I was going to say. Just to add really quick, as Lorenzo mentioned, the project we're currently the projected funding will cover our estimated costs, including some increases that we have had for inflation since it was originally bid out. So as far as getting funding, the summit is not, I don't see a benefit, as we already have that. It would be more of having a discussion to see if there's any anticipated challenges. We are working through that at the moment. We got our consultant, as the manager mentioned, working on the FAA revision to the justification report, which we have hopes of that having a positive result. And then on the other hand, we'll be working with HUD, and our plan is to have a separate consultant assist with the environmental review and environmental assessment for this project.
So what I'm hearing is that it would not necessarily move things along.
Not with the items that we have pending at this moment.
Right, and what I don't want to do is create now, oh, but we're waiting for the summit, right? And now we're creating something that's going to further bog the process down. Oh, because we got to meet at the summit. Look, if the mayor, and thank you for advocating on his behalf, I don't want to kill the item. I move to table it, let the mayor come and plead his case to give him the proper due, because it is truly his item, and I don't want to just vote no because, you know, based on your feedback. But I'm leaning towards that direction right now, is to vote no on the item. So,
Are you making a motion? Or?
I'm motioning to table the item.
I'll second
it.
Yeah. All those in all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We're skipping
October meeting, to be clear.
It's literally 2 minutes. I think we can skip. Is anything?
Take the cultural affairs, if you don't mind, please.
Yes. Let's go ahead and do the CAC reallocation of funds. Item 16A.
I'll move it.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right. Mr. Manager, out of respect, is there anything you want to add to the item?
No. Vote.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. And
I'll move to defer. Well, the reports again, they're part of what we have every month, but whatever, I guess
is there anything here that we can do within 2 minutes? 1 minute.
The major wanted to introduce our new lieutenant in person.
Oh, yeah.
So if you can just give, he won't do the entire report. If you can just give him 30 seconds.
Absolutely. Come on up.
Good evening, everyone.
They're not usually all like this.
He's already does 7-second thoughts.
He put in his transfer papers already to go back to Northwest.
He has like 14 days to change his mind and go back. It's like a refund. The lemon law. Good evening, Jose Gonzalez, your town commander. I want to introduce the new executive officer, Eddie Ulloa. He's the new lieutenant of the town that's going to be doing what I used to do. His 21 years experience in law enforcement. In 2012, got promoted to sergeant. He worked the Liberty City area, the Seaport. He's worked internal affairs. Got promoted to lieutenant. Worked next door. He's a field training commander. He was a general investigations lieutenant and also the neighborhood resource lieutenant. So he has a lot of experience to bring to the table. He's also good with traffic. Knows how to operate the key boxes, and we're actually working on some timing now and some challenges, and real worst guy, and we're happy to have him on the team.
Welcome.
Yeah,
Appreciate you.
Welcome. Would you like to say anything?
Welcome. I'm really, really happy to be here. I know the time is short. I know obviously got some nice exposure early on for, it's been an all-day affair. But with that being said, it's a pleasure being here, and I look to be of service to you guys in the community. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your service.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for staying with us till the end. Thank you.
Thank you. We're happy to have you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Morano. Meetings adjourned.
Thank you. Good night.